Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2881. Bao Xing was afraid of Lu Yin, but he was not afraid of Bai Wangyuan because Bai Wangyuan relied on the reincarnation spacetime. Furthermore, he did not believe that Bai Wangyuan was that powerful. He had heard that Bai Wangyuan was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the origin space and had once been as famous as Lu Tianyi. So what? Were the powerhouses in the origin space definitely stronger than them? Bao Xing believed that he could tolerate Lu Yin, but he could not tolerate Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan's gaze turned cold, and his surging aura suddenly pressed down. Bao Xing was caught off guard and was pushed back by the aura. He angrily attacked and aimed his bow at Bai Wangyuan. Suddenly, a sharp blade intent appeared and slashed between Bao Xing and Bai Wangyuan, splitting the ground and attracting everyone's attention. "Brother Bai, you should restrain yourself. There is no 4 cardinal scales here." Bai Wangyuan stared at the newcomer with a cold gaze. "Xia Xinji." In the distance, Xia Zhen was shocked. "Ancestor Xinji." Bai Xing and Bao Xing both looked into the distance. Xia Xinji. The newcomer was indeed Xia Xinji. During the tea party, he had been punished by the Grand Empyrean to the endless battlefield and had coincidentally avoided the tea party battle. After the tea party battle, he had not immediately left because he had been punished by the Grand Empyrean to the endless battlefield. If he left, who knew if the reincarnation spacetime would cause trouble for him? He wanted to make sure that Lu Yin could protect him. Now, he was sure that the above heaven sect could protect him. The Grand Empyrean and the others were in seclusion, and Lu Yin and the others had forcefully captured Madman Lu from the reincarnation spacetime. They had also destroyed Wang Fan's shadow in the void imperfection realm. All of these actions had provoked the Grand Empyrean and the entire reincarnation spacetime. However, Lu Yin was still safe and sound, and the reincarnation spacetime could not do anything to him. Since that was the case, he could return. The only problem was that he might face the Lu family's censure when he returned. After all, the prison lock technique had been used by his clone, and it was not something that could be dismissed with just a simple sentence. However, he had indeed been forced. He had performed such a great service before, so nothing would happen to him. Furthermore, he did not want to stay in the endless battlefield like Bai Wangyuan and the others. Joining Lu Yin meant parting ways with Bai Wangyuan and the others, and the reincarnation spacetime might not accept him, and the Grand Empyrean would hate him. His only choice was to go to the origin space or the endless battlefield. It was impossible to go to the endless battlefield. Who knew when he would be so unlucky as to encounter a sneak attack from the 7 sky gods or Qing Kong? No matter what, he had to go back. It was best to make a contribution before returning. He thought of Xia Zhen. If he brought Xia Zhen back and added 2 progenitors at once, he did not believe that the celestial sect would not be moved. The Lu family had always dreamed of restoring the glory of the celestial sect, and Lu Yin was even more ambitious. The allure of the progenitor realm was enough to offset some of his sins. He hadn't expected to encounter Bai Wangyuan attacking Bai Xing as soon as he arrived at the undefiled realm. Naturally, he had to intervene. It would be perfect if he could bring Bai Xing to the above heaven sect as well. Bai Wangyuan stared at Xia Xinji coldly. Xia Xinji looked at him. "Brother Bai, how does it feel to live under someone else's roof?" Bai Wangyuan's tone was cold. "You are not Xia Xinji. You are his clone." Xia Xinji laughed. "That's right, I am Xia Xinji's clone." "You didn't expect this, did you, Bai Wangyuan? Back then, you used me to perform the prison lock secret technique and wanted to kill me after using it. Fortunately, my real body secretly kept me here, otherwise I would have died. Speaking of which, you, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor did me a favor by forcing me to kill you." Bai Wangyuan's tone grew deeper. "We should have thought of this. After the dragon ancestor died, Xiaoshenji was the easiest to deal with among the three of us. He had long since set up a trap for you to escape from the Shenhua sky. He was the one who helped you escape. Bai Wang Yuan's guess was wrong. Xiaoshenji's clone's escape was purely a coincidence. However, the clone did not intend to explain. Brother Bai, this is the undefiled realm. You really have the guts to attack Bai Xing here. Let's not talk about whether you can succeed. Even if you can take Bai Xing away, do you think the reincarnation spacetime will let you go? Do you think the Six Direction Society will let you go? The undefiled realm is the border battlefield of the Six Paths Association. As one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, you actually attacked an extremely strong powerhouse who is helping to defend the border. This is a great taboo. Have you thought this through? Bao Saint snorted. Xiaoshenji, you have no right to interfere in the Six Paths Association's matters. Xiaoshenji did not care about Bao Saint. He just did not want to fight to the death with Bai Wang Yuan. Bao Saint might not understand, but how could he not? Bai Wang Yuan was truly powerful, but he had never shown it. After all, he had once fought with Xia Shang and Ku Jia in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. No matter what, he could not be compared to the 9 sages, who had been bestowed power by the exalted Empyreans. Bai Wang Yuan looked deeply at Xiaoshenji. With Lu Xiaoshuan's personality, he will not pretend that nothing happened. Do you really think that he will let bygones be bygones just because you joined him? Just wait. Once he brings the above heaven sect to its peak, it will be your time of death. Xiaoshenji's smile did not change, but he felt a chill in his heart. Lu Yin's various methods flashed through his mind, and Bai Wang Yuan's words made him hesitate. Lu Yin was not a kind person. He treated those who were loyal to him well, but those who had once dealt with the Lu family, or those who were not completely loyal to him, might not be so. Was joining him really a way out? Xia Zhen's voice rang out. Why should we join Lu Xiaoxian? Xiaoshenji's expression changed, and he looked at Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen stared at Bai Wang Yuan. We just want to go back. No matter how high our cultivation is, we are still humans. Our home will always be our home. We do not want to be abandoned by our home. That's right. Bai Xing spoke up. If we have to join the above heaven sect to return home, I will. However, the above heaven sect does not belong to Lu Yin alone. It represents the 5th mainland. Bai Wang Yuan's expression darkened. The above heaven sect belongs to that son of the Lu family. He can decide the life and death of anyone in the above heaven sect. That's still better than being a wanderer. Bai Xing shouted. Bai Wang Yuan was furious. Bai Xing stared at him. The frigid immortal sect is still in the 5th mainland. Ancestor Bai, have you completely given up on them? Bai Wang Yuan's body shook, and many figures flashed through his mind, especially Bai Qi. His daughters were all in the 5th mainland, and their lives were controlled by the Lu family. Give up on them. His gaze was complicated. Xiaoshenji shook his head and sighed. Brother Bai, you can't go back. Bai Wang Yuan clenched his fists and turned to leave, heading towards the endless battlefield. If he could not go back, then so be it. He would think of a way to chase the Lu family away. The Lu family could not be invincible, and there was no such thing as invincibility in the universe. Watching Bai Wang Yuan leave, Bao Saint's gaze landed on Xiaoshenji. What's your goal? Xiaoshenji looked at Xia Zhen. Let's go to the above heaven sect. Xia Zhen nodded silently. Xiaoshenji looked at Bai Xing. Together. Bao Saint angrily rebuked Xiaoshenji. They are helping to defend the void imperfection realm. They can't go with you. Xiaoshenji mocked. Bao Saint, I think you don't understand the situation. They are going to the above heaven sect. Are you sure you want to stop them? Bao Saint disdainfully replied, Xiaoshenji. Gee, you used to wag your tail and beg for pity in the reincarnation spacetime. You were even willing to kneel in front of the Grand Empyrean, throwing away your dignity just to be praised by the Grand Empyrean. Now that you've been replaced by a clone, you're going to hug the above heaven sect's thighs and beg for pity in front of Lu Yin. You're both despicable. Xiaoshenji glared at Bao Saint, his eyes filled with killing intent. Bao Saint stared at him coldly. Although his strength came from the Grand Empyrean, he would not act as lowly as Xiaoshenji. He was clearly an extreme powerhouse, so why would he need to beg for pity? This person was too shameless. Xiaoshenji was not Lu Yin, and Bai Wangyuan was not Lu Yin either. No matter how much they wanted to act in the void imperfection realm, they could not. In the end, Xiaoshenji left with Xia Zhen and Bai Xing. Firstly, Bao Saint could not stop them. Secondly, the Grand Empyrean had ordered half of the primordial space's powerhouses to defend the Six Direction Society. The primordial space was now one of the Six Direction Societies. Bai Xing and the rest could choose to defend the void imperfection realm or the other side of the battlefield. Bao Saint could not refute Xiaoshenji's reasoning. Of course, deep down, he also did not want to attract Lu Yin's attention. Fortunately, the war with the Eternals had slowed down, and he could hold the fort alone. The greatest threat was still Qin Kong, and defending against Qin Kong's sneak attacks was too taxing. On Earth, beside Lu Yin's statue, a giant screen attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone stopped to look at the screen. There were tens of thousands of screens like this on Earth, and most of the people in the primordial space were watching this scene. This was a notice from the Above the Sky sect. On this day, the Above the Sky sect would officially accept a group of powerhouses. The sound of drums resounded through the heavens as figures stepped onto the sky stairway and ascended it. They respectfully faced the primogenitor's statue. Lu Yin's figure appeared and looked down from above. Below him were Big Sis, Mu Xia, the blood ancestor, Elder Chan, Shao Chen, Ling Qin, and Master Shan. These progenitors stood in unison. Below them were Kuei Luo, the supreme sage heavenly master, and the other half progenitors. At the bottom of the sky stairway, beside the cauldron, he looked up. When she had first arrived here, there had not been that many extreme powerhouses, but now, there were too many of them. This did not even include the Lu family in the Astral Tree Galaxy or those who were about to officially join the Above the Sky sect. Just how many extreme powerhouses were there in the Above Sky sect? The caged WIRM roared, and the ancestral tortoise trembled. These were two progenitors, and they were definitely giants. Our Above the Sky sect was born in a desperate situation. Since the day of our birth, the number of powerhouses has increased day by day. However, our enemies have also grown stronger. Today, we officially accept progenitors. Where is Lord Tai Bai Jinxing? A figure walked out from the starry sky. His expression seemed calm, but how could he remain calm in the face of so many progenitors from the Above the Sky sect? She had never seen so many extreme powerhouses appear. Even though the reincarnation spacetime had 9 sages, they had not appeared at the same time. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing stepped into the Above the Sky sect's plaza and came to the side of the cauldron. He looked up at the sky stairway and saw Lu Yin standing high above. A half-progenitor was looking down on progenitors, but no one could object. Where are you from? Lu Yin asked. Progenitors had officially joined the Above Sky sect, and he had to ask them personally to show his respect. At this moment, countless people in the primordial space were excited. Progenitors were the pinnacle of human cultivation. How many progenitors had there been in this universe a few decades ago? When Xiaoshenji had made his first move, the entire Fifth Mainland had done its best to resist, and all cultivators had gathered together. Now, it was not difficult to see progenitors. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2882. This was the heavenly sect, the sect that protected all of them, Lu Yin's heavenly sect. It was Lu Yin who gathered these powerhouses and gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Everyone looked at the screen with fanaticism and worship. They looked at Lu Yin and shouted, "The Tao Lord is invincible! The Tao Lord is invincible! The Tao Lord is invincible!" No one took the lead. This was the passion that everyone wanted to release at this moment. It was their support for Lu Yin. People from the Six Paths Guild also came and watched in shock. Any extreme powerhouse was very rare in the Six Paths Guild, but it was not difficult to see them in the heavenly sect. Why were there so many of them? People from the hyperspace, void god universe, wood universe, lost clan, and reincarnation universe came to the Genesis space to watch the ceremony. They were speechless when they saw the heavenly sect. Stood beside the cauldron openly. Lu Yin did not care if others saw her. He was so confident now. He could attack in reincarnation universe time and time again. He did not need to hide from anyone now. He was Lu Yin, the Tao master of the heavenly sect, the master of the Genesis space. At the bottom of the stairway, Taixing Jun bowed slowly. "I'm from the Three Sovereigns universe. Why did you join the heavenly sect?" Lu Yin asked again. Taixing Jun was silent for a moment. "To protect my family." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Are you willing to accompany the heavenly sect to protect humanity?" Taixing Jun took a deep breath. "Yes." Lu Yin nodded. "Yes." As soon as he said this, an invisible wind blew past. Taixing Jun was puzzled. After Lu Yin said this, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with this starry sky. What was going on? Without thinking too much, she walked up the stairway step by step and walked in front of Kuei Luo. Further up was where the progenitors were. The current progenitors did not stand in order. Those who came first stood in front. She naturally stood at the back of the progenitors. Even if they were ranked first, she would definitely be at the back. "Where's Chenlo?" Chenlo walked out of the starry sky and took a deep breath. This day had finally come. Although he had joined the heavenly sect before, it was more to do with Lu Yin and had nothing to do with the heavenly sect. From today onwards, he officially joined the colossus known as the sect above the heavens. This sect above the heavens that ignored the reincarnation spacetime and dared to capture the 9 saints in the reincarnation spacetime. This sect above the heavens would definitely be the most glorious place for mankind in the future. It was as if he could see the future. He could see himself standing in the celestial sect of heaven, becoming one of the legends of the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lu Yin looked at Chenlo coldly. If it weren't for the sake of creating momentum, he would not have wanted Chenlo to join the above heaven sect. He would have even locked her up like Mu Jun. This person had a rebellious nature. However, it didn't matter. Joining the above heaven sect didn't mean that he would be recognized. He was completely different from Star Monarch. Chenlo walked to the bottom of the sky stairway and bowed respectfully. His attitude was much better than Star Lord's, as if he was completely following Lu Yin's lead. "Greetings, Path Master." Lu Yin sternly asked, "Where are you from?" "Sect Master, it's from the Three Monarchs universe." "Why did you join the above heaven sect?" "Die for the Tao Master. Be loyal to the Tao Master. Be loyal to the above heaven sect." Chenle shouted. He had thought about these words for a long time and finally shouted them out. The blood ancestor and the others looked at him strangely. This guy was a bit different. Countless people who saw this scene shouted fanatically again. So what if he was a progenitor? They had to be loyal to the Tao Master. Progenitors had to die for Lord Lu Yin. This was what they wanted to do the most. For a moment, even more fanatical shouts resounded through the starry sky. The entire universe felt like it was about to be overturned. On Earth, Zhou Shan smiled bitterly but also sighed in admiration. These people's fanaticism for Lu Yin showed how much Lu Yin had done for humanity. He deserved everyone's worship. How many years had it been? Lu Yin had actually reached this step. Would he still return to Earth? Did he still remember this old friend of his? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. This Chen Li's loyalty was not bad. Are you willing to accompany the above heavens sect to protect humanity and swear to die with humanity? Chen Li's voice became louder. I'm willing to live and die with the origin space. I'm willing to live and die with the Tao Master. Yes. Thank you, Path Master. Chen Lo was excited. He looked up at the sky stairway and walked up step by step until he was behind Star Monarch. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. The Eternals are the above heavens sect's great enemy. Once, the above heavens sect had a great enemy called the Four Cardinal Scales. Lu Yin slowly explained his grudge with the Four Cardinal Scales. The above heavens sect fell silent. Everyone listened to Lu Yin's story, and their hatred for the Four Cardinal Scales grew. Countless people shouted that they wanted to destroy the Four Cardinal Scales to take revenge for Lu Yin. Today, the Four Cardinal Scales have been destroyed, and they will no longer be known as the Four Cardinal Scales. However, the above heavens sect upholds humanity's will to fight against the everlasting race. Even if the Four Cardinal Scales are my enemies, as long as they let go of their hatred, I am still willing to accept them into the above heavens sect and fight against the everlasting race together with humanity. Where is Xiaoshenji? Xiaoshenji walked out from the starry sky. This day had finally come. Previously, he had brought Bai Xing and the others to the above heavens sect to express his intentions to Lu Yin and return to the origin space. At that time, Lu Yin had told them to wait until the day they officially joined the above heavens sect. This wait had lasted for more than 2 months. During these 2 months, he had thought about many things. Bai Wang Yuan's words had indeed made him hesitate, but so what? Just as he had thought before, if he did not want to live under someone else's roof or be hunted down by the above heavens sect, he had to return and join the above heavens sect. He was just a clone that had cooperated with Lu Yin before. He was not the main body, so no matter how severe the punishment was, he would not die. As he thought about this, Xiaoshenji arrived at the bottom of the stairway and looked up at Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, the statue of the primogenitor gave off a grand and dignified aura. This person represented the primogenitor, a junior that Xiaoshenji had once praised. Now, he was looking down at Xiaoshenji, bringing him the judgment of fate. Xiaoshenji is here. As the master of the Four Cardinal Scales, Xinwu Plain, do you have anything to say about the Four Cardinal Scales harming the Lu family and causing humanity to be at a disadvantage in the war against the everlasting race? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoshenji's expression was solemn. Yes. He knew what Lu Yin wanted him to say, so he had to say something. Speak. 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 Countless voices resounded in Xiaoshenji's ears, and the boundless pressure was unbearable. Was this pressure coming from the entire above heaven sect? No, Xiaoshenji did not understand. The progenitors of the above heaven sect were not pressuring him, so where was this pressure coming from? He clenched his fists. The Four Cardinal Scales are at fault. What fault? Lu Yin shouted. What fault? What fault? Xiaoshenji's tone was solemn. We should not have acted against the Lu family. This is the first fault. We should not have welcomed the reincarnation spacetime and suppressed the primordial space. This is the second fault. We should not have tried to harm the headmaster even after discovering his peerless talent. This is the third fault. The Four Cardinal Scales are at fault for opposing the everlasting race. The Xinwu plane is at fault. I, Xiaxinji, am at fault. Please punish me, headmaster. Xiaxinji's posture was extremely humble, and after he finished speaking, he even knelt on one knee. Everyone was shocked, and even Lu Yin was stunned. A progenitor who had dared to fight against the 9 mountains and 8 seas had actually knelt on one knee before a junior. This scene would definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and countless future generations would comment on it. One could imagine how many people would mock Xiaxinji in the future. At this moment, he was no longer the master of Xinwu Plain, because Xinwu Plain would never accept someone who had knelt before Lu Yin as their ancestor. Xiaxinji had once knelt before the Grand Empyrean, but the Grand Empyrean was fundamentally different from Lu Yin. In terms of seniority, the Grand Empyrean far surpassed Xiaxinji. After all, Lu Yin was just a junior. This kneeling had humiliated Xinwu Plain and the Xia family. It had humiliated the entire 4 cardinal scales. Xiaxinji had completely adjusted his position, and he had lowered himself even more than Qinlu. He had completely thrown away his dignity as a progenitor. However, it had to be said that this kneeling action made Lu Yin's original punishment vanish into thin air. There was no need for that, as there was nothing more severe than kneeling to the 4 cardinal scales. He stared deeply at Xiaxinji. This person was far more resilient than he had imagined. Xiaxinji's name would be nailed to the pillar of shame from now on. Big Sis was disdainful, and Ling Qing was indifferent. This person was not worthy of using a blade. Elder Chan's gaze was deep as everyone's gaze landed on Xiaxinji, including the countless ordinary people. If Qinlu had lowered himself so that everyone could see Lu Yin's ability to lead the masses, then Xiaxinji's kneeling was equivalent to Lu Yin becoming a god. A progenitor had willingly knelt before a progenitor. How ridiculous was that? This scene would forever be imprinted in the history of humanity. Outside the stairway, Wang Wen and Wei Rong exchanged glances. This fellow is smarter than we thought. He's not kneeling to the current Tao Master, but rather to the future Tao Master. Wei Rong's eyes flickered. Progenitors can live for a long time. After many years, who will remember that Xiaxinji knelt before Tao Master Lu? They will only remember that Xiaxinji knelt before the master of the primordial space. That person is destined to reach the peak of humanity. What's wrong with kneeling before a progenitor? His kneeling might have tarnished his reputation for now, but he'll be bound to the Tao Master's side. When the Tao Master becomes invincible, who will mock him then? Most people will only praise him for his foresight, and the punishment that he should have received now has been eliminated. Most people will always look at the present, but Xiaxinji has placed his hopes in the future. He'd rather become the Tao Master's dog. He doesn't know that when a person attains the Tao, even his dog will have to look at its master. He's someone who can endure. It's no wonder that a clone was able to devour the main body. Xiaxinji's main body is far inferior to this clone. At the bottom of the stairway, Xiaxinji quietly waited for Lu Yin's reaction. He didn't care what others thought of him. Lu Yin was destined to become the ruler of humanity. If ordinary people could kneel before him, why couldn't he? To Lu Yin, who had become a progenitor, what difference was there between a progenitor and an ordinary person? He was looking at the future. Lu Yin looked at Xiaxinji. This kneeling signified that Xiaxinji would never betray him, as no one would want him. Perhaps not even the Eternals would want him. Xiaxinji. Here. Xiaxinji lowered his head. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Desert Dust finished. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Book friend 544322203. MOC me AO Brothers tip, I'll add more chapters. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2883. Lu Yin looked at him and said, if the 4 cardinal scales were in the wrong, my heavens above heaven sect will pursue the matter. However, you have helped me. It was you who helped me expose the 4 cardinal scales scheme at the tea party, and it was you who numbed Bai Wang Yuan and the others. You have made mistakes, but you have also made contributions. Since you are truly remorseful and have knelt down to repent, I will pardon you. Xia Xinji heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your forgiveness. I will definitely fight for humanity. Stand up and step forward. Xia Xinji stood up and looked at the stairway. He faced the disdainful gazes and walked up step by step. Even Kuei Luo looked down on him, but so what? After a few years, these gazes would change. He consciously stood at the very back of the progenitors. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had asked them to come out after Star-Lord and Qin-Lu. After all, they were from the 4 cardinal scales. Qin-Lu and the others were neither enemies nor friends with the celestial sect, but they were once enemies and could only stand at the back. Where is Bai Xing? Bai Xing walked out from the starry sky and looked at Xia Xinji on the stairway. To be honest, he had not expected this to happen. Xia Xinji had actually done such a thing, which made him feel awkward. Bai Xing came to the bottom of the stairway and bowed slowly. Bai Xing is here. As a former 4 cardinal scales Hanxian sect progenitor, do you have anything to say? Bai Xing hesitated. Yes. Speak. Speak. Bai Xing took a deep breath. The Hanxian sect is in the wrong. What wrong? What wrong? Bai Xing looked up. The fault lies with Bai Wang Yuan alone. It was Bai Wang Yuan who exiled the Lu family. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Hanxian sect. Bai Wang Yuan is the sect master of the Hanxian sect. No one dares to go against his words. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. As a progenitor, have you never harmed the Lu family? No. I, Bai Xing, swear on my life, Bai Xing said loudly. Lu Yin nodded. I will not wrong anyone. Bai Xing, the celestial sect has investigated your matter and allowed you to join. Are you willing to live and die with humanity and fight the Eternals? Bai Xing sighed. He had been afraid that Lu Yin would force him to kneel. There was nothing he could do. Not everyone could be as unrestrained as Xia Xinji. Furthermore, that wasn't Xia Xinji himself, but a clone. This clone was completely shameless. I'm willing. Yes. Lu Yin said. There was no need to make things difficult for Bai Xing. This person had indeed not done anything to the Lu family, and he could not be accused of not helping the Lu family. That would be too ridiculous. Bai Xing walked up the sky stairway step by step. There were 2 rows on the sky stairway. Xia Xinji stood behind Qin-Lu while Bai Xing stood behind the other row of star sovereigns. He was unwilling to stand behind Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji's eyes flashed coldly. Where is Xia Zhen? Countless people looked at the starry sky. There were still progenitors. In the starry sky, Xia Zhen walked out with an ugly expression. Xia Xinji had completely embarrassed the Xia clan. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, she would have killed Xia Xinji. This ancestor's clone was simply shameless. When they reached the bottom of the stairway, Xia Zhen stared at Xia Xinji. He wouldn't treat him as the real patriarch Xinji at all. Although great ancestor Xinji was ruthless and merciless, he was much stronger than this clone. Xia Zhen is here. As the 4-way balance, do you have anything to say? Lu Yin asked. Xia Zhen gritted his teeth. Yes. Speak. Speak. Xia Zhen looked up. Xinwu Plain is at fault, and it's all Xia Xinji's fault. Xia Xinji's expression changed slightly. Many people looked over with interest. Xia Zhen coldly criticized, it was Xia Xinji who joined forces with Bai Wang Yuan to banish the Lu clan. It has nothing to do with anyone else in Shinwu Plain. Anyone who harmed the Lu clan has already been punished by the above sky sect. Since we're here, we've investigated this on behalf of the headmaster. Headmaster, you shouldn't have allowed Xiaoshenji to join the above sky sect so easily. He's the main culprit. Big Sis almost laughed as she looked at Lu Yin. Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and the others laughed. This was revenge on Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji had humiliated the Xia clan, and now the Xia clan was here to take revenge. Xiaoshenji gritted his teeth and stared coldly at Xiaozhen. This Xiaoshenji isn't the same Xiaoshenji. Xiaozhen, as a divine martial ancestor, you should know about the 9 clones. He's a clone, not the main body that banished the Lu clan. Xiaozhen was unwilling to accept this. But the prison lock that banished the Lu clan came from him. Xiaoshenji barked, Xiaozhen, I've already atoned for my sins. Are you done yet? Xiaozhen coldly glared at Xiaoshenji. The 2 ancestors of the Xia clan had fallen out with each other in the sky. Lu Yin coldly said, enough. Xiaoshenji was startled, but he quickly retracted his gaze and bowed to Lu Yin. Please calm down, Path Master. Xiaozhen reluctantly looked away. Lu Yin looked down at Xiaozhen, his eyes growing colder. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Xiaozhen felt an enormous pressure, and a strange feeling surrounded her that made it difficult for her to breathe. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but she knew that it definitely had something to do with Lu Yin. This person hadn't even made a move, but she was still feeling this way. How did he do it? Xiaozhen looked at Lu Yin again, and when she met his cold gaze, she felt that he was even more unfathomable. Please calm down, Path Master. Lu Yin's gaze softened. Are you done with what you wanted to say? Yes, Xiaozhen replied. Let me ask you, are you willing to live and die with the humans against the Eternals? Are you not willing to take even half a step back? Xiaozhen temporarily set aside her hatred for Xiaoshenji and loudly replied, I am. Yes. Xiaozhen heaved a sigh of relief, looked up, and walked up the stairway step by step until she was behind by Xing. Xiaoshenji coldly glanced at Xiaozhen. Now, 5 progenitors had joined the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect was in an uproar, and countless people cheered. The ghost monkey shouted crazily, thinking that he should learn from Ling Ke and form a cheerleading squad to cheer for Lu Yin. The entire primordial space cheered, and countless people shouted that the Path Master was invincible. The 6 Paths Association spectators smiled bitterly. With the addition of 5 progenitors, the Above Heaven sect now had a terrifying 19 progenitors. Excluding the crippled blood progenitor, there were 18 progenitors under Lu Yin's command. A total of 18 progenitors was a terrifying number, and this number was bound to increase. 1 or 2 of those half-progenitors should break through to the progenitor realm. Could it be that the Above Heaven sect was really going to restore its glory? Lu Yin stood on the stairway with his back against the progenitor's statue. He looked at the primordial space, and an unparalleled sense of control made him want to roar. At this moment, who among the humans could rival him? So what if they were Grand Empyreans? With ancestor Lu Yuan, the remaining people were nothing to fear. The 6 Paths Association was the strongest in the primordial space. But was it enough? No, it was still not enough. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. The progenitors bowed, and so did the countless people in the primordial space. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with an even greater desire. He really wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect. Glory. In the past, the Above Heaven sect had the 3 realms and 6 Daos. He wanted that too. In the past, the Above Heaven sect had the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He wanted that too. Who said that the people of today could not compare to the people of the past? Lu Yin wanted to truly restore the above heaven sect's glory and even surpass the past. The above heaven sect had many progenitors, and they were now one of the Six Paths Association. They naturally had to shoulder the responsibilities of the Six Paths Association and resist the everlasting race. Lu Yin ordered Qianlu, Lu Yun, Baisheng, Xiaoshenji, and Xia Zhen to help defend against the Six Direction Society. In addition to Nong Yi and Mistress Shi Wei, who had been fighting in the Six Direction Society, there were now 7 progenitors in the primordial space, which was quite a number. Although the number of progenitors in the primordial space was not even half, who would dare to say anything? Lu Yin had his own plans. The Six Paths Association and the everlasting race had fought for many years, and they had reached a balance. He wanted to use the above heaven sect's advantage to become the last straw that would crush the everlasting race. The everlasting race was definitely thinking of ways to deal with the above heaven sect. From now on, the primordial space would not be peaceful. News of what had happened in the above heaven sect quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Association, causing countless people to gasp in shock. They had never heard of so many progenitors gathered together. The reincarnation spacetime had the most progenitors, but there were only 3 venerables and 9 sages. The above heaven sect had surpassed the reincarnation spacetime in such a short time. Lu Yin had achieved his goal. He had used the opportunity of accepting Xiaoshenji and the others to create momentum for the above heaven sect. He had shown the entire Six Paths Association how powerful the above heaven sect was. In the wood spacetime, Mr. Daheng's expression turned gloomy. He had received news that there were close to 20 progenitors, which was terrifying. How could there be so many in the primordial space? With so many powerhouses present, Luo Shan would not dare to take revenge on Lu Yin even if he wanted to. Traceless, think of a way to find Luo Shan in the endless battlefield, Mr. Daheng instructed. Traceless frowned. It's not time for me to go to the endless battlefield yet. Mr. Daheng said, the war between the Eternals and the Six Paths Association has slowed down. As long as you don't go to the most dangerous spacetime zones, you will be fine. Traceless looked at him. Luo Shan might be hiding in the 3 sovereign spacetime zone. That place is also very dangerous. Mr. Daheng suddenly stared at him. I did not discuss this with you. Traceless looked at Mr. Daheng, and after a moment, he gave in. I will try my best. Mr. Daheng retracted his gaze. It was not difficult to deal with this person. Even if he was an extreme powerhouse, this person did not have the heart of an extreme powerhouse. However, that Lu Yin was troublesome. With him around, Qianlu could not be touched at all. Traceless left with his back facing Mr. Daheng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Being targeted by Master Lu, you will not be able to survive. Just wait. In the endless battlefield's dark spacetime zone, Curmudgeon Mo had returned. He had already received news about the above heaven sect. There were so many progenitors, and although most of them were not his match, there were still experts among them, especially the Lu family. Now that the Lu family had returned, it would be difficult for him to make a move against Lu Yin. However, he had to get the Heaven's Eye back. He also had to deal with that bastard Lu Bujing. Somewhere in the beyond spacetime zone, a group of people wearing blue and white research uniforms looked forward with anticipation and apprehension. There was a strange-looking machine there. In front of them was the head of the energy research team, the somewhat crazy old man. Beside the old man was Xi Jing. Not far from the two of them stood 2 extreme powerhouses who used black energy sources. One of them was Wen Shi, who was responsible for the safety of the beyond spacetime zone, and the other was responsible for the safety of the energy research team's laboratory. His name was Song Si. Further away, which was outside the group of people, was Bai Qian. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Desert Dust is finished. Brother's reward, I will give it to you. Staying up late to write. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2884. Bai Qian stared at the strange machine. It was a cultivation technique specially used to study the sequence particles. It included the energy source and the feed technique. It was the greatest cultivation technique since the creation of transdimensional. This was what Master Dimensional brought her here and told her. It was the first time she saw everyone in the energy research team. These people all had one thing in common. They were very focused. Even if she was standing here, no one greeted her or even looked at her. Everyone was attracted by the strange cultivation technique. On this day, Bai Qian knew that the time flow of the energy research team had disappeared from a different spacetime. They could only return to transdimensional from that parallel spacetime. On this day, she learned that the research of the sequence particles had made a breakthrough. Too beautiful, too beautiful. Zijing, look, this is the result of your efforts. It will bring about a metamorphosis to the universe, a metamorphosis to humanity. The crazy old man danced with joy. He was extremely excited. Zijing also stared at the cultivation technique. She saw the existence of spots. Those were the sequence particles. Relying on the research foundation she left behind before escaping from transdimensional, coupled with the different spacetime flow, they were finally able to materialize the sequence particles. This time, the materialization was different from before. At that time, they could only see the existence of the sequence particles. Master Dimensional told them about the existence of this power. The energy research team studied it day and night. Zijing let them see this power. This time, it was a real materialization. It was not as simple as seeing it. The crazy old man suddenly raised his head and stared at Zongxi with fanaticism. You, come here. Zongxi was a user of the black energy source. He had a very high status in transdimensional, but in the face of the old man's orders, he did not dare to resist. Only those who knew him knew that this old man had a high status in transdimensional. Even he ran and Bai Qian could not compare. He was the real number 2 in transdimensional. Zongxi walked to the two of them. Leader, what are your orders? The crazy old man pointed to the front. Touch it. Zongxi was surprised. He looked at the sequence particles that had been materialized in the strange machine. To be honest, he did not know what this was. His task was to protect the energy research team. As for what the energy research team was researching, he never asked. This was also the reason why Master Dimensional trusted him. After all, the energy research team was researching transdimensional's biggest secret. They needed someone who could keep the secret. Although he did not know what the research was, he knew the importance of this research. For this research, Master Dimensional destroyed the hidden parallel spacetime. These particles that appeared today were the results of the research. Touch. He was fearful. The crazy old man was displeased. Hurry up, I'll let you touch it. Zongxi narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a moment. Team leader, may I ask what this is? The crazy old man was furious. Impudent. Is this something you can ask? Are you courting death? Do you believe that I will immediately make you lose everything and turn you into a test subject? Zongxi's face paled, and he hurriedly bowed. This subordinate is presumptuous. Please forgive this subordinate. This subordinate will touch it now. The crazy old man snorted coldly, and his gaze became fanatical once again. Zongxi also raised his hand and slowly approached the particle. As Zongxi's finger got closer and closer to the particle, the old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter, almost popping out of their sockets. Zijing was also staring at this scene. Everyone was staring at this scene. Slowly, as if he had accepted his fate, his fingers touched the particle. For a moment, he felt nothing. His eyelids twitched as he stared at his fingers and bent them. He really didn't feel anything, except for the change in color. Yes. His fingers were yellow, but the moment he touched the particles, his fingers suddenly changed color. One moment it was white, the next it was black, the next it was red, and the next it was blue. It was as if there was an invisible force changing the color of his fingers. It was not smearing, but changing. Song-si was sure that no one touched him except for these particles. Are these particles paint? The others stared with their eyes wide open, and their eyes were full of surprise. No one knew what they were thinking. Bai Qian didn't understand, but she didn't need to understand. She just stared at Zi Jing and the old man. Seeing that the fanaticism in their eyes had not diminished at all, with indescribable ecstasy, she knew that it seemed that they might have succeeded. Take back your hand. Zi Jing said. Song-si looked at the old man. The old man nodded. Song-si breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly withdrew his fingers, and looked at them. His fingers had returned to their original color. How could this be? He was very sure that his fingers had not been smeared with color, but had completely changed color from the inside out, as if his fingers should be that color. What were those particles? The energy research team spent a huge amount of resources in the hyperspace, and even lost parallel universes with different flow rates. Could it be that this was the result of their research? Song-si didn't dare to say more and slowly retreated. Zi Jing exhaled. Color is the law. That was the color sequence particles just now. The old man's eyes were burning. We can't control it now, and it can randomly materialize the law. But since we can already materialize the law, it means that we will succeed one day. He looked at Zi Jing. Once this research is successful, I guarantee that you will be second only to the dimensional master in hyperspace. What he ran, what Bai Qian, and even I will have to step back. Zi Jing, you will be able to look down on the Six Direction Society. Zi Jing hurriedly said respectfully, Teacher, you are too serious. This research mainly depends on you, Zi Jing is just an assistant. The old man shook his head. I'm old. You should be the one to shoulder the burden of hyperspace. I will talk to the dimensional master. After that, he looked around. My hyperspace will change the situation of the Six Direction Society, soon. What divinity Shaoyin, what three monarch universes, who dares to scheme against my hyperspace, will bow down? Wen Shi, Song-si, and Bai Qian in the distance had strange expressions. Divinity Shaoyin. Three monarch universes. All of them had been dealt with by one person. These people had been researching cultivation techniques and were not aware of what was happening in the outside world. The Six Direction Society had completely changed, and there was now a behemoth that was even more terrifying than the reincarnation spacetime. Not long after, the crazy old man, Zi Jing, and the others were brought to another place by the dimensional master, a place that Bai Qian did not know about. Earth, the same sunny beach. This time, Lu Yin arrived earlier than Bai Qian. Bai Qian had informed him that they would meet here. By the time Bai Qian arrived, Lu Yin had already drunk a drink. There were many people on the beach. In the past, there had been no one here, but now, it was difficult to find a deserted place on Earth. However, no matter how many people there were, they would not be able to recognize Lu Yin. Anyone who saw him would forget what he looked like. Aren't you afraid that the dimensional master will keep an eye on you? Lu Yin smiled as he watched Bai Qian lie down and pass her a drink. Bai Qian smiled, but her smile was cold. Although she was beautiful, she was difficult to approach, just like he ran. With a powerful backer like Master Lu, there's no need to be afraid. Lu Yin laughed. He is the dimensional master, after all. No matter what, the above heaven sect cannot interfere with the matters of other parallel universes. Is that so? Bai Qian smiled at Lu Yin. Has Master Lu achieved his goal? What goal? I should be the one asking that question. What goal does Master Lu have? That's too grand. Destroy the Eternals. What about before that? Lu Yin took a sip of his drink. What are you trying to say? Bai Qian swirled her drink. 100 undisciplined people will never be able to defeat an army of 50 people. The 6 forces will fight their own battles, and that is the main reason why it is difficult to suppress the Eternals. Sometimes, Master Lu clearly knows who is a spy, but you have to take the risk of offending certain people to do unnecessary things. Doesn't Master Lu find it tiring? Lu Yin put down his drink. What do you want from me? Just say it. He knew what Bai Qian wanted to say, but to be honest, the current Bai Qian was not qualified to discuss this with him. Although Bai Qian seemed to be in charge of the transdimensional master, what could she do? When the dimensional master appeared, Bai Qian's only use was to provide information, and that was all. The dimensional master could cripple her with a single word, just like how Lu Yin had crippled He Ran. Some people were just pawns. Of course, if she could do more, it was not impossible to negotiate. Everyone was climbing up, and if they did not want to become someone else's pawn, they had to climb faster and higher. Bai Qian did not linger on the previous topic. I saw Xijing. Lu Yin guessed. How is she? Very good. She also succeeded in the particle cultivation technique. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian met Lu Yin's gaze. It's only a temporary success. I don't understand the technique, but from Xijing's eyes, I know there's hope. They are not in a parallel universe right now, but in a different one. If you want to find Xijing, you can only go through the dimensional master. No one else can. Lu Yin looked at the sea. Dimensional master. He had tried to find him a few times, but the dimensional master had avoided him. He could not see through this person. It was impossible for the dimensional master to not know that Lu Yin had schemed against him. Lu Yin did not believe that the dimensional master did not know about Lu Yun and He Ran, but he had not said anything. He had also saved Lu Yin at the tea party. What was this person thinking? I don't know what the dimensional master is thinking either. You should talk to him, Bai Qian said. Lu Yin was helpless. I can't do anything about it. I can't force him to meet me. Although we are both masters of a parallel universe, we have to respect each other. Bai Qian's lips curled up. Respect. Ever since the rise of the Above Heaven sect, Master Lu has not respected anyone, not even the Grand Empyreans. Lu Yin did not speak. Since Bai Qian had called him over, he must have thought of a solution. Otherwise, it would be too stupid. The parallel universe with a different time flow has been destroyed. I don't know how long they have been studying it, but one thing is certain, they don't have enough materials, Bai Qian said calmly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The materials for the particle cultivation technique came partly from the primordial space and partly from the void god space. They had to rely on me to obtain them. Bai Qian took a sip of his drink and left. Lu Yin looked at the sea in a daze and fell into deep thought. The astral tree, Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin returned and decided to search for Yibwa. According to Mu Xie, Yibwa might be a type of consciousness. The only way Lu Yin could think of to search for a consciousness was to roll 6 pips on his die. This was the only way he could try. If he could find it, then he would. If he could not, then he could only rely on Mu Xie's ancient tracing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2885. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. In Lu Tianjing, he didn't have to worry about anyone spying on him, and it had been a long time since he'd felt such a sense of security. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun. It hadn't been that long since he'd last gone into seclusion, so it wasn't easy to roll enhance. However, Luin wasn't in a rush, and he continued to roll the die while waiting for someone from the hyperspace dimension to arrive. A month quickly passed, and Luin finally rolled enhance. He'd rolled it 12 times, and it hadn't been easy at all. His consciousness entered the dark space, and he began his search. If Nightbolt was a consciousness, then the sphere of light it represented might be different from the others, so Luin could only try to find it this way. He looked at the light spheres around him, but there wasn't anything special. He quickly left and continued his search, but there was still nothing special. He continued to search, but he didn't know which domain he was looking for. Perhaps the consciousness was no longer in the cosmic tree realm, but he still had to keep going. He had never stayed in the dark space for so long in search of a consciousness, and he didn't know how much star essence he'd used up. He was a little apprehensive, mainly because it was too expensive. Suddenly, he stared in a certain direction and felt as if he was being watched by something. How was this possible? This should be a space of pure consciousness, but he felt as if he was being watched. Who could it be? Luin headed in that direction. From what he knew, the Hui ancestor was the only one who'd cultivated consciousness. No, the Hui ancestor had cultivated thought, and consciousness was different from thought. There was a more accurate description, the person from the Thousand Faces game. That person was the only one Luin was absolutely certain had cultivated consciousness. Back in the dark spacetime, the person from the Thousand Faces game had tried to control him with his consciousness, but he'd managed to break free. Compared to how many times he'd merged his consciousness into this dark space, the person from the Thousand Faces game couldn't control him at all. Luin didn't know if his consciousness was strong or weak, but he was certain that the person from the Thousand Faces game was no match for him in terms of consciousness. However, he couldn't use the power of his consciousness in the real world either. Lu Yin's consciousness rushed over, and he saw a very small sphere of light hiding behind another one. If he hadn't felt like he was being watched, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. He didn't care, he just rushed over and merged with it. The small ball of light was unable to dodge, and it was viciously struck by Lu Yin's consciousness and fused into it. At that moment, countless images flashed through his mind. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and all sorts of memories flooded into his mind. His expression changed, as he saw two memories. One belonged to the person he had merged with, but this person was just an explorer who was considered weak in the cosmic tree realm. This person had lived in a very ordinary region in the middle realm, and his entire life had been very ordinary. The other consciousness belonged to Yi Bo. Lu Yin really did merge into Yi Bo's consciousness. What surprised Lu Yin was that his consciousness could exist freely, and the only thing it needed to do was find a host. Regardless of whether it was a human or a creature, as long as it had a consciousness, it could merge with it, just like how Lu Yin had rolled enhance. The only difference was that Lu Yin had to consume resources, while Yi Bo consumed innate gifts. Once upon a time, there was a person on the fifth continent by the name of Yibwa. His innate talent was extraordinary, but his personality was extreme, and he believed himself to be invincible among his peers. After being provoked by others, he took the initiative to challenge the successors of the frigid immortal sect, the Xia clan, and even the Lu clan. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. He believed that those people relied on the resources of their clans, and that their true strength was inferior to his. As a result, he made a mistake and died. His death was not a big deal, and no one cared. At most, it was treated as a joke. However, no one knew that Yebwa had an innate gift, and his consciousness used resentment and hatred as a medium. After his death, his consciousness devoured the person who had been inciting him, as well as many people he was familiar with. Along with his resentment towards the disciples of the major powers, his consciousness continued to merge into the bodies of others, harming them. Yebwa's innate gift was strange, and his consciousness could remain after merging into someone's body, continuing to influence that person. That person would not know that they were being influenced, and they would only subconsciously do as Yibwa wished. Thus, no matter how hard the Lu clan and the frigid immortal sect searched, they could not find Yibwa, and they all believed that he was part of a team. They killed many people who had been influenced by Yibwa, but none of them were the real Yibwa. Over time, Yibwa became a spy for the starry sky trees. However, there would always be a time when one's talent would disappear. Even after Yibo died, his consciousness relied on the remnant resentment and hatred of his talent to gradually deplete. Without Yibo using his talent, it would not be able to grow stronger. It was just like how a Yuan sage would use his talent to transfer all his essence, energy, and spirit to Chu Jian before he died. Yibwa's consciousness was on the verge of disappearing, and he could not do anything to harm humanity. At most, he could influence a small dog to bite an ordinary person. That was all he could do. These memories flashed by, and Yibwa was no longer a threat. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened as he saw a familiar figure. Bai Xianer. Lu Yin saw Bai Xianer in Yibwa's memories. Was this the food paradise? This was. Lu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to recall. Through Yibwa's memories, he saw Bai Xianer lying in the wooden house that she and Lu Shaoxian had painstakingly built. She felt Lu Tianjing tremble, and an incomparably huge tail soared into the sky. That was the ancestral Mang flip. Lu Yin heard Patriarch Lu Tianyi's roar and heard countless people calling out Patriarch Lu Yuan's name. He wanted to see, but these were only Yibwa's memories. That day, Yibwa had been in the food paradise. No, this was not Yibwa, but a servant of the Lu family. Yibwa's consciousness had unintentionally entered the servant's memories, leaving behind a remnant. The earth trembled as Lu Tianjing's golden light flickered. Bai Xianer was like a sleeping beauty, quietly lying on the bed in the wooden house. A blurry figure overlapped with Bai Xianer's body and stood up. Lu Yin saw it. Was that Mr. Wei? Mr. Wei walked out of the wooden house, looked up, and leaped up, transforming into a strange force that charged towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin recalled what Lu Qi had said. So the unknown force that had been pestering Patriarch Tianyi that day was Mr. Wei. Yibwa's memories were panicking, which meant that the servant was panicking. Suddenly, another blurry figure overlapped with Bai Xianer's body and walked out. This woman was 70% similar to Bai Xianer, and she carried an insufferably arrogant and murderous aura. She transformed into a force that headed in a certain direction. It was a strange force that was similar to Mr. Wei's. The servant looked over and saw the 7 heroes. "Little 7, be careful." A shrill scream rang out. Through Yibwa's memories, Lu Yin saw the force pierce through his eldest sister's body. Although she had lost her memories, Lu Yin knew that it was his eldest sister, the eldest sister of the Lu family, Lu Qian. The force from Bai Xianer's body pierced through Lu Qian's body and continued towards Lu Yin. Nong Yi pushed Wan Lingdang aside, and the force tore through his body as well. Long Xing leaped out. Even with his innate gift, he couldn't stop the force at all, and his body was pierced through. The next one was his 5th brother, Lu Shi. Through Yibwa's memories, Lu Yin could clearly see how helpless he was as Lu Shaoxian. He wanted to charge forward to fight, but Wan Lingdang pushed him aside. "Little 7, run. Little 7, run. Go, little 7. Little 7. Cries after cries of death caused Lu Shaoxian to collapse. Lu Yin, who was watching these memories, also thought of many things. He thought of how his eldest sister and the others had doted on him, how they had become sworn brothers, and all sorts of things that had happened with the 7 heroes. They were all dead. At this moment, they were all dead. The force ruthlessly rushed towards Lu Shaoxian, and just as it was about to pierce through his body, a platform suddenly appeared. The force collided with the platform, shattering it and knocking Lu Shaoxian unconscious. Lu Qi's roar came from afar, and the force changed direction towards him. Yebwa's memories didn't follow the force, but instead focused on the scene where the 7 heroes had been killed. He saw his eldest sister, covered in blood, crawling towards Lu Shaoxian. The others struggled to say something, but she crawled to the unconscious Lu Yin's side and took out a die from his cosmic ring. She smiled happily and said something, then smeared her own blood on the die and passed it to Lu Mo, Long Xing, Lu Shi, Nong Yi, and Wan Lingdang. When Wan Lingdang smeared her blood all over the die, it floated up and emitted a faint light. Points appeared on each side of the die, and it finally turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Xiaoshuan's body. Lu Qian watched the die disappear into Lu Xiaoshuan's body, then closed her eyes and slowly collapsed. Yebwa's memories ended there, as his servant had died and been shattered by the shockwaves of the battle. Lu Yin's consciousness suddenly withdrew, passing through the dark space and returning to his own body. He slowly opened his eyes, which were red. He had clearly seen what had happened that day. The 7 heroes had all died to save him, and now he remembered. The die wasn't his innate gift, but it could also be considered his innate gift. The die had come from the day he had created the overturning sky palm. His memories hadn't recovered, but rather, they had been brought back to him by certain events. That day, Lu Shaoxian had created the overturning sky palm, which had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Not long after that, the die had also been drawn out. For some reason, the die had followed Lu Shaoxian wherever he went. It could be placed in a cosmic ring or carried on his body, but it couldn't stray too far from him. If he strayed too far away, the die would automatically come over. Lu Shaoxian didn't keep any secrets from the 7 heroes, so he told them about it. After countless experiments, they were surprised to find that their innate gifts could be fixed through the die. Through the die, Lu Shaoxian could use each of their innate gifts. This was also the reason why the die had 6 points. Before they died, they had given everything they had to Lu Shaoxian, allowing him to succeed. They didn't know if Lu Shaoxian would die, but even if there was only a sliver of hope, they would still do it. Bai Xianer, it was Bai Xianer, who had walked out of her body. Lu Yin walked out of Lu Tianjing and headed towards Yi Xian Academy. The power that had been pestering Forefather Tianyi had been Mr. Wei. Lu Yin was afraid that Mr. Wei could pester Forefather Tianyi, so he had notified Forefather Tianyi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2886. Lu Tianyi was surprised and followed Lu Yin to Yi Xian Academy. However, when they arrived, they received news that Mr. Wei had already left. Mr. Wei left. When? Lu Yin asked solemnly. President Wen replied, "It's been a while. President, take us to Mr. Wei's residence." President Wen hesitated for a moment, but he still led the way. Mr. Wei was a woman dressed as a man, and she hadn't officially resigned. She'd only left for a while, and it wasn't appropriate to bring Lu Yin and the other men there. However, judging from their expressions, President Wen knew that something had happened. Even Senior Lu Tianyi had come. They quickly climbed up the stone pillar and arrived at Mr. Wei's residence. Lu Yin had been here many times before, and he'd always used Yu Hao's identity to chat with Mr. Wei about the past and present. He'd had a good impression of Mr. Wei back then, but he'd never imagined that Mr. Wei would be involved in the banishment of the Lu family, and that it was related to Bai Xianer. They opened the door to a simple room with nothing special. There wasn't even anything for a woman to use. It had clearly been cleaned up, but there was one thing that caught their attention, a paper cut. There was a white paper cut into the word Wei on the table. "There's nothing here. Mr. Wei is a very clean person. This paper cut might be a gift she left for the academy. She likes paper cuts," President Wen sighed. Lu Yin looked around and saw that Lu Tianyi's expression wasn't right. "Ancestor." Lu Tianyi picked up the paper. Let's go. The two quickly left Xian Academy and returned to Lu Tianjing. Along the way, Lu Tianyi stared at the paper in a daze. When they returned, Lu Yin asked, "Ancestor, is there a problem with this paper cut?" Lu Tianyi took a deep breath. "When I was young, someone gave me a paper cut that looked exactly like this one." Lu Yin's expression changed. When he was young. That was an exaggeration. That meant that it was during the above heaven era. "Ancestor, are you saying that you saw this paper cut during the above heaven era?" Lu Tianyi glanced at Lu Yin. "Did Mr. Wei really come out of Bai Xianer's body?" Lu Yin nodded. "Definitely." Lu Tianyi's expression turned serious. "You asked if the seal had anything to do with Bai Xiener, but I can't answer you now. If Mr. Wei attacked me that day, then it's not impossible that she interfered with the seal. Xian, go look for Bai Xiener." The two of them did not hesitate and immediately went to the reincarnation spacetime to find Bai Xiener. Chu Jian felt a headache coming on when he saw the two of them again. "Where's Bai Xiener?" Chu Jian was alarmed. "Master Lu, Senior Tianyi, why are you looking for my senior sister?" "There's something I want to ask her." Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. If I do, I'll look for Bai Wang Yuan and the others, not Bai Xiener." Chu Jian thought about it and agreed. If the Lu clan wanted to eliminate the traitors, they should look for Bai Wang Yuan first. If they looked for Bai Xiener to vent their anger, they would only become a laughing stock. My senior sister went to the endless battlefield. She was the one who volunteered to go. Which parallel universe? I don't know about that. It's already pretty good that she told me to go to the endless battlefield. It's impossible for her to tell me where to go. You don't have to ask anyone else. No one knows. When did you go? He just left. The two left the reincarnation spacetime. She shouldn't be avoiding us on purpose. She can't possibly know that I've discovered the truth, but she just left. It's too much of a coincidence. Lu Tianyi frowned. I was too careless. Lu Yin was puzzled and then shocked. He smiled bitterly. Yes, I was too careless. Bai Xiener indeed couldn't have known that Lu Yin had seen the truth from Yi Bo's memories, but she could have warned him. Mr. Wei had walked out of Bai Xiener's body, and she had purposely left a paper cut in Xian Academy. Perhaps it was some kind of warning that Bai Xiener would know the moment someone touched it. She might even know who had touched it. They had been too focused on Mr. Wei and hadn't expected such a move. They had been too careless. If that's really the case, then it's basically impossible to find Bai Xiener. She might have told Chu Jian that she was going to the endless battlefield. Chu Jian himself didn't expect her to tell him. Lu Yin was helpless. Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. Don't worry about her for now. She'll appear one day. Let's guard the starter space well and deal with them one by one. Lu Yin grunted in agreement. There were too many things that needed to be dealt with, and they couldn't be rushed. They were getting closer to the truth step by step. Once they understood everything, they would be able to deal with these matters. Lu Tianyi returned to Lu Tianjing while Lu Yin went to the central realm. He arrived at a very ordinary city near the sea. The last person that Yi Bo had fused with was here, and it was also the person that Lu Yin had fused with. Within an ordinary house in the city, a middle-aged man was holding a scroll and reading happily. There were several people standing in front of the desk, waiting nervously. After a while, the middle-aged man put down the scroll. All right, you can go back now. I'll take your child. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. They hurriedly thanked him. The middle-aged man was satisfied and took a sip from his teacup. Will the students you teach be as extreme as you? A voice suddenly came from behind him. The middle-aged man was startled and turned around. Lu Yin sized him up with interest. Who are you? The middle-aged man barked. Lu Yin looked at him. Yi Bo, I found you. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously attacked, but Lu Yin easily restrained him. He looked up and stared at Lu Yin, his consciousness blasting out in an attempt to enter Lu Yin's body. However, Lu Yin forcefully pushed him back. You. Lu Yin casually pressed the middle-aged man to the ground and looked down at him. I sympathize with you. You clearly have great talent, but you were used by others. Your extreme personality won't allow you to die peacefully. Yi Bo, rest in peace. The middle-aged man struggled. I just want to pass this time peacefully. Who are you? How did you find me? Let me go. Lu Yin sighed. If Yi Bo hadn't shown him the memories of the Lu family's exile, he would have killed him without a word. You can say one last thing, Lu Yin said indifferently. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and looked at the scroll that had fallen to the ground. He shouted, there are too many injustices in this world. I want fairness. Is that wrong? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Your so-called fairness is unfair to those who work hard. With that, he vanished. The middle-aged man's consciousness dissipated, and Yi Bo's consciousness that had entered his body vanished. Lu Yin could have left Yi Bo to his own devices since his consciousness wouldn't exist for long, but he had still come to destroy him. Yi Bo's identity was very useful because he had interacted with Qing Kong before. Senior Mu Xia had tried to trace Yi Bo's history back to the Eternals. Although the Eternals had always wanted to rope Yi Bo in, they had never really interacted with him. Qing Kong had interacted with Yi Bo in the form of a bubble, and Yi Bo had also entered someone's body. Qing Kong was sure that this Yi Bo wasn't the real Yi Bo, but he couldn't find the real one. It was hard to imagine that Yi Bo's consciousness was a vessel of resentment and hatred. It was hard to imagine that Yi Bo's consciousness was a vessel of resentment and hatred. Yi Bo didn't know what kind of person Qing Kong was either. He didn't have any thoughts of his own, and his only purpose was to deal with humans. Thus, he couldn't have joined the Eternals, and cooperating with them was just an act of the Eternals relying on him. Since Qing Kong had interacted with Yi Bo, it meant that he had been to the Genesis space before. Qing Kong's threat wasn't just limited to the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin returned to the Above the Sky sect and issued a secret order to all the progenitors that were helping to defend against the Six Direction Society. They were to immediately report any traces of Baixianer. A few days later, a person came to the Above the Sky sect and requested to see Lu Yin. It was Elder Zhua. Elder Zhua had come from a different spacetime. He wanted to buy materials. Lu Yin didn't even meet him and made a request. He wanted to buy materials from the Genesis space and the Void God spacetime and had Master Wei talk to him personally. Elder Zhua couldn't meet Lu Yin and could only return. He then went to the Void Yang and Void Yin clans in the Void God spacetime to buy materials, but he received the same reply. Lu Yin's influence in the Six Direction Society was too great, to the point that he could sometimes overshadow Master Wei's face. Master Wei, Su Heng, and Su Ling hadn't interacted with him before, and they only recognized Lu Yin. Helpless, Elder Zhua returned to a different spacetime and brought Lu Yin's message. Lu Yin quickly received news that Master Wei had come out of seclusion and wanted to meet him. Lu Yin walked out of the Above the Sky sect and entered a different spacetime. They were finally going to meet. Master Wei, he wanted to see what this person was thinking. In a different spacetime, Lu Yin and Master Wei met on an ordinary planet. The only unusual thing about this planet was that there was a giant carrier of the art of bestowment in the distance. They were located outside the warfront and could watch the border battles at any time. Lu Yin saw Master Wei. Her appearance was completely different from when she had been at the tea party. She was now a woman. Master Lu, I heard that you wanted to meet me. Master Wei's voice was clear and ethereal. It was very pleasant to the ears. However, Lu Yin felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard it. It was hard to imagine that a man would meet others as a woman. Although this woman's body was indeed that of a woman's, Lu Yin still felt an indescribable disgust. Master Wei, your appearance at the tea party was not bad. Why did you change? Lu Yin asked calmly. Although he felt disgust, he would not show it. Master Wei smiled faintly. I'm neither a man nor a woman. Master Lu should know that. There's no need to care so much about my appearance. She then sized Lu Yin up. Why does Master Lu insist on meeting me? Lu Yin asked back, as the master of the Six Direction Society, do I need a special reason to meet with the master of spacetime? Yes. The one managing the spacetime is Bai Qian, and it used to be he ran. Everything is decided by them. I haven't met Master Wei and the others in a long time. I didn't even appear at the last tea party. Master Wei's current appearance was very beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to he ran, she had the aura of a superior that didn't need to pretend. This aura was different from the domineering aura of a man. Lu Yin apologized. I see. I thought that Master Wei was purposely not meeting me. Master Wei looked at Lu Yin and smiled faintly. Lu Yin said, I have a problem. The more others don't want to meet me, the more I want to meet them. I apologize for disturbing you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2887. Master Wei waved his hand. It doesn't matter. So what does Master Lu want to see me for? Lu Yin replied seriously, thank you, Master Wei, for what happened at the tea party. Master Wei smiled. There's no need to thank me for fighting against the Eternals. The greater the threat Master Lu poses to the Eternals, the greater the benefit you provide to us humans. Lu Yin had heard such words too many times, and Master Wei's words were not sincere either. Yes, he was not sincere. Lu Yin felt that way. The current Master Wei was different from when he had reminded Lu Yin not to look at the Grand Empyrean during the tea party. Lu Yin could not pinpoint the difference, but the only difference was that he was sincere. Was it an illusion caused by the change in identity from a man to a woman? Lu Yin could not tell. Master Lu, in the endless battlefield, the Grand Empyrean led us to fight against the Eternals. I was injured in that battle and will need to continue my seclusion. Do you want to buy materials? Of course. I thought that Master Wei would have a problem with me. How could that be? Master Lu is already the master of the Genesis space at such a young age. You will be the main force against the Eternals in the future. Why would I have a problem with you? Lu Yin stared at Master Wei. I used the name Xian Qi and took Lu Yun away. Does Master Wei not mind? Master Wei smiled. It's just Lu Yun. At your level, do you need to care about him? I only captured him because he was too rude to me and I wanted to teach him a lesson. Since Master Lu needs him, I'll give him to you. Lu Yin wanted to mention he ran, but decided against it. He did not want to go against Master Wei. He only wanted to test Master Wei's attitude. Unfortunately, the results did not go his way. Master Wei's attitude towards Lu Yin was unfamiliar, which made Lu Yin think that the reminder and plea at the tea party were an illusion. I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if Master Wei can help me. Lu Yin asked. Master Wei gestured for Lu Yin to go ahead. It was very strange. His gestures were very bold and completely masculine. Since he was acting as a woman, there was an inexplicable sense of disharmony. I want to take Zijing away, Lu Yin said. Master Wei was stunned and stared at Lu Yin. The two looked at each other. Just like that, Lu Yin and Wei Wei looked at each other. After a while, Master Wei said, Master Lu, why did you suddenly mention Zijing? Lu Yin was helpless. How can I not mention my sweetheart? Master Wei was surprised, Zijing and you. Lu Yin repeated what he had said when he was pretending to be Xian Qi. Xian Qi's identity was fake, but his relationship with Zijing, who could say that it was fake? Zijing came out from the origin space, and Xian Qi was brought out by Zijing. Along the way, he had mentioned Zijing to He Ran many times, so it was impossible for Master Wei to not know. The only thing that bothered Vader was the timing. Zijing had just emerged from a parallel timeline with a different flow of time when Lu Yin had come looking for her. It was too much of a coincidence, and he suspected that someone beside him had told Lu Yin about it. This is also the reason why I've always wanted to meet you, Master Wei. Back then, I had no choice but to disguise myself as Xian Qi and Zijing to enter the Six Directions Society through hyperspace. Now that I'm able to protect myself, I wish to bring Zijing back with me. I hope that Master Wei can grant my wish. Master Vader looked at Lu Yin deeply. Is this the main reason why you wanted to meet me so many times? Lu Yin nodded. If not for this transdimensional quest. I really can't find a chance to meet Master Wei when I'm shopping for materials. It's even more impossible for me to meet Zijing. Master Wei's gaze relaxed. So that was the case. He had thought too much. The only reason this kid was able to meet him was because Transdimensional Quest had taken the initiative to purchase materials from him. Dao Zijing came out. Master Lu, the cultivation technique that Zijing is currently researching is very important to Transdimensional Quest, so she can't go with you for the time being. However, I guarantee that once the cultivation technique is completed, I will send her safely to the origin space. Not only that, I will also make the decision to give her a black energy source as a reward. A black energy source was equivalent to a progenitor's power level, so the reward was not light. Transdimensional Quest only had 5 on the surface, but in reality, there were only 10 of them. Lu Yin frowned. Then please allow me to meet her. Just once will do. Master Wei shook his head. Master Lu should know that secret research cannot be casually contacted with the outside world. Please forgive me. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. We can meet under Master Wei's supervision. He Ran had also asked Master Wei to allow me to meet Zijing once. Master Wei frowned. Master Lu, the cultivation technique has reached an important juncture. Zijing cannot meet anyone at this time. Zijing is still alive, right? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Master Wei lowered his voice. I guarantee that she is alive and well. I will also send her to the origin space in one piece. Master Lu, this is already the greatest guarantee I can give you. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Lu Yin exhaled. He knew that he had reached his limit. He had only asked to confirm Master Wei's attitude. Master Wei's current attitude told Lu Yin that the sequence particle was just as Bai Qian had said, close to success. After bidding farewell to Master Wei, Lu Yin returned to the above heaven on the surface, but secretly went to the Yu family. This trip to the Yu family was very secretive. Yu Fang was fixing something when Lu Yin's sudden arrival gave him a fright. Master Lu. Yu Fang was shocked. Lu Yin looked at Yu Fang. You seem to be quite relaxed. Yu Fang felt uneasy and hurriedly tidied his clothes. May I know why Master Lu is suddenly here? Lu Yin said indifferently, I won't talk nonsense with you. Help me find Zijing. Yu Fang's expression changed. Master Lu, Zijing is in a parallel universe. Even He Ran doesn't know about that place. We can't find her at all. She came out. Lu Yin said. Yu Fang was stunned. She came out. The sequence particle research was successful. Lu Yin laughed. You're still concerned about the sequence particle research? Yufeng bitterly replied, I'm just curious. With the Yu family's ability, we can't participate. Master Lu, I can't help you with whatever you want to do. Please let the Yu family go. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Yufeng's shoulder, and Yufeng immediately felt the pressure increase. His black energy source had been taken away by Master Wei, and there was not a single progenitor in the entire Yu family. However, this did not mean that the Yu family was useless. Never forget what you said back then. There are some things that the Yu family could not do in the past, but the Yu family can do now. Lu Yin reminded him. Yufeng wanted to slap himself to death. How could he have said such a thing back then? If he had known that Xian Qi was Lu Yin, he would never have cooperated. Master Lu, find Xi Jing, and I'll make you all second only to me in the hyperspace dimension. You won't be able to find her. Lu Yin exerted force and pressed Yufeng down. Yufeng's face was pale, and the pain in his shoulder made it difficult for him to breathe. Lu Yin looked down at him. If you can't find her, I'll destroy your Yu family. Let's see if Celestial Champion Duel can protect you. With that, Lu Yin left, but before he left a clue for Yufeng. It was Little Hai. Little Hai was a member of the energy research team and a spy for the everlasting race. He had sold information in exchange for resources so that the everlasting race could help him obtain a bodhi that allowed him to control progenitor power. Although Little Hai was not important to the energy research team, he had a good relationship with the team's leader, and it was very likely that he knew of the team's secret research location. Little Hai had died long ago, around the same time as Rant's disappearance. Master Wei must have investigated, but a dead person was not that important. If he told the Yu family, they would definitely investigate everything about Little Hai, and they might even find something. Lu Yin disappeared. Yufeng sighed heavily and sat down. This was troublesome. Lu Yin was completely targeting the Yu family. He blamed himself for telling Lu Yin so much back then. He should have exposed Lu Yin's secrets the moment he found out about them. Even if they became enemies, it would have been better than being used. Yufeng was filled with regret, but he could not change anything now. He could not sell Lu Yin's information to Master Wei, and Master Wei would not trust the Yu family. The only thing he could do now was follow Lu Yin's instructions. Celestial Victor's trump card could protect them once, but not twice. Furthermore, the starter space did not fear Celestial Victor at all. If he used it, Master Wei would be able to destroy the Yu family. The dark red land stretched endlessly into the distance, and there was no end in sight. Behind him was the giant mother tree. When he looked up, he saw that its branches covered the sky, and stars occasionally twinkled. This was the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm. Ever since the 5 array bases had attacked the New World and Lu Yin had destroyed the astral gate, the everlasting race had been expelled from the battlefield and had not appeared since. From time to time, something huge would twist and roll on the ground. It was greed. Lu Yin had used his die's 3 pips to increase greed's stats, and he had left some of it in the New World. Once the everlasting race set foot on this land, they would become greed's nutrients. Greed had brought disaster to the 4th mainland a long time ago, and it was a terrifying creature. On this day, pairs of scarlet eyes stepped onto the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm. After so many years, the everlasting race had arrived once again. An alarm sounded throughout the astral tree realm. The 5 array bases were on high alert. Lu Tianyi walked out of Lu Tianjing. Strange. The war on the endless battlefield had slowed down, so why had the everlasting race come to the battlefield on the other side? Countless cultivators gathered and headed to the battlefield on the other side. The battlefield on the other side had not stopped for countless years. Although it had been quiet for a while, the fighting spirit engraved in the bones of the cultivators in the astral tree realm had never faded. When the alarm sounded, the 5 array bases prepared themselves. On the New World, the cultivators who had been monitoring the situation all retreated. Lu Tianyi personally arrived at the battlefield on the other side to welcome the everlasting race. In the above sky sect, Lu Yin had also received the news and immediately headed to the battlefield on the other side. Now that the war on the border had slowed down, the Genesis space had welcomed the everlasting race's invasion. Something was wrong. Could the everlasting race have moved the battlefield to the Genesis space? This made Lu Yin uneasy. Fortunately, Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others had fought a decisive battle with the everlasting race before, so the powerhouses of the 7 sky gods were unlikely to appear. North of the Central Plains was the Central Plains Sea. On an island, Lu Qi stared blankly at the bottom of the sea. Where was the fish? There was clearly a fish, so why was there a bubble? It was colorful. More and more bubbles appeared, and they slowly floated up and approached Lu Qi along the fishing rod. Lu Qi wanted to touch it, but he realized that his body could not move. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your son. A low voice sounded in Lu Qi's ears. Aside from his eyes, Lu Qi could not move any part of his body. He had been completely controlled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2888. With a bang, a bubble popped, and Lu Qi's body turned red. The powerful pressure instantly turned into a scorching heat that spread and evaporated the entire Zhongping Sea, causing it to boil. Countless dead fish floated to the surface as they were cooked. Shockwaves surged, and the air was distorted by the high temperature. Countless cracks formed, and the topmost realms shook. The pressure whizzed out from below, blasting the sky. Not far away, Qing Kong was shocked. This? What kind of power was this? Lu Qi's clothes were incinerated, revealing his wounded body. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. The terrifying pressure shocked even Qing Kong, but it did not crush him. Where did this rat come from? How dare you ambush me? Don't you know that I'm called the Undying Lu Qi? Lu Qi looked for Qing Kong, but the latter had already disappeared. Since his attack had failed, he naturally had to leave. Qing Kong felt that this was absurd. He had failed, and this was not the first time. All along, his ambushes had always failed when the other party was on guard and unable to control them. Once the other party was controlled, he would most likely be able to deal with them. However, first it was Lu Yin, then it was Lu Qi. Both father and son had failed. What was going on? This Lu Qi was clearly not that strong. Lu Qi did not know that Qing Kong had left and was still searching. At that moment, figures rushed out from under the Zhongping Sea. Scalded. Who is it? How can they be so uncultured? I was almost cooked. Who is it? Come out. Shoo, keep your voice down. It might be someone we can't afford to offend. Lu Qi stared blankly at the many figures that appeared on the sea. He was familiar with all of them. Other than the cultivator from the square scale who had just been punished with the 100,000 waterways, the others were the ones he had been in charge of guarding the 100,000 waterways. They had all come out. The 100,000 waterways had been destroyed. The Eternals. Above the sea, mist rose and obscured one's vision. Lu Qi waved his hand, and the mist dispersed. He looked at the crowd, and they looked at him. Someone immediately shouted, "Lu Qi, you lied to us. Where are the resources?" The others also glared at Lu Qi. They were all in a sorry state, and some were even skinny. It was obvious that they had been hungry for a long time. In order to prevent the Eternals from finding the 100,000 waterways, the Lu family had hidden them. If the Eternals could not find them, they would not be able to leave. Originally, the Lu clan would send them resources for cultivation every once in a while. However, the Lu clan was suddenly exiled, and they had not received any resources for many years. Lu Qi had come to Zhongpingxi with the intention of delivering resources to them, but he had not gone yet. He was thinking about what to say. The Lu clan was exiled. It was too embarrassing, and he couldn't say it out loud. Then what should he say? Before he could make up his mind, the Eternals destroyed the 100,000 waterways and released them. The Lu family's water Dao concealment could fool ordinary cultivators, but it couldn't fool the eternal progenitors. The eternal progenitors hadn't dared to enter when the Lu family had been around, but now they were charging in like crazy. On the surface of the sea, everyone stared at Lu Qi. There should have been at least 100,000 enlighters in the 100,000 water paths, but there were still more than half of them left. Including the four-way scales, there were less than 100,000 cultivators. Even so, this number still shocked a considerable number of people. For example, Lu Yin and the others had sensed that something was amiss in the central realm while they were at the back of the battlefield, and they had immediately rushed over. They saw tens of thousands of cultivators at or above the enlighter realm surrounding Lu Qi, and they all looked as if they had been starving for many years. It was a spectacular sight. Everyone was waiting for Lu Qi's explanation. Lu Qi's face twitched. "All of you, shut up." Everyone's hearts trembled. Only now did they realize that Lu Qi had changed. Was he a progenitor? On the surface of the sea, everyone slowly descended. The progenitor realm was the peak of human cultivation. That bastard Lu Qi had actually broken through. In front of a progenitor, no one dared to be impudent, and their gazes became much more restrained. Lu Qi pointed at Bai Qi. "You, explain it to them." Bai Qi's expression changed. She was about to speak when Lu Qi waved his hand. "Go away. Don't let me see their faces." Not long after, the people guarding the 100,000 water paths all left. Once they heard the explanation, they would continue to guard the water paths, and some of them would be able to return when their time was up. Lu Yin arrived at the island. "Father, what happened?" Lu Qi was annoyed, and he recounted what had happened. Lu Yin was shocked. "Qing Kong ambushed you. So he's called Qing Kong. I'll remember this." Lu Qi snorted. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. It was all empty, and it was all empty again. The threat that this person posed was infinitely greater than before. Jiang Xing is dead. The great stone saint also died at Qing Kong's hands, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Lu Qi's expression was solemn. "It's a pity that I couldn't find him. He's just a rat, or else I would have burned him to death." Lu Yin was curious. "Father, how did you break free from Qing Kong's control?" Lu Qi blinked. "I didn't. He can't hurt me." Lu Yin was confused. Lu Qi was definitely weaker than him. Lu Yin was certain that Lu Qi had not grasped the sequence laws with his heaven's eye. Those who had not grasped the sequence laws were not Lu Yin's match. This was Lu Yin's confidence, but even he himself might not be able to break free from Qing Kong's control. Or rather, he might not be injured by Qing Kong. Lu Qi gestured for Lu Yin to sit down and thought for a moment. "I have a nickname. It's called the Undying Lu Qi." Lu Yin was confused. "How should I put it? When I was young, I accidentally came into contact with progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace, and the pressure entered my body. Fortunately, progenitor Chen discovered it in time and stabilized the furnace's pressure. He then joined forces with forefather Tianyi to save me. However, after so many years, there has always been a pressure in my body. This pressure causes me pain, but it also allows me to escape death many times in battle. If not for this pressure, my family would have been exiled, and I would have died along with the forefather and the others. Lu Yin was surprised. Progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace. Lu Qi grinned. You haven't seen Progenitor Chen, so you don't know how terrifying the furnace is. It's an innate gift of one of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones, and it crushed a progenitor to death in the 6th mainland. Think about it, how terrifying was that power that could crush a progenitor to death? Father was able to withstand it. Lu Yin was impressed. Amazing. Of course, he knew about the furnace. When he had faced the emissary's origin tribulation, he had drawn out Progenitor Chen. 8 of Progenitor Chen's clones had fought against him, and one of them had been the furnace. If not for Lu Yin's many methods and the fact that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, he would have been crushed to death. His father's words were simple, but only he knew how painful it was to have such pressure in his body. Father, where's your commander appointment platform? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lu Qi was stunned, and his eyes flickered. Commander appointment platform? There's no need for that. The main thing is that I haven't found that rat yet. Otherwise, I would have crushed him to death. Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi. I want to see Father's commander appointment platform. Lu Qi's eyelids twitched. Well, I'm tired today. Next time, I'll show it to you. Lu Yin's tone was low. It shattered. Lu Qi was shocked. How did you know? Lu Yin bitterly replied, it shattered to save me. Did Forefather Tianyi tell you? Back in the food paradise, that power headed for you. The reason you didn't die was because of the heaven and earth furnace's pressure. Lu Qi looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? I didn't even tell Forefather Tianyi. Little Xian, how did you know? Lu Yin exhaled. Thank you. He paused and looked at Lu Qi. Father. Lu Qi stared at Lu Yin in a daze. His heart softened when he heard Lu Yin call him father. It was as if he was seeing the Lu Shaoxian of the past, smiling brilliantly as the 7 heroes waved at him and called him to drink. How long had it been? It hadn't been long, but it felt very distant, yet it also felt very close. For a moment, Lu Qi's eyes reddened, and he hurriedly took out a flask of wine and took a swig. Lu Yin got up to leave. Little Xian, don't think too much. Everyone wants you to live well, Lu Qi said solemnly. Lu Yin swallowed. Yes, everyone wanted him to live well, but he also wanted everyone to live well. Why was such a simple wish so difficult? Sometimes, the simpler a wish was, the harder it was to realize. Lu Yin left the central calm sea and returned to the battlefield at the back. The Eternals had invaded in large numbers, but there weren't many powerhouses. Forefather, these Eternals seem to be the vanguard, Lu Yin said. Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. Their appearance is more like a distraction for Qin Kong to ambush the 100 waterways. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We can never underestimate the Eternals. Lu Tianyi nodded. Even the glorious above heaven sect was destroyed. At that time, the Eternals weren't as strong as above heaven sect, but they could still destroy those continents one by one and incite people like Wu Xing, Wang Miaomiao, and Gu Yizhi to rebel. The Eternals are no longer the same as before, so we naturally can't underestimate them. As he spoke, Lu Yin looked up. The sovereign realm, senior brother Mu Xia, and Master Shan had arrived. Thus, the above heaven's progenitors were spread out. Chenlu, Lu Yun, Bai Sheng, Xia Xinji, Xia Zhen, Nong Yi, and misty ancestor Shi Wei defended the Six Paths Society. Lu Tianyi, Master Shan, Mu Xia, and Lu Qi guarded the Tree Protector Galaxy. Above Heaven's sect was guarded by Big Sis, Elder Chan, Ling Qing, Starlord, Xiao Chen, Prison Dragon, and Ancestor Turtle. It wasn't exactly impregnable, but it was close. For more than 10 days, no progenitor realm corpse king appeared. Lu Tianyi walked down from the array base and headed towards the new continent. He wanted to see who was leading the Eternals to the battlefield at the back. The results disappointed him, as there really weren't any progenitor realm corpse kings. Not to mention the 7 sky gods, there weren't even any true divinity guard captains. Any progenitor could easily wipe out these corpse kings. Lu Tianyi directly destroyed the Stargate. This was the second Stargate that the Eternals had destroyed in the Tree Protector Galaxy. With the Stargate destroyed, the Eternals could no longer bring the corpse kings into the battlefield at the back. The 5 array bases were all mobilized, and in just a few days, all of the Eternals' corpse kings were eliminated. Of course, Lu Yin had also taken action. After eliminating all the corpse kings that had invaded the battlefield at the back, the Eternals showed no reaction. No more powerful progenitor realm corpse kings appeared with a Stargate. It had been very difficult to destroy a Stargate, and the one in the 5th mainland Starfall Sea had even attracted the corpse god. Stargates were undoubtedly important to the Eternals, but how could this one be destroyed so easily? No one could figure it out until a piece of information reached Lu Yin's ears. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Audiobook Friend 59285813. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2889. On the back of the battlefield, below the mother tree, at the hub of the 5 array bases. Hua Beibei gulped and looked ahead nervously, not knowing what to do. Did you bring the news? Lu Yin sized up Hua Beibei. He naturally knew this person. They had crossed paths on the back of the battlefield, and there had even been some misunderstandings. Although this person was from the Cold Immortal sect, his status there was very low, similar to the role of guarding the astral beasts. The Lu family had not sent such a person to guard the 100,000 waterways. The cultivators of the 4-way scales who had not harmed the Lu family did not need to be sent away. Moreover, Hua Beibei was somewhat useful. His king hunting technique was very suitable for controlling astral beasts. Hua Beibei felt Lu Yin's supreme pressure. This pressure was not deliberately released by Lu Yin, but rather a natural result of fighting against progenitors. This pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and he could not help but want to kneel. Lu Yin asked again. Hua Beibei's voice trembled. Yes. Tell me all the details of your discovery. Lu Yin's tone was gentle, as he did not want to scare this person. This person was not very brave. Hua Beibei slowly began to speak. Hua Beibei's news was very simple. There were only 3 words: hyperspace. Hyperspace was not unfamiliar to the current primordial space, but it was different when it appeared on the back of the battlefield. In particular, it had been carved on a tree trunk in a very hidden location. This made one think of something. Someone had sent these 3 words through this war. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and listened quietly to Hua Beibei's narration. He had checked and found that these 3 words had been carved not long ago. Who had carved them? What did hyperspace have to do with this invasion? Hua Beibei quickly left. He had made a great contribution, and it was not a small one. Lu Yin would not be stingy with his rewards. After Hua Beibei left, Lu Yin found Lu Tianyi. Do humans have spies among the Eternals? Lu Tianyi pondered for a moment. I don't know, but there might be. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had guessed a long time ago that there might be spies among the Eternals. The most obvious one was Qingfen's exposure. Normally, Qingfen should not have been exposed, but he had been ordered to develop spies. He did not need to develop spies at all. Once he did, there was a possibility of him being exposed. As a result, Lu Yin had learned of Qingfen's identity through the spies. Qingfen didn't even know which of the Eternals had sent him to develop spies. Why would this person want Qingfen to do something so superfluous? It seemed to him that this person wanted Qingfen to be exposed. If the Eternals could plant spies among the humans, then the humans could also plant spies among the Eternals. He hadn't thought of it before because it was too ridiculous. The Eternals were all corpse kings. Once they became corpse kings, even the spies would betray the humans and pledge allegiance to the one true God. Now he knew that not all Eternals were corpse kings. Most of them were corpse kings, and there were also cases where they cooperated with the outer realms. If we're talking about humans, the first person that comes to mind is Huiwen, said Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin was surprised. Is Ancestor Hui really that powerful? Lu Tianyi chuckled. Haven't you seen it before? Lu Yin thought back to how the Sixth Mainland and the Eternals had been schemed against, how the technocracy had relied on the Sixth Mainland and the Cosmic Tree domain to cultivate mechanical ants to fight against the Eternals, and how the Hui ancestor had sealed away a humanoid sourcebox to prevent the origami from appearing. All of the Hui ancestors' actions were admirable. Those who had experienced the era of the Daosaur sect respected Ancestor Hui, and Lu Tianyi's words had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin. That was, anyone could die, but it was impossible for Huiwen to die. This was Lu Tianyi's great confidence in Ancestor Hui, and one could imagine how much of a shock Ancestor Hui had brought to that era. Even Progenitor Qin, Symbol Progenitor, and Ku Progenitor had been suppressed by Ancestor Hui. Could Ancestor Hui have planted a spy among the Eternals? Lu Yin also felt that it was possible, not for any other reason but because this person was Ancestor Hui. Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. There's definitely something wrong with hyperspace. Perhaps this is a ploy by the Eternals to sow discord between hyperspace and our primordial space, but just in case, we have to keep an eye on hyperspace. I understand. Lu Yin was solemn, as hyperspace's research on sequence particles had reached a critical juncture. He was more inclined to believe that there was a human spy among the Eternals who was warning them that the Eternals had their eyes on hyperspace. Even if it was a ploy to sow discord, so what? Lu Yin was already keeping an eye on hyperspace's research on sequence particles. Elderswood came again, and he had been ordered by hyperspace to purchase materials from the Ether sect. This time, the transaction went smoothly, and Lu Yin did not feel troubled at all. Not only had they purchased materials from the primordial space, but they had also purchased materials from the Void God universe. After returning to hyperspace, Elderswood handed the materials over to Wenshi. After Elderswood left, Dimensional appeared and personally inspected the materials. He only took them away after confirming that there were no problems. The materials have been handed over to Wenshi, Elderswood reported. Bai Qian was not surprised. The materials had been purchased from the primordial space, and Dimensional had asked her to come forward. However, Wenshi had been the one to accept the materials. Dimensional did not trust anyone, and he might even personally inspect the materials. At that moment, Elderswood's expression changed. My lady, Luo Shan is here again. Bai Qian frowned. Soon, Luo Shan arrived. Lord Luo, you should be in the endless battlefield, but now you've come to hyperspace several times. You're making things difficult for me, Bai Qian said coldly. Luo Shan stared at Bai Qian. Does Dimensional know that he ran is in the Ether sect? Bai Qian looked at him. Either you ask Dimensional directly, or please leave. This matter has nothing to do with me. Luo Shan stared at Bai Qian coldly. What's your relationship with Lu Yin? Elderswood shouted, Lord Luo, please watch your words. This is hyperspace. Luo Shan did not care about these two people. If he did not want to find Dimensional through them, these two ants would not even have the qualifications to talk to him. Even if the three sovereigns were gone, his strength was not something these two people could estimate. He went missing, but you took the position. Now that he is in the Ether sect, it's obvious that Lu Yin is helping you. How dare you say that you have nothing to do with him? You better tell me honestly where Dimensional is. I can help you say a few good words to get rid of Dimensional suspicion. Otherwise, Dimensional will find out that he ran is in the ether sect one day. At that time, you'll be the first to die, Luo Shan threatened. Bai Qian's expression did not change. Just because he ran is in the ether sect, I should be related to this matter. Even if it's not me, there will be someone else sitting in this position. Could it be that that person is also related to this matter? I was personally acknowledged by Dimensional himself. Luo Shan looked deeply at Bai Qian. You know very well what Lu Yin did in the hyperspace when he disguised himself as Xian Qi. You can't escape this matter. Since you don't want to tell me where Dimensional is, I will find him personally. At that time, you will die a horrible death. Elder Zhou said angrily, My lord, this Luo Shan is not taking the orders of the Six Direction Society seriously. He enters and exits the endless battlefield as he pleases. This is a great taboo. Bai Qian's eyes flickered. The Grand Empyreans are in seclusion, and the three sovereigns are in trouble. Luo Shan's heart has changed. If we provoke him further, he might betray humanity. Then what should we do? Elder Zhou was afraid. He knew that he was not on the same level as Luo Shan. Even if Luo Shan was not Dimensional's opponent, he was not an ordinary progenitor. He was qualified to cooperate with the Shaoyin divinity to scheme against Dimensional. Bai Qian informed Lu Yin about Luo Shan's matter. Lu Yin was also having a headache. This guy was like a ghost that refused to leave. He wanted to take revenge on Lu Yin and was constantly finding trouble for Lu Yin. Furthermore, Luo Shan had not only brought Luo Shan himself, but also Mr. Daheng, who had been keeping an eye on Luo Shan. This person had always wanted to obtain Luo Shan's landscape painting. After discussing with Wang Wen and Wei Rong for a while, Lu Yin arrived at the bottom of the Eternal Kingdom and met with Mu Jun. When Mu Jun saw Lu Yin, she became excited. Path Master Lu, I've already willingly been deified. Why haven't you let me go? Lu Yin approached Mu Jun, not enough. Mu Jun was puzzled. I need you to help me lure Luo Shan out, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun hesitated. Although she had betrayed Luo Shan and told Lu Yin a lot of information about him, she did not want to lure Luo Shan out. It was not because of old friendship. Path Master Lu, Luo Shan is very strong, and he has concealed his strength too deeply. You do not understand this level of strength. It is a power that cannot be resisted. Are you referring to the sequence laws? Lu Yin asked. Mu Jun nodded. I told you that Luo Shan is a powerhouse at the sequence laws. You have never fought with a powerhouse at the sequence laws, so you do not understand what kind of power he possesses. I guarantee that you cannot resist him. Lu Yin sighed. Who said that I haven't fought with a powerhouse at the sequence laws? No, more accurately, I've killed him. Mu Jun was stunned, but then she sneered. She did not believe him at all. Had he fought with a powerhouse at the sequence laws? No, he had been slaughtered. Even if there were 100 Lu Yins, they would not be able to resist a powerhouse at the sequence laws who had undergone a qualitative change. Lu Yin did not waste time with Mu Jun. If you want your freedom, then help me lure Luo Shan out. You don't need to face him, and it is impossible for you to face him. I just need him to know where you are. Mu Jun was not stupid. In fact, she was very smart, and she knew that Lu Yin was trying to lure her out. No matter where she appeared, she would be targeted by Luo Shan. This allowed her to relax. If that was the case, then it would be impossible for her to face Luo Shan. Alright, I promise you. If the Eternals had their eyes on the transdimensional research, then Lu Yin needed to race against time. He needed to obtain the research on the sequence particles before the Eternals and destroy the research. Lu Yin went to the Zio realm, where the Yu family had given him 3 locations. These are the 3 places where they are most likely to be. I've already done my best. Yu Feng was exhausted. Lu Yin looked at the 3 locations that the Yu family had marked out. How do you determine which one it is? Yu Feng was helpless. The Yu family is unable to do that. Master Lu has to figure it out himself. These 3 places should all have a super analysis mode, and any movement will attract the attention of the maintainer. If I can cause chaos in these 3 places, how will I be able to determine which one Zijing is at? Eulele interjected, as long as you cause chaos in one of the 3 places, I can use the super analysis mode to analyze which place has the strictest defenses. Then, the other place will be Zijing's location. Yu Feng frowned and glanced at Eulele. Eulele looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. The one with the strictest defenses isn't her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2890. Eulele was certain. I know the Dimensional Guardian too well. Our Yu family has studied him for countless years, and we're absolutely certain that the one with the tighter defenses is definitely not the real one. Then how can you be sure that one of these 3 places is real? There's a super analysis mode here. Lu Yin retorted. Eulele answered, because the Dimensional Guardian has to consider the unexpected. He can't possibly allow those people to study in an unguarded environment. Also, these 3 places are arranged in a triangle. Wen Shi, Zhongxi, and Qiu Zhan are all in the middle of these 3 places, and they can provide support at any time. This is also one of the reasons why we determined these 3 places. Lu Yin nodded. If you're certain, I'll give the Yu family the greatest credit. With that, he left. Yu Feng looked at Eulele reproachfully. You talk too much. Eulele's eyes flashed. It's just information. We're not working with him. Yu Feng sighed, but he did not continue to reprimand her. They had already tried to rebel against the Dimensional Guardian, but Eulele was still young and had her own ideas. She would not give up until she had tried. This time, she might really be able to overthrow the Dimensional Guardian. Lu Yin was not the Shaoyin divinity, and he was much, much more powerful. A few days later, one of the 3 places given by the Yu family was attacked by people from the drifting cloud space. Although the attack did not cause too much chaos, it still attracted Zhongxi's attention. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space who had attacked the drifting cloud space had all done so willingly, so they naturally did not have a good ending. However, Eulele was certain that one of the places was where the energy research team was located. Zhongxi interrogated the cultivators who had attacked the drifting cloud space. Drifting cloud had clearly left, so why had these people still attacked? The answer he obtained was both within and outside of Zhang Chei's expectations. The cultivators of the drifting cloud space wanted to free the drifting cloud space by constantly attacking hyperspace. This was the reason why they took action. Many people felt that it was normal, but those who understood the drifting cloud space knew how stupid they were. When the drifting cloud space was captured, they rushed in wave after wave as if they were going to die. They did not think of attacking separately. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the drifting cloud space seemed to know how to be flexible. They knew how to resist hyperspace in this way. Zhongxi reported the results to the Dimensional Guardian, who was somewhat concerned. When the drifting cloud space was mentioned, he thought of Lu Yin. Could this be related to him? He had no way to confirm it, so he simply ordered the energy research team to move out, but Zijing refused. Zijing had just thought of something. While she had the inspiration, she quickly studied it. No one dared to disturb her. Master Wei could not forcefully take her away. Once her inspiration was disturbed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Helpless, they could only wait for Zijing to come out on her own. During this period of time, Master Vader naturally personally oversaw the energy research team. At the same time, he asked Bai Qian to find the above heaven sect and release the flowing cloud space. Above the sky sect, Lu Yun had returned. He was assisting in the defense of the virtual god spacetime. At the border of the virtual god spacetime, he received a notice from the sky sect asking him to return. Master Lu. Lu Yun greeted respectfully. Lu Yin smiled at Lu Yun. Do you still remember what I promised you? Lu Yun was stunned. Then, he thought of something and said excitedly, could it be the drifting cloud space? Lu Yin looked past Lu Yun and saw elders were walking over from behind. When Lu Yun saw old man Zhua, he immediately recognized that this person must be someone from ultra space-time. His eyes were filled with anticipation and anxiety as he stared at old man Zhua. Elder Zhua said, congratulations, flowing cloud. From today onwards, flowing cloud space is free. Hyperspace will withdraw from flowing cloud space and will not interfere in flowing cloud space. Anything. Lu Yun trembled with excitement. Really? Elder Zhua nodded and smiled. This is Master Wei's order. For Master Lu's sake, flowing cloud space will be completely released. Lu Yun, you should thank Master Lu. Lu Yun turned around and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yun thanks Master Lu. Lu Yin helped Lu Yun up. Since you've joined the Above the Sky sect, you're now a member of the Above the Sky sect. There's no need to thank me. This is what I promised you. Lu Yin could understand Lu Yun's excitement. Just like when the Lu family had returned, Lu Yun had returned to his home. This was an unintentional event. He had never thought that the drifting cloud space's attack would cause Master Wei to be so concerned. It could only be said that Master Wei was too afraid of Lu Yin. This also showed that Master Wei was somewhat wary of Lu Yin. If Master Wei's reaction was so big, then would the other two locations move away? Lu Yin hurriedly went to hyperspace to look for the Yu family. Yu Lele pointed at a place. Here. Lu Yin raised a brow. This place was in the middle of the three locations. When he had wanted the drifting cloud space's people to attack, this was the first place he had thought of. However, he had changed his mind at the last moment. What would have happened if he had attacked this place? He felt a lingering fear. Perhaps the energy research team had already moved away. Are you sure they haven't moved in the past few days? Eulele replied, I can't be sure, but according to the operation of the hyperanalysis mode, they shouldn't have moved. An attack will alert Master Wei. Whether they move or not is not something we can control. I can only help Master Lu find this place. Lu Yin did not say anything else and left. Since the location had been confirmed, the next step was for Luo Shan to take action. Since she wanted to see Master Wei so much, then Lu Yin would let them meet. Master Wei had the ability to materialize his thoughts. It would not be easy to hide from him and have Mu Jun contact Luo Shan near the energy research team. If Lu Yin had not used the rune lines to confirm that there were no other forces interfering, then Lu Yin would have suspected that Master Wei was watching the entire hyperspace. The rune lines allowed Lu Yin to predict whether there was a power approaching him, but if it really was Master Wei's power, then Master Wei would be able to discover Lu Yin as well. He definitely could not do it near the energy research team. However, there were pros and cons to Master Wei's caution. His thoughts would definitely cover the area around the energy research team, so Lu Yin did not need to get too close. As long as Luo Shan knew that Mu Jun was in the hyperspace and led her in that direction, Luo Shan would definitely meet Master Wei, and his goal would be achieved. Lu Yin left the Zio realm and took Mu Jun out of Mount Supreme in another direction with the energy research team as the center, contact Luo Shan. Mu Jun was surprised, this is the hyperspace. Is Luo Shan here? Contact him immediately, Luoyin barked. Mu Jun did not dare to refuse and used their unique method to contact Luo Shan. Soon, the connection was established. In a corner of the hyperspace, Luo Shan suddenly stood up, little Mu. He looked in a direction and suddenly, the connection with Mu Jun was cut off. Luo Shan took a step forward and headed in that direction. Luoyin brought Mu Jun a little closer to the energy research team and then had Mu Jun contact Luo Shan. He then left the hyperspace with Mu Jun without hesitation. Not long after, Luo Shan arrived and his monarch's aura swept through the area. Why was little Mu here? Why was she in the hyperspace? Could it be that the person who sold the information to him was real? Back then, Luoyin had planned for Little Hai to implicate Mu Jun's disappearance with the Yu family and ordered Luo Jun to kill his way into the Zio realm to determine the identity of the person who sold the information. In the end, the matter ended with the intervention of outsiders. In fact, at that time, Luo Jun had cooperated with the Yu family through the Shaoyin divinity and planned to rebel against Master Wei. He did not believe that the Yu family would attack Mu Jun. But now, Mu Jun had appeared in the hyperspace, which puzzled Luo Jun. He looked at the two directions where Mu Jun had disappeared and was obviously heading in the same direction. No matter what, it was a fact that little Mu had appeared in the hyperspace. Master Wei had avoided him. Even when he told Master Wei that Lu Yun and he ran were in the above heaven sect, Master Wei did not respond. Now, it seemed that it was not that Bai Qian did not tell him, but that Master Wei did not care at all. Luo Jun and the others had helped the Yu family rebel against Master Wei. If little Mu had been captured by Master Wei, then Master Wei would have already attacked the three monarchs before this. Yes, that was right. Their rebellion had failed and Master Wei had already known everything. Luo Jun's thoughts were complicated. He did not know if he was right, but it was a fact that Mu Jun was in the hyperspace. He had to find Master Wei and explain it clearly. He headed in the hyperspace. Soon, Luo Shan was restrained by a force. He looked forward and said, Master Wei, come out. In the energy research team, Master Wei's expression was ugly. Why was Luo Shan here? His consciousness descended from the starry sky and slowly turned into Master Wei. He faced Luo Shan and said, Luo Shan, why are you not staying in the endless battlefield but coming to the hyperspace? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Grand Empyreans for leaving the endless battlefield? Luo Shan narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Yun and he ran are both in the above heaven sect. Master Wei, you know about this, right? Master Wei raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew, but he had never asked about it. The above heaven sect was too powerful. Moreover, his attention was all on the research of the sequence particle. He did not care about Lu Yun and he ran at all. This is a matter of the hyperspace. It has nothing to do with you. Luo Shan's expression was gloomy. What about little Mu? Where is she? Master Wei was puzzled. What little Mu? My wife, Mu Jun. Master Wei was stunned. What does Mu Jun's whereabouts have to do with me? Luo Shan, are you crazy? Why did you come to the hyperspace to look for Mu Jun? Luo Shan's tone was cold. The Shaoyin divinity roped me in to help the Yu family deal with you. This is our fault. However, before little Mu went missing, Master Wei, you have already calculated deeply and attacked little Mu. Otherwise, why would she be in the hyperspace? Master Wei angrily rebuked, Luo Shan, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would Mu Jun be in the hyperspace? Luo Shan shouted, I just received a message from little Mu. She is in the hyperspace. Master Wei, you don't have to pretend. Other than you, who can control her? It is impossible for those useless black energy users in the hyperspace. Only you can deal with little Mu. Hand little Mu over. Master Wei was so angry that he laughed. You have become stupid from staying in the endless battlefield. If you say Mu Jun is here, then she is here. Luo Shan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Anyway, I really want to kill you. Then try. Luo Shan did not intend to talk nicely. Right now, Mu Jun was definitely in the hyperspace. In the entire hyperspace, only Master Wei could deal with Mu Jun. Luo Shan had to rescue Mu Jun. The more powerhouses he had, the more likely it was for him to fight for another piece of the world. He had endured for long enough. First, he had endured the Shaoyin divinity. Then, he had endured Lu Yin. Now, he did not want to endure anymore. So what if the Grand Empyrean came out of seclusion? Mu Jun was in the hyperspace. Master Wei could not escape from this matter. More importantly, Master Wei and the others had all been injured in the endless battlefield. This was a rare opportunity. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to deal with Master Wei and pull the hyperspace down. Wasn't that what Lu Yin had done? He could do it too. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2891. Thinking of this, Luo Jun's eyes blazed. Master Wei, you forced me to do this. Master Wei felt that something was amiss. Luo Shan's attitude did not seem fake. Could Mu Jun really be in the hyperspace dimension? How could he not know? Could someone have schemed against them? Luo Shan, wait. Master Wei wanted to say something, but Luo Shan did not need to listen to him. He only wanted to destroy the hyperspace dimension while Master Wei was heavily injured and the Grand Empyreans were in seclusion. He wanted to replace Master Wei as one of the 6 direction associations. He wanted to save Mu Jun, and Mu Jun was indeed here. He was not stupid and could guess that there was a problem. However, nothing was more important than this opportunity. There was a rumble. The hyperspace dimension shook. Luo Shan immediately attacked Master Wei, revealing his shocking cultivation. The tricolor monarch aura covered the entire hyperspace dimension. Monarch realm. Master Wei angrily rebuked, Luo Shan, explain yourself before we fight. Master Wei, you captured little Mu. This is an irreconcilable grudge. In the distance, Lu Yin also made his move. He used the enhanced bubble to disguise himself. At his heart, the planet formed by tricolor monarch aura trembled. A tricolor monarch aura similar to Luo Shan's shot out and struck the hyperspace dimension. The energy research team's alarm went off. Wen Shi and the others rushed towards the energy research team. Above the stars, the monarch aura blocked Master Wei's thoughts, causing the entire hyperspace dimension to change color. Wen Shi raised his head and looked around in shock. This power made them tremble in fear. Be careful. The tricolor monarch aura seemed to have a mind of its own as it rushed towards the 2 of them. It contained Lu Yin's unparalleled strength. Wen Shi and Song Si would never have thought that the aftershock of Luo Shan's attack was actually Lu Yin's disguise. The tricolor monarch aura forced them back, causing them to spit out blood. Lu Yin took this opportunity to rush into the energy research team. There was actually a black energy source user inside. Not only that, but there was also the feed technique trying to disperse his energy. However, it was useless as he relied on his physical strength. Luo Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to finish off Master Wei as quickly as possible. Within the energy research team, Lu Yin also encountered an old woman who used the black energy source. Seeing Lu Yin, the old woman was shocked. Who are you? Lu Yin did not give her a chance to speak. He struck with a palm realm battle aura with terrifying strength and shattered the old woman. He then retracted his hand and a black energy source appeared in his palm. The old woman's face was deathly pale. She didn't even have the chance to attack. This kind of progenitor who used external objects would not be able to fight back against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's strength was comparable to that of a true God Guard captain's midplate. At the moment the old woman was defeated, Master Wei sensed it. He glanced back with an ugly expression on his face. As expected, he had fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he headed towards the energy research team. However, he had underestimated Luo Shan. Or rather, other than the Grand Empyrean, everyone in the Six Direction gang had underestimated Luo Shan. Luo Shan wasn't weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. It wouldn't be easy for Master Wei to escape from the battle with Luo Shan. Luo Shan, we've been tricked. Mu Jun is in their hands. He's right there. Wei Wei had no choice but to expose the energy research team. However, Luo Shan's goal had changed. He now wanted to get rid of the Dimensional Master and destroy the Ultra Spacetime. In other words, he wanted to replace the Dimensional Master. Although it sounded absurd, he had taken down the three Monarch Spacetime in the same way. Within the energy research group, Lu Yin broke through all the obstacles and finally found Zijing. Zijing looked at him warily. You? It's me, Lu Yin replied. Zijing was overjoyed. Daoist Master, you're finally here. Lu Yin arrived beside Zijing. Let's go. But the research here. I will destroy it. Zijing grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly. At that moment, an invisible force pressed down on them. So it's you, Lu Yin. You broke the Six Direction gang's rules. Lu Yin was shocked. How did the Dimensional Master know that it was him? He suddenly looked at Zijing, who turned pale. Daoist Master, it wasn't me. This was troublesome. The Dimensional Master knew that it was him. No matter what the outcome was, many people in the Six Direction gang would be wary of him. He had broken the Six Direction gang's basic rules. Back when the Luo Shan gang had attacked the Dimensional Master, the other people in the Six Direction gang were disgusted with him. The Shaoyin divinity was the same. He couldn't care less. He had to leave first. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but the Dimensional Master wouldn't let him go so easily. A materialized thought shattered the astral dome, and the Dimensional Master appeared and waved at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin felt his mind turn turbid, and his movements and thoughts slowed down. The Dimensional Master then took a step forward and grabbed at Zijing. Zijing was terrified. At the critical moment, a stream of light appeared beside Lu Yin and reversed time. 1 second. The Dimensional Master's expression changed, and his movements inexplicably stopped. He had been reversed for 1 second, and Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to pull Zijing back. His thoughts had slowed down, and this was the Dimensional Master's method. This was different from the Oblivion Ruined God's Forgetfulness or the Thousand Faces game's consciousness control. It was as if the Dimensional Master had turned into an old man with one foot in the grave, and the helplessness that came from his heart made it difficult for him to resist. At that moment, Luo Shan arrived. The three parallel spacetime masters faced each other. Lu Yin, let Zijing go. The Dimensional Master stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was afraid of the Dimensional Master, who was a powerhouse of the sequence laws. His strength was unfathomable, and the Shaoyin divinity had schemed against him before destroying one of his bodies. However, that had only been one body, and no one knew how many bodies the Dimensional Master had. Today, Lu Yin was a man. The Dimensional Master had acted in a moment of desperation and had to be on guard against Luo Shan. Even so, he had almost been hit. Zijing is one of my people, Lu Yin said. The Dimensional Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. You've committed a great taboo. The Six Direction societies are not allowed to pry into each other's secrets, and they are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of their own spacetime. You previously interfered with the reincarnation spacetime, and now you're interfering with my transcendent space-time. What are you trying to do? Do you really think that no one in the Six Direction Society can stop you? The Lu family is not invincible. Lu Yin stared at the Dimensional Master. This person's attitude towards him was very different from when he had met him at the tea party. What was going on? I just want to take Xi Jing away. Who in the Six Direction Society doesn't know that she's one of my people? I received news that you wanted to silence her, so of course I had to act. The Dimensional Master's calm expression darkened. Sophistry. He had only been focused on bringing Xi Jing back and hadn't thought much about it. Now that they were confronting each other, he remembered why Lu Yin was here. How did he know this location? How did he know that Xi Jing had come out? Only those people knew about this. The Dimensional Master's gaze turned cold. It was Bai Qian. He ran and Lu Yun were in the above heaven sect. The Dimensional Master's attention had been focused on the sequence particles and hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, Bai Qian had long been one of Lu Yin's people. That was why Lu Yin had taken he ran away and let Bai Qian take over. After figuring this out, the Dimensional Master looked at Lu Yin with an even colder gaze. This person had long been plotting against the Transcendent Society. At this moment, Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan. May I know why Lord Luo is here? Luo Shan was wary of Lu Yin. This person's strength wasn't high, but he was extremely shrewd. Judging from the Dimensional Master's expression, Luo Shan was at a disadvantage. Mu Jun is in the Transcendent Society. I must find her. Lu Yin was enlightened and looked at the Dimensional Master. Senior, you really have a good plan. You dealt with Mu Jun early on. Actually, you already knew that Lord Luo and the Shaoyin divinity were helping the Yu family to rebel. Capturing Mu Jun was also an attempt to destroy the power of the three sovereigns. The Dimensional Master's expression was gloomy. He had always been a strategist, but at this moment, he was somewhat impressed by Lu Yin. Son of the Lu family, I have to say that I admire you. You captured Mu Jun and used her to lure Luo Shan here. You used Luo Shan to meet Xi Jing and achieve your own goals. At the same time, you instigated Luo Shan to act against you. When the Hexagon Order first came into contact with the primordial space, you schemed against the Transcendent Society and the three sovereigns. To be honest, even I have to admire your intellect, cultivation, and talent. We have all become your chess pieces. The Shaoyin divinity deserved to lose to you. He underestimated you too much. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin. He wasn't stupid. Lu Yin's presence itself was a problem. Compared to the Dimensional Master, he was more willing to believe that Lu Yin had captured Mu Jun. All the signs pointed to Lu Yin being the mastermind. The moment Lu Yin was exposed, he had expected the Dimensional Master and the others to react. But so what if they knew the truth? Benefits were always greater than anything else. Luo Shan, the three sovereigns are gone, but the Transcendent Society still exists. I support you to become the master of the Transcendent Society, Lu Yin said solemnly. Luo Shan's eyes flashed, and there was a burning desire in the depths of his eyes. The primordial space was now incomparably powerful, and the return of the Lu family had pushed the primordial space to its peak. If the primordial space supported him, it was not impossible for him to succeed. On the contrary, if he went against Lu Yin, he would be facing a terrifying behemoth, and he would completely lose everything in the Hexagon Order. Dimensional Master sneered. Even now, you still believe in Lu Yin. Don't forget, Luo Shan, your three sovereigns were schemed against by him. Lu Yin shook his head. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Dimensional Master suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Release Xi Jing. Lu Yin's mind was shaken, and his thoughts became sluggish once more. This time, Lu Yin's eye of heaven clearly saw the sequence particles land on his body. These sequence particles did not cause him any harm, but they reduced his thoughts and body's reaction speed. If the dimensional master's sequence law was purely offensive, Lu Yin would not be afraid. He was also someone who had endured the lightning sequence law. Although it was only a little, this sequence law was the most troublesome. The dimensional master's methods were definitely not limited to this sequence law. There had to be a killer move that was compatible with this sequence law. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the bone spike shot towards the dimensional master. It ignored all defenses and carried boundless void god power. With a bang, the bone spike collided with the surging energy. It was the tricolored sovereign aura. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin. "Wake up." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he looked at Luo Shan in disbelief. How could this be? He actually attacked Luo Shan. "Path Master!" Zijing exclaimed. A sharp light appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and it pierced towards his head. This was the dimensional master's killing intent. Not only in front of him, but in Lu Yin's perception, it was coming from all directions, and even his own mind. Even if he used flowing light reversal for 1 second, it was not enough to avoid all of the killing intent. At the critical moment, he took out the Eternal Darkness card and entered. At the same spot, Eternal Darkness escaped into the void. Dimensional Master raised his hand and pressed down. His materialized consciousness suppressed the void, causing it to explode. Eternal Darkness shot out, and Lu Yin appeared after it. He kept retreating, staring at the Dimensional Master with fear. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2892. Your attacks have no effect on him. He can control your thoughts, Luo Shan said. Vader stared at Luo Shan. Do you want to be tricked by him again? Lu Yin knew that Vader was very strong and definitely not someone the Shaoyin divinity could compare to, but he had not expected himself to be suppressed so thoroughly. Vader could change one's thoughts and trigger one's killing intent. This was not a power that Lu Yin could defend against. Lu Yin had used his Dai's 6 pips to continuously enter other people's bodies. That was consciousness, the human brain's perception of the outside world, and thoughts were the process of responding to that perception. If Vader wanted to control Lu Yin's consciousness, it would be impossible. However, he could change his thoughts, which was the process of responding to the outside world. This process was very short, and Lu Yin could not block it at all. If Vader also grasped the sequence laws that controlled consciousness, then Lu Yin might not be able to block him either. This was the difference between a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws and an ordinary person. Did Lu Yin have to wrap his head in the wordless heavenly book and fight him? Usually, such people did not have high defenses. Back then, the Shaoyin divinity had corroded one of Vader's bodies. As long as he could block Vader's thought sequence laws, he was confident that he could cripple Vader with a single palm. Formless killing intent descended once more. Vader showed no mercy to Lu Yin, and he truly wanted to kill Lu Yin. This kind of absolute killing intent could not be hidden. The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, and numerous figures charged at Vader. Among them, Xiaoshenji's attacks were the fiercest. His blade sliced through the void, and his divine martial qi caused Luo Shan to raise his eyebrows. They had battled before, and Luo Shan understood Xiaoshenji very well. Although this person was not a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws, he was still considered one of the strongest. This was why Lu Yin had not killed Xiaoshenji back then. Of course, he had also wanted to hide his strength. No matter what, Xiaoshenji's killing intent was not weak. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to be able to touch Vader first. The Shaoyin divinity had launched a sneak attack not only because of the 6 Direction Association's laws, but also because he was not confident that he could injure Vader. Vader's control over his thoughts was too strong. The divine seal catalog's golden light dazzled Xiaxinji, Ling Qing, and the others charged at Vader, but in the end, they suddenly disappeared. Dimensional Master had instantly changed Lu Yin's thoughts, causing the God sealing catalog to dissipate. The Lu clan used the God investiture catalog and the general appointment platform to control the fifth mainland. A single person could rule a country, and a single person could claim supremacy. This kind of power that could use the living and the dead was extremely powerful, but it also had a weakness. If the person's strength could not keep up, then no matter how many God investitures and general appointment platforms they had, it would be useless. Otherwise, the Lu clan would have been invincible long ago. The God of forgetfulness could make the God sealing catalog disappear by forgetting. Lord Vader could also make the God sealing catalog disappear by thinking. He looked at Luo Shan and said, "Take care of Dimensional Master, and hyperspace will be yours. My Lu family will fully support you, and even the Grand Celestials won't be able to do anything about it. You should be aware of my relationship with the Void God Universe and the Lost Clan. My senior brother, Woodcut, is a powerhouse second only to the Wood Deity in the Wood Universe." Luo Shan sneered. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "Release Mu Jun and Star-Lord, and bring Qinlu to me. I will help you deal with Master Wei, and our past grudges will vanish." Lu Yin hesitated. Lord Vader shouted, "Luo Shan, you fool!" He hurriedly attacked Lu Yin, and the boundless consciousness turned into a majestic abyss. It was like an inverted mountain range that covered the sky, trying to bury Lu Yin. He wanted to directly destroy Lu Yin's thoughts and turn him into an idiot. Lu Yin was shocked. This pressure terrified him. His heavenly eye saw countless sequence particles fusing into the abyss of consciousness. This was an apocalyptic power that he couldn't resist, not even with the wordless heavenly book. It was impossible for him to withstand so many sequence particles. He panicked. "All right, I promise you. As long as Star-Lord is willing to go with you, I will not stop him." "Release Mu Jun." Luo Shan's expression was solemn. He also looked up, ignoring Lord Vader's shout. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme, put away Zi Jing, and released Mu Jun. He had no other choice but to do this. When Mu Jun came out, the first thing he saw was the abyss of consciousness above his head. His face turned pale. "What is this?" Luo Shan stared coldly at Lu Yin. It was indeed him, but now wasn't the time to be calculative. Lord Vader entered the abyss of consciousness alone, wanting to turn all of them into idiots. "Luo Shan, isn't it better to kill Lu Yin with me?" Luo Shan wanted to kill Lu Yin even in his dreams, but if Lu Yin died, what would he gain? The primordial space was still one of the 6 direction associations, and he still had to stay in the endless battlefield. Even if he left the endless battlefield, he could only join another parallel universe. The worst outcome would be being hunted down by the above heaven sect and the Lu family. Without Lu Yin, who would support him? Who would release Star-Lord? Luo Shan wanted hyperspace. He wanted to become the master of the 6 direction association's parallel universe and not start all over again. "Lord Vader, how many years has it been? It's time for you to give up your position." The tricolor sovereign's aura spread out from Luo Shan's body. Lu Yin saw Luo Shan's sequence particles moving towards the abyss of consciousness. What would it be like when 2 laws collided? Lu Yin had seen it more than once, but he had never seen such a huge collision of laws. These 2 were going all out. Even if Lu Yin supports you, what's the use? You want to steal hyperspace. Will the others agree? You don't have to worry. At worst, hyperspace will become the endless battlefield and drag the 3 monarchs out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "I support you, Luo Shan." Lord Vader stopped talking, and the abyss of consciousness descended. Lu Yin saw a strange scene. Luo Shan's sequence particles kept colliding with Lord Vader's sequence particles. The moment the two collided, there was no huge collision, nor was there any damage to the surroundings. Instead, they just disappeared. What was going on? The sequence particles kept colliding and disappearing. Although that terrifying abyss of consciousness still covered the sky, it did not give Lu Yin the feeling that he could not resist it. Without sequence laws, consciousness was just consciousness. A progenitor's consciousness could not threaten Lu Yin. What were Luo Shan's sequence laws? He looked at Mu Jun. Mu Jun heaved a sigh of relief and did not speak when she saw Lu Yin's gaze. Luo Shan, do you really want to be enemies with me? Lord Vader shouted angrily. Luo Shan looked up. If Lord Vader was at his peak, I might not be able to deal with you. But now, the battle in the endless battlefield has reduced your sequence laws by almost half. Lord Vader, it's time for you to give up your position. The abyss of consciousness disappeared, and Lord Vader appeared. He was panting heavily as he looked at Luo Shan and Lu Yin with killing intent. I did not expect this day to come. Lu Yin did not understand. Lord Vader, it's true that you wanted to kill me just now. It's also true that you saved me at the tea party. Why? Lord Vader did not answer. Luo Shan had already attacked. He wanted to finish Lord Vader off as soon as possible as Lord Vader was already at his limit. The tricolor monarch's aura condensed and turned into an earth-shattering palm strike towards Lord Vader. Lord Vader suddenly stopped panting and raised his hand. Bang! Both palms collided and Luo Shan was sent flying. He retreated 1,000 meters and was overwhelmed with shock. Impossible. Lu Yin's expression changed as he activated his celestial eye. Lord Vader's power suddenly changed. The power of consciousness disappeared and was replaced by a power that he was extremely familiar with, space. How could Lord Vader control space? When a powerhouse reached a certain level, they could touch time and space. However, that power was not enough to become their own power. Lord Vader's palm strike had pushed Luo Shan away with space. It was an overwhelming power. Luo Shan's strength was relatively strong, but he was not a match for Lord Vader's palm strike. Mu Jun was in disbelief. Luo Shan found it even harder to believe. He never knew that Lord Vader had such power. It was impossible. You are not Lord Vader. Luo Shan shouted. Lord Vader exhaled and looked up. His gaze had completely changed. It became playful and cruel. It was a gaze that Lu Yin was very familiar with. What was this? Everything was going smoothly. Lu family's kid, why did you have to find trouble? It was clearly my scheme, but in the end, I had to end it with my own hands. What a pity. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. He blurted out, which spirit god? Luo Shan and Mu Jun were shocked. They never would have thought that one of the 6 parties, the Chrono Master, was actually the witch spirit god. How was this possible? It was too absurd. But the truth was right in front of them. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. So this was the meaning of the words, Chrono Master, on the back of the battlefield. Someone was reminding him that the witch spirit god was Lord Vader. If the research on the sequence particles was taken away by the Eternals, it would be too troublesome for humanity. But, how was this possible? How could the witch spirit god be Lord Vader? Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that both of them had appeared at the tea party. No wonder Lord Vader was in seclusion all year round and could not even attend the Grand Empyrean's tea party twice. Lord Vader's greatest concealment was that he had more than one body. If he switched to another body, his identity as the witch spirit god would not be exposed. But how could he control another body? How could the witch spirit god and Lord Vader appear at the same time? Lord Vader had the power of thought, while the witch spirit god had the 5 senses. "Why didn't you come out just now?" Lord Vader suddenly muttered to himself. "Kiki, I needed time to set up. My thoughts were almost exhausted." "You want them to destroy me. You think too much. You are still useful to me. You were the one who wanted to control me back then, but you underestimated me. How can I be controlled by you? Once you enter my body, don't even think about escaping. At most, I will leave your brain outside so that no one will notice anything unusual. I feel that the Grand Empyreans are definitely suspicious of me. During the battle in the endless battlefield, the strength I displayed was different from before. At that time, your opponent was me, and no one would notice. Also, it doesn't matter anymore. The research on the sequence particles has succeeded. There is no need to stay in the 6 parties. You almost died as well." Lu Yin and Luo Shan exchanged glances as they watched Lord Vader mutter to himself. They both understood that the body belonged to the witch spirit god. Lord Vader's consciousness had entered the witch spirit god's body, but it had been trapped by the witch spirit god and could not escape. Lord Vader was a brain, and at this moment, his brain was separated from his thoughts. His brain had entered another body to prevent others from detecting the witch spirit god's existence, but his thoughts were controlled by the witch spirit god. It could be said that the witch spirit god controlled this body, and Lord Vader could only exist on the surface. "Lord Vader, you actually cooperated with the witch spirit god and betrayed humanity?" Luo Shan questioned. The witch spirit god laughed strangely. "Is he still human?" These words left Luo Shan speechless. Lord Vader was no longer human. He could be a human, a corpse king, or even an astral beast. It all depended on what he wanted to do. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2893. Lu Yin and Luo Shan did not hesitate and fled in 2 different directions at the same time. At this moment, they had no other thoughts. They had to escape first before thinking about anything else. They did not want to fight to the death with the 7 sky gods. Sorcerer Spirit God cackled as streaks of light flashed, forming a massive sourcebox array. Lu Yin and Luo Shan were both trapped within the sourcebox array. "Don't even think about running away, Luo Shan. I'll give you a chance. Join the Eternals." Sorcerer Spirit God laughed strangely. Luo Shan sneered, "You really think you can trap me? You underestimate me too much. This is not the beginning space or the reincarnation space-time. Our power is not restricted at all. You should have experienced it in the boundless battlefield," the witch spirit god threatened. Luo Shan looked fearful. "That's why I didn't want to fight you to the death." He then looked at Lu Yin. "It's a pity that I wasn't able to kill you personally. I hope that you won't betray humanity." With that said, he grabbed Mu Jun tightly. Sequence particles condensed at his fingertips as he pointed out, "New world, open." Lu Yin watched as Luo Shan opened up a world of nothingness, grabbed Mu Jun, and stepped inside before vanishing. It was rumored that Luo Shan had once walked out of the world of nothingness, which was why he was respected by Grand Empyreans. Chenla said it was fake, and countless people in the 6 Direction sect also thought it was fake, but it was actually real. Lu Yin had long since learned from Mu Jun that Luo Shan had the ability to temporarily traverse the void. This was not because of his strength, but rather because of his sequence laws. However, Mu Jun did not know exactly what Luo Shan's sequence laws were. Since he entered the world of nothingness, Luo Shan could naturally escape. Luo Shan had the ability to escape, but he didn't think that Lu Yin could do it. The witch spirit god also didn't think that Lu Yin could do it. "Kid from the Lu clan, I'll give you a chance to join the Eternals as well." Lu Yin sighed, "Goodbye." After saying that, a starry sky was released from his heart, distorting the surroundings and tearing the void apart. The place where the starry sky and the starry sky came into contact was torn apart by the world of nothingness, forming a black isolated world. Wu Lingshan stared blankly. What kind of technique was this? Rejected by the current time and space. Lu Yin took a step forward and forcefully broke through the sourcebox array that the sorcerer spirit had set up, just like Luo Shan. The sourcebox array was based on the current spacetime continuum, but the void world could break through the current spacetime continuum. This was why Lu Yin was so confident. One was Luo Shan, and the other was Lu Yin. The sourcebox array that the sorcerer god had asked Master Vader to expend all of his mental energy to set up was unable to stop either of them. However, Wu Lingshan's expression did not change. Lu Yin rushed out of the energy research team and was greeted by countless shaman spirits and spirit dolls that filled the void. He continued forward as the world of nothingness cut through the current spacetime. Nothing in the current spacetime could stop him. This was indeed the case, as the divine shaman spirit doll had not been able to stop Lu Yin's advance. He had not used his own strength to break through, but rather, he had used the world of nothingness to cut through. Unless it exceeded the current time and space and could affect the power of the world of nothingness, it was not enough to keep him here. After a period of time, the divine shaman spirit doll was still in front of him. It should have escaped by now, so why was it still here? On the other side, Luo Shan's expression was ugly. He also had a divine witch spirit in front of him. How could this be? He had clearly walked into the world of nothingness and was actually still trapped here. Mu Jun was terrified. These Wuling divine dolls made her heart turn cold. Kiki, this is the sorcerer god's labyrinth. The sourcebox array just now was just to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. This labyrinth once trapped Guiji in the third mainland. The sorcerer god's words caused Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. Guiji was a Tao Lord, so how could it trap a Tao Lord? Explode. A soft voice traveled into his ears. The space around Lu Yin suddenly compressed and exploded. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the spot where he had been standing was completely obliterated as a 1-meter radius of the world of nothingness appeared. Explode. 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 Soft sounds traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin relied on his control of space and his celestial eye to barely dodge in time. Luo Shan was in a much worse state. Although he could clearly see the space around him, he could not dodge in time. The sorcerer god's attacks contained even more sequence particles, and he was continuously injured by the explosions caused by the compression of space. His arms, legs, abdomen, and back were all covered in wounds. Explode. Another soft sound rang out. Mu Jun's head exploded, and Luo Shan was sent flying. Luo Shan stared blankly at Mu Jun's death. Grief welled up in his heart, but he also felt powerless. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. Their killing in the reincarnation spacetime had long been suppressed, and only the endless battlefield could allow them to unleash their full strength. He had unintentionally gotten involved in the battle between the triumphant celestial and the corpse god, so he knew how powerful the 7 sky gods were. There were only a few people in the 6-way association who could fight against the 7 sky gods. He could not do it, and neither could Dimensional Master. Even Void Master might not be able to do it. The 6-way association seemed powerful and had many powerhouses, but there were too few people who could stop the 7 sky gods in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin constantly dodged, and a stream of light floated around him, reversing the flow of time for him. The current feeling was similar to the tempering of spacetime during the half-progenitor's origin tribulation. The sorcerer god's maze made him feel as if he was inside the origin tribulation, and there was no way to escape. More and more sequence particles descended. Child of the Lu family, as long as you are willing to join the eternal race, I guarantee that you will become the 8th sky god. The true God will bestow power to help you transform, and you will no longer be a match for you among the humans. The sorcerer god tempted. Lu Yin exhaled heavily and waved his hand, summoning Mount Supreme. Ancestor, I've done my best. I leave the rest to you. Space violently fluctuated, and a figure walked out of Mount Supreme. Sorcerer god, we meet again. The sorcerer god's mace trembled. Luo Shan suddenly realized that space was no longer exploding, and the sorcerer god had stopped attacking. Then, a shout rang out, Lu Tianyi. The person who walked out of Mount Supreme was naturally Lu Tianyi. Someone had already warned Lu Yin on the other side of the battlefield that no matter what, it was impossible for him to risk his life by himself. Of course, he would bring Lu Tianyi along. He did not invite Lu Tianyi to fight Dimensional Master, and he also did not invite Lu Tianyi to escape from the Sorcerer God's Sourcebox array because he wanted to see the Sorcerer God's bottom line. Ancestor Lu Yuan, Ancestor Lu Tianyi, and Big Sis had warned him many times not to underestimate the 7 sky gods, and Lu Yin remembered that. He would never underestimate the 7 sky gods. If the 7 sky gods could not even trap him, then it was not the 7 sky gods' true strength. Now that the sorcerer god's maze had appeared, and the sorcerer god had continuously attacked him with space sequence particles, Lu Yin knew that it was time. Even the sorcerer god's maze, which could trap Guizhi, had appeared. If this was not the sorcerer god's bottom line, then how could the human race have lasted until now? Lu Tianyi looked around. This power was used during the Jiuhe battle, but you have never used it in my primordial space. Is it because you were rejected? Sorcerer god, leave your life behind today. Lu Tianyi, do you really think you can deal with me? The sorcerer god shouted. Space collapsed, and the sorcerer god let out a strange laugh. Lu Tianyi sneered, the ancestor reminded me that you were heavily injured in the endless battlefield. Today is the best time to kill you. The sorcerer god had just muttered to himself, so he knew that the sorcerer god had fought with Dimensional Master's brain during the endless battlefield's final battle. However, the sorcerer god had almost died in the middle of the battle, which seemed to have something to do with ancestor Lu Yuan. The sorcerer god let out a gloomy voice, that old bastard Lu Yuan, we should have trapped him back then. Space, explode. Tao of Tianyi, one word incarnation. With the energy research team as the center, space began to distort in all directions before it exploded. The entire space began to crack, and countless spatial cracks spread out, bringing about disaster. The sorcerer god's maze was torn apart by the battle between Lu Tianyi and the sorcerer god. Luo Shan took this opportunity to escape without hesitation. Regardless of whether it was the sorcerer god or Lu Tianyi, he did not want to face these two monsters. He had no choice but to enter the Eternal Darkness card to avoid the aftermath of the battle. He had seen the true strength of the ancestor Lu Tianyi. Previously, he had only used 3 fingers to defeat Madman Lu, and now, he did not have the upper hand against the sorcerer god. The indescribable sequence particles were boiling like an ocean, overturning the entire space. The sorcerer god's spatial sequence particles were bombarded and constantly worn down. If I wasn't heavily injured, Lu Tianyi, you wouldn't be able to suppress me. The sorcerer god was indignant. Lu Tianyi coldly said, the ancestor instructed me to destroy you. It's time to pay for the blood feud from the Battle of Jiuhe. He, pay. With just you. Even if Lu Yuan is here, he won't be able to stop me. Divine power surged out of the sorcerer god's body and crazily blasted towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's expression changed. Divine power had the power to cover everything, and even the sorcerer god could not break through it immediately. The sorcerer god turned around and appeared beside the huge device that could materialize sequence particles. He wanted to take it away, as this was the reason why he had stayed in the hyperspace. The success of the research on sequence particles could change the structure of the human race, and it could also transform the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes turned red, as he could not let the sorcerer god take the device away. Patriarch Lu Tianyi was unable to break through the divine power immediately, but he could open up a path for himself. Lu Tianyi was shocked and grabbed Lu Yin. "Little Seven, don't be rash." At that moment, the sorcerer god, who should have left, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with fear. "What happened? Are you injured? Didn't you say that no one can kill you? Run." "Shut up," the sorcerer god barked. His master had been panicking just now. The sorcerer god tore through the void. Behind him, Lu Tianyi pushed Lu Yin aside and faced the sorcerer god. The word break means return to the starting point. "I already said that you can't escape." As soon as he spoke, the sorcerer god's body cracked open, and he could not even hold on to the device. He let go and looked back at Lu Tianyi in shock. "You've actually reached this realm." The divine power in front of Lu Tianyi split apart, and he took a step forward. He looked down at the sorcerer god from above and pointed out with a finger. Just like when he had faced Madman Lu, every finger had caused Madman Lu to despair and be unable to resist. The sorcerer god's eyes were filled with madness, and his body continued to crack open. Space transformed into specks that entered his body. These were spatial sequence particles that could be seen even without using Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin had only seen the Grand Empyrean use them at the Grand Empyrean's tea party. The sorcerer god's body suddenly shattered, and the spatial sequence particles that entered his body continuously connected to form a sourcebox array. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2894. The sorcerer god stared at Lu Tianyi crazily. "I told you that no one can kill me. Lu Tianyi, I'll remember you. I'll leave the research on the sequence particle here for now, and I'll get it back." Then, his body suddenly vanished without warning. Lu Tianyi's finger missed, and he stared at the empty spot. The sorcerer god was gone. Lu Yin hurried over. "Ancestor." Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. He used the laws of space to break through his body and forcefully escape. Although he escaped, he's on the verge of death. Without the help of an absolute powerhouse, he will still die. But since he escaped, he must have a backup plan. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. Lu Tianyi nodded. He had not expected the sorcerer god to have such a method, but no one had been able to injure the sorcerer god to such an extent, not even during the above heaven era. Suddenly, the void nearby distorted, and the sorcerer god reappeared. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin stared at him in shock, and he stared back at them. Why were they still here? Lu Tianyi instinctively attacked, and his finger landed on the sorcerer god's forehead. The sorcerer god's brain shattered, but his body still disappeared for a moment. At the critical moment, a ray of light flashed, and the sorcerer god's body reappeared. Lu Tianyi took this opportunity to strike the sorcerer god's nearly headless body. The sourcebox array that had been formed from the spatial sequence particles within the sorcerer god's body had been destroyed by Lu Tianyi. This was something that only Lu Tianyi could do. The sourcebox array had been destroyed, which meant that the sorcerer god could no longer escape. He now looked like he was dead. Lu Yin stared at the sorcerer god's headless body. Was he dead? This felt unreal. He was one of the 7 sky gods, and outside of the above heaven era, he had never heard of any of the 7 sky gods dying. He had only wanted to obtain the equipment for the sequence particle, but he had inadvertently killed one of them. The sorcerer god's body swayed, and bloody lines flowed out from his shattered body. They continuously reformed, forming a head covered in blood-red nerves. It stared at Lu Tianyi with a ferocious expression. "I didn't die at your hands, dimensional master. Why are you doing this?" The blood-red head's expression changed to one of mockery and smugness. How many years has it been? Ever since you found out about the transdimensional research on dimensional particle, and attacked me? I've been waiting for this moment. You're not dimensional master. Who the hell are you? The sorcerer spirit god was filled with hatred. Lu Tianyi sighed. Long time no see, Huiwen. Hee, long time no see. Lu Tianyi, your Lu clan almost got me into trouble. You're Huiwen. That despicable and sinister person. The shaman spirit god was enraged, and the blood-red head became even more ferocious. However, his expression quickly changed to Ancestor Huey's. When it comes to despicableness, how can we compare to you Eternals? Aside from the first continent being destroyed for unknown reasons, the rest of the continents were destroyed because of your despicable methods. You either split them up or ambushed them, ultimately causing the above heaven to disappear. During the Battle of Johua, you slaughtered the entire battlefield, Lu Yi. Tianyi is right, this blood feud should be repaid. Dream on. Even if I die, you'll die with me. The shaman spirit god roared. Ancestor Hui sneered. I died long ago, and only my consciousness remains. Since I know it's you, do you really think I'm under your control? Lu Tianyi, do it, or let that little friend do it. The shaman spirit god was indignant. Huiwen, you can't defeat us Eternals directly, so you rely on this method. You're too despicable, too despicable. With a bang, the shaman spirit god's body was completely destroyed by Lu Tianyi's law break. Lu Yin watched as the shaman spirit god's body vanished into thin air, and an indescribable sense of relief welled up within him. The 7 sky gods were not immortal. Ever since Lu Yin had first learned about the existence of the 7 sky gods, he had been thinking about how to deal with them. However, the more he learned about them, the more he realized that the 7 sky gods were unfathomable. They seemed to have limitless strength, and every time he saw their true strength, he would realize that what he saw was not their true strength. Lu Yin had even suspected that the 7 sky gods would die. But now, the shaman spirit god was dead. His death had reversed Lu Yin's impression of the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods could also die. Even though the shaman spirit god's death had been schemed against by Ancestor Hui, and he had been severely injured by Ancestor Lu Yuan before being killed by Ancestor Lu Tianyi in the end, and his death had taken the lives of several extremely powerful human experts, it was fine as long as he could die. Lu Tianyi exhaled. Finally, we've killed one. Yes, we've finally killed one. An ethereal voice rang out from Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin's thoughts drifted away. Lu Tianyi looked in a certain direction, where his thoughts had materialized into a translucent person. It was Ancestor Hui. He was not like Progenitor Qin, who had left behind an invincible battle record, nor was he like Ancestor Hui, who had left behind a miraculous technique. However, Ancestor Hui's influence had spread throughout human history. It was his schemes that had caused the 6th mainland to pay the price. It was him who had remained in the technocracy and fought the everlasting tribe for a breather. It was him who had set up an unlimited power source that had allowed the astral tree to defend against the everlasting tribe's invasion. And now, he had schemed against the shaman spirit god and killed the 7 sky gods. Ancestor Hui was not the strongest progenitor in human history, but he was one of the progenitors with the greatest contributions. His legends and arrangements had contributed greatly to humanity. He was one of the progenitors that Lu Yin admired the most. Lu Yin had not expected to meet Ancestor Hui in this hyperspace. Brother Lu, your family's child is very powerful. I admire him. Ancestor Hui smiled and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Ancestor Hui. Junior Lu Yin greets Ancestor Hui. Ha, smart, strong, and polite. I don't understand how the Lu family gave birth to such a child. Child, are you sure your surname is Liu? Ancestor Hui teased. Liu Tianyi shook his head. All right, your mouth is still as cheap as ever. Tell me, what's going on? Ancestor Hui smiled. It's life. Talk more, and you'll gain something. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Hui curiously. This was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas ancestors Hui, the one that the Fog ancestor had ridiculed as the most sinister and sarcastic of all. The Fog ancestor had told Lu Yin that Ancestor Hui had not acknowledged many people, and Ancestor Hui was one of them. Thus, many people had challenged Ancestor Hui to a duel, causing a group of people to take a detour when they saw him. Although the Fog ancestor did not say much, she still gritted her teeth when it came to Ancestor Hui. Although she gritted her teeth, she could not help but admire him. This was Ancestor Hui. We found Ku Jia. When he wakes up, we'll have him talk to you, Lu Tianyi said. Hui Wen's eyes widened. You found Ku Jia. Didn't that idiot go and challenge the one true God? He's not dead yet. He's not dead. That's ruthless. I'm convinced. Lu Tianyi looked at Ancestor Hui. You won't be able to maintain this mindset for much longer. Ancestor Hui was helpless. After all, we're facing the sorcerer god. You know how difficult it is to deal with him. I knew that hyperspace wanted to study sequence particles a long time ago. However, at that time, I was chosen by the dimensional master and became his body. I tried my best to escape. When I reached the ancestor realm and was confident, I came to hyperspace again. With my intelligence and means, I dealt with the dimensional master. Not long after I dealt with the dimensional master, that fellow, witchcraft spirit god, found out through a spy that hyperspace was studying sequence particles. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So that was how it was. The Yu family had mentioned that someone had been chosen by the dimensional master but had escaped. So it was Ancestor Hui. Since the sorcerer god walked right into my trap, I was more than happy to accept it. I used my consciousness to enter his body and pretend to be trapped, but on the surface, I was still the dimensional master. I maintained this state and steadily studied the dimensional master. Kid, what's with that look? Hui Wen suddenly looked at Lu Yin. He coughed. The technocracy is divided into 2 factions. One faction is helping the 6th mainland, while the other is helping the astral tree. The 2 factions are fighting against the dimensional master, and while it seems like they're exhausting each other, they're actually combining the resources of the 6th mainland and the astral tree to create mechanical ants to deal with the Eternals. If I'm not wrong, Senior, you're using hyperspace and the Eternals to research the dimensional master. Ha 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 ha, smart. I knew you were smart, kid. It wasn't in vain that I risked being exposed to save you at the tea party. That's right, that's it. Sequence particles aren't that easy to study. Do you think you can succeed just by relying on the energy research team? Zijing could only solve one problem, and most of the problems were solved by the sorcerer god. He's an extremely powerful origin array heavenly master, and together with me, we complemented each other to finally complete the research on the dimensional master. The sorcerer god thought that I was the dimensional master and could really control me, so I allowed him to control me without any qualms. I wanted to find a chance to deal with him, but who would have thought that something would happen to your Lu family? Brother Lu, your Lu family is really pitiful. You left behind a kid to stand up for you. Lu Tianyi frowned. If you have something to say, then say it. Hui Zhu rolled his eyes. I originally planned to contact the Lu family when the research on the dimensional master was about to succeed and have them cooperate with me to kill the sorcerer god. However, your Lu family was actually exiled, which made things troublesome. I didn't trust the people from the 6 Paths sect, and I wasn't familiar with them either. I had no choice but to beat around the bush and fool Zijing, scaring her away and delaying the progress of the dimensional master's research. Is that why Zijing coincidentally appeared in the fifth mainland? Lu Yin was shocked. Huizu grinned and nodded. She doesn't know it herself. I was the one who did it, controlling the dimensional master's appearance. The sorcerer god thought that he could control my thoughts, and he also had to use his avatar to complete many things. He couldn't keep an eye on me all the time, which gave me a chance. Lu Yin finally understood. He had been wondering why Zijing had been able to escape. The dimensional master's research on the dimensional master was so important, and it was already puzzling that she had been able to escape through hyperspace. So that was the reason. Does that mean that my actions have always been under your watch? Lu Yin asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2895. Huizu shook his head, not entirely. Zijing came back and brought you with her. I guessed your identity and admired you for scheming against hyperspace at such a young age. It's a good thing that you're not eager for quick success. You took your time and cooperated with each other silently. If you had nothing else to do, then you would have acted. Kid, I'll say it again, you're amazing. If you want to deceive someone, then you have to truly believe that you are that person. I'm the dimensional master, and this is the facade I created for the sorcerer god. That's why I didn't hold back when I attacked you. The sorcerer god isn't stupid either, and once he realized that something was amiss, he wouldn't be able to keep him alive. For example, when you stole the black energy source while the Shaoyin deity was scheming against the dimensional master, or Zijing's whereabouts. As the dimensional master, I couldn't tell you, and I had to be on guard against you. And this time, I couldn't make the decision for your scheme against hyperspace. It was the sorcerer god who made the decision. He definitely didn't hold back when he attacked you, and it was also true that he wanted Luo Shan to kill you. Fortunately, I've been watching you for a long time and know what kind of person you are. You wouldn't be in a hurry to find Zijing, but that might not be the case if you met someone else. Even your ancestor, Lu Tianyi, I don't think he could have done better than you. However, there were some loopholes in your plan. For example, you took he ran away. If the real dimensional master was there, he would definitely have investigated everything about Xian Qi, and he wouldn't have let the Yu family off just because of Celestial Victor. A fake dimensional master is different. Neither I nor the sorcerer god wanted to attract Celestial Victor's attention, as that would have been easily exposed. That's why the Yu family was able to survive. As long as you don't touch hyperspace's research, you can do whatever you want with it. This meant that the Yu family had teamed up with the Shaoyin deity and Luo Shan to scheme against the Hui ancestor and the sorcerer god. It was no wonder that the dimensional master had won. It would be strange if the few of them could defeat the Hui ancestor and the sorcerer god. At the tea party, I saved you and pleaded on your behalf. I took a risk, but it was also because I wanted you to come to me. My attitude towards you has been erratic. With your personality, it would be strange if you didn't come to me. If you came to me, my attitude towards you would be slightly worse. Furthermore, with Bai Qian as a spy, letting you know that the research on sequence particles has failed, as a superior, you would definitely attack Zijing and snatch the sequence particle equipment. This is something that only a person in your position would consider. It's so important that you can let go of your feelings and control them. It's so important that you can ignore the help I've given you and naturally lead to this war. You're both emotional and rational, and with your caution, it's impossible for you to come alone. Although the process is a bit tortuous, it's worth it to deal with the witch spirit god. Huizu laughed. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. This wasn't just a tortuous process, it was simply brain-burning. Perhaps the Hui ancestor had already thought of everything the moment the witchling god had arrived at the hyperspacetime to attack Wei Zhu. In order to make the sorcerer god lower his guard, he had pretended to be the dimensional master and allowed himself to be controlled by the sorcerer god. In the end, he had killed the sorcerer god. If not for the Hui ancestor, the sorcerer god would not have died. Everything that had happened seemed complicated, but the Hui ancestor had used various methods to smooth things over. This was the Hui ancestor. No wonder Patriarch Tianyi had said that the Hui ancestor would not die. If the Lu family hadn't returned and Little Seven attacked Zijing, what would you have done? Lu Tianyi asked. The Hui ancestor thought about it. I would have killed everyone in the energy research team and destroyed the equipment. Everything would have returned to zero. And this thought of mine will also vanish into thin air. He then grinned. But that would not have happened. How do you think that parallel universe with a different flow of time was destroyed? If the Lu family hadn't returned, I would have treated the little kid very well, so well that he would have been too embarrassed to attack the hyperspace. Ha! Lu Yin was speechless, but it made sense. If Zijing and the others had not left the parallel universe, he would not have attacked the hyperspace. If the dimensional master treated him well, he would not have attacked. The help at the tea party had already made him hesitate. Lu Yin was not someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. If the dimensional master treated him well, he would have used a different method to get along. Thus, everything seemed to be part of his plan, but the Hui ancestor was actually in control. This was the real plan. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Senior, I admire you. The Hui ancestor smiled. No one is perfect. I am very smart, and I am very confident in that. However, I am not good at fighting. Otherwise, I would not have waited for you to attack. Although you are not as smart as me, you are not bad. You do not need to develop in my direction. You have your own path, and your future is not something I can compare to. Lu Yin, the future of humanity depends on you. Lu Yin looked at the Hui ancestor in shock. He did not understand why the Hui ancestor would say such a thing. Did he really understand him? Lu Tianyi was proud. The future of humanity depends on Little Seven. The Hui ancestor rolled his eyes. That's enough. The Lu family is just a support. As he spoke, the Hui ancestor's body became more and more transparent. Oh right, it's best not to break the seal and revive that beast. Its bestial nature is too strong and it hates humans to the extreme. Also, after the final battle in the endless battlefield, the 7 heavenly gods went their separate ways. None of them returned to the eternal race. At least 1 or 2 of them are in the endless battlefield. Take advantage of their weakness and kill them. Little friend, I hope you can get rid of one of them. The Hui ancestor's body completely disappeared, and the Hui ancestor's consciousness dissipated into outer space. Lu Yin looked at the empty space. Although the Hui ancestor had only appeared for a short time, he had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Lu Tianyi's gaze was complicated. Huiwen was not as brilliant as Xia Shang and the others during the Daosaur sex era, but he had left behind many impressions for the future generations. The Hui ancestor's only flaw was that he liked to make sarcastic remarks regardless of the occasion. Ancestor, is the Hui ancestor dead? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianyi laughed. I said that he would not die no matter who died. Even if he died, it would be the day that humanity truly defeated the Eternals. Lu Yin nodded. Around them, the shaman spirit doll had all shattered, and the shaman god's labyrinth had completely disappeared the moment the shaman spirit god had died. Wen Shi, Zhongxi, Qiuzhan, and the other users of the black energy source had gathered outside and were looking over uneasily. When they saw Lu Yin, they were all stunned. They were not the only ones. Bai Qian, Elder Zhua, and the others were also there. Although this battle had been brief, it had affected the entire spacetime continuum, and it had been the most intense battle in its history. Lu Yin looked around. Had Luo Shan escaped? Master Lu, why are you here? Qiu Zhan was the first to ask, and his expression was ugly. They had not seen Lu Tianyi since he had already left, and it would not be easy for him to explain himself. Master Wei had released the drifting cloud space, and Qiu Zhan had naturally returned to guard the area with Wen Shi and the others. They understood Lu Yin very well. When he had disguised himself as Xian Qi, he had been very polite to everyone. However, after the battle at the tea party, the Lu family had returned, and the above heaven sect had become extremely powerful, which had caused his attitude to change. He had acted in the reincarnation spacetime and captured the new Great Stone Sage. He was completely lawless. Now, he had appeared in the spacetime continuum, which made them feel uneasy. This was especially so when they saw the shaman spirit doll. What was going on? Lu Yin looked around. Master Wei asked me to bring Zijing back. However, the shaman spirit god suddenly appeared and ambushed Master Wei. Unfortunately, Master Wei died. Qiu Zhan and the others were shocked. Impossible, Master Wei is dead. Wen Shi, Zong Si, and the others were in disbelief. Master Wei was dead. Bai Qian was shocked. Was it the shaman spirit god or Lu Yin who killed Master Wei? In the distance, people from the Yu family had arrived. Yu Fang and Yu Lei had also arrived. When they heard Lu Yin's words, they were shocked. They had the same thought as Bai Qian. Was it the shaman spirit god or Lu Yin who killed Master Wei? Lu Yin stepped aside. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Master Wei has already turned into ashes, but the traces of the battle are still there. You have also seen the shaman spirit doll and godly force. Qiu Zhan and the others rushed towards the energy research team. The people inside were all dead, as the aftermath of the battle was impossible to survive. The leader of the energy research team, the crazy old man, was also dead. Before he died, he tried to struggle and escape. Once these crazy people achieved their goal, they became normal. He was also afraid of death and wanted to escape, but he couldn't. The shaman spirit doll, godly force, these traces could be seen at a glance. Su Wuwei, Mu Feng, and even venerated Lotus came one by one. They checked and confirmed that it was the shaman spirit god. Where is the shaman spirit god? Venerated Lotus asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up, he's dead. Senior Vader perished together with him. Everyone was shocked. The shaman spirit god was also dead. Is the shaman spirit god really dead? Su Wuwei was excited. Lu Yin nodded. Master Wei did not fear death for the sake of humanity. He died together with the shaman spirit god. I am ashamed. If my cultivation was higher, it would not have happened. Venerated Lotus, did Master Wei really die at the hands of the shaman spirit god? Zong Si suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Zong Si. Venerated Lotus's eyes flashed as he stared at Zong Si. Do you have any questions? Zong Si looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, Master Wei once said that if Master Lu came, we should be careful. Venerated Lotus stared at Lu Yin. Master Lu, what does Master Wei mean? Qiu Zhan, Wen Shi, Su Wuwei, and the others looked at Lu Yin. Could Master Wei's death be related to Lu Yin? Lu Yin faced everyone's gaze. Why are you looking at me? Are you suspecting that I colluded with the shaman spirit god to kill Master Wei? His words made everyone relax. Would Lu Yin collude with the shaman spirit god to kill Master Wei? What a joke. He was Lu Yin, the master of the origin space with the Lu family behind him. If he really wanted to betray humanity, then what was the point of the Six Direction Society? Zong Si's face turned pale and he could not refute. He also did not know what Master Wei meant. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Ancestor Hui was too good at pretending. In order to hide from the shaman spirit god, he did not let go of any details. Master Wei's death is my Six Direction Society's regret. I, Lu Yin, have decided to crusade against the endless battlefield. Lu Yin suddenly announced loudly. Venerated Lotus and the others were stunned. Crusade against the endless battlefield? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. We cannot let Master Wei die in vain. Previously, our Lu family's ancestors fought against the only true God and the seven sky gods. Now, it's our turn. No, the endless battlefield is finally put on hold. We cannot be rash. Venerated Lotus objected directly. Lu Yin said coldly, Venerated Lotus means that the eternal race can decide the direction of the war at any time, but we humans cannot. Venerated Lotus frowned. That's not what I mean. I mean. That's good. If Venerated Lotus is unwilling, you cannot go. I, Lu Yin, must avenge Master Wei and crusade against the endless battlefield. Those who are afraid of death can refuse. Lu Yin shouted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2896. Lu Yin's words ignited his fighting spirit. Qiu Zhan suddenly raised his head. I'll go. Wen Shi took a deep breath and said, I'll go too. It's my duty to avenge my master. Song Si clenched his fists. I'll go too. The woodcutter left. I'm going to clean my knife. Call me when you're ready to go. Su Wuwei's face twitched. He really didn't want to go to the endless battlefield, but it didn't seem too good to refuse. Call me when the time comes. Lotus Venerable 9 growled, Master Lu, if we attack the endless battlefield rashly, the Eternals might plot against us. Lu Yin asked, Are you saying that we humans are less intelligent than the Eternals? Venerable Lotus was furious. She had been choked twice, so she simply left without saying anything. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian. With Vader's death, someone should be in charge of hyperspace. Before Senior Vader died, he told me to tell you to make good use of what he left for you. In the future, hyperspace will be yours. Wen Shi and the others looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian was able to rise to the top because of the Dimensional Master. Now that the Dimensional Master was dead, how could she still be in charge of ultra space-time? At this point, Lu Yin looked at Yu Fang. The Yu family once rebelled against Maintainer, but he was magnanimous enough to let you off this time. In return, you must assist Bai Qian in protecting hyperspace. Yu Fang understood. No matter who it was, the Yu family was going to assist Bai Qian in controlling hyperspace. No, to be more precise, they were going to assist Lu Yin. The Yu clan will definitely follow Master Wei's instructions. Yu Fang bowed respectfully. Everyone from the Yu family saluted. Bai Qian's face was pale. Our ultra-space dimension needs time to mourn Master Vader's death. Master Lu, when are we going to launch a crusade against the boundless battlefield? Transdimensional will do its best to avenge Master Wei. Lu Yin grunted. I'll confirm the time. Not long after, everyone dispersed. The death of the Maintainer had the greatest impact on Wen Shi and the others, as well as the users of the white energy source. It did not affect the ordinary people in the hyperspace continuum at all. The hyperspace continuum would remain as it was, and it would not be reduced to an endless battlefield for the time being. Furthermore, the purpose of the crusade against the boundless battlefield was to find the seven sky gods. This was a rare opportunity, and even Ancestor Hui had told Lu Yin to find the seven sky gods. It would be best if he could eliminate another one of them. This meant that the seven sky gods were currently at their weakest, and Lu Yin had to seize this opportunity to eliminate another one. The current Six Directions Guild could be considered to be at its peak. With so many ancestor realm experts from the above heaven sect taking action, they could easily sweep through the boundless battlefield. As long as he didn't infiltrate the Eternals and draw out the only true God, everything would be fine. If the sorcerer spirit god could die, then so could the rest of the 7 gods. Bai Qian and Yufang stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master Lu. Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal a black energy source. Wen Shi, Zhongxi, Qiuzhan, and Elder Zhua, here are 4 black energy sources. The sect above heaven has one, and I have one. I heard that ultra space has about 10 black energy sources. Where are the rest? Bai Qian looked at Yufang. Yufang said respectfully, originally, my Yu clan had 3. They were in the hands of my father, Yu Xian, myself, and Yu Ting. However, my father, Yu Xian, and Yu Ting died one after another. Including mine, the 3 black energy sources were all taken away by Master Wei. Now, my Yu clan no longer has any black energy sources. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian shook his head. Only the dimensional master possesses a black energy source. Lu Yin frowned and suddenly thought of something. Where is Master Wei's place of seclusion? Bai Qian pointed the way, but Lu Yin did not go there immediately. Instead, he returned to the energy research team and looked at the huge equipment with a burning gaze. This had been developed by the Eternals and Ultra Space. It could materialize sequence particles and allow people without heaven's eye to see it. The witch spirit god was willing to stay in Ultra Space to keep an eye on it, and Ancestor Hui had sacrificed too much for it. The Eternals would definitely want this equipment, but they would not be able to get it. Lu Yin released Zi Jing. Zi Jing looked around and sighed in relief when she saw that there was no battle. Is everything all right? Lu Yin stared at the equipment and asked, can this be used? Zi Jing looked at the equipment. Yes, where's teacher? Then, she realized that there was no one alive in the energy research team other than her. Zi Jing was scared. This level of battle was too terrifying. At this time, she saw Bai Qian and Yufang standing in the distance. Their appearance meant that the battle was over. Then, where was Master Wei? Master Wei had clearly attacked the Tao Lord. Could it be? Tao Lord of the battle just now. Master Wei is dead. Zi Jing's heart raced. Was it the Tao Lord? Lu Yin looked at her. It was the witch spirit god who killed him. It has nothing to do with me. How could it have nothing to do with him? Zi Jing was not an idiot. In that situation, Master Wei's killing intent towards Lu Yin had been too obvious. Now that he was dead, and Bai Qian and the Yu family were listening to Lu Yin's orders, the Master of Ultra Space had changed. She did not dare to believe it. Master Wei was one of the 6 paths, the Master of Ultra Space. How could this be? No matter how unbelievable it was, the truth was the truth. Lu Yin did not disturb Zi Jing. She had entered a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to study sequence particles, and there were many things in the outside world that she did not know. He did not have the time to explain it to Zi Jing, she only wanted to know the result. The result was that Ultra Space had become the Master of Ultra Space. Zi Jing calmed herself down and accepted this fact. She looked at Lu Yin with apprehension. Tao Lord, can I make a request? No, it's a request. Lu Yin looked at Zi Jing. Zi Jing looked at Lu Yin as well. Although she was afraid of what Lu Yin had done, her many years of research into sequence particles had allowed her to quickly calm down. The ambition that he ran had stirred up and the fear of facing death at any moment had given her the courage to make a request of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I said that if you help me, I will give you what you want. He did the right thing by provoking your ambition and giving you desire. Zi Jing's eyes flickered, and she bowed deeply. Tao Lord, please give me a black energy source. Lu Yin was surprised. You want to fight? It's self-defense, Jing said. Lu Yin understood. What if I say that you have a high status in both the Genesis Space and the Six Paths Association, and that you don't need to worry about your safety? Do you still want the black energy source? Jing bowed even deeper. No answer was the best answer. Actually, she could not use the black energy source right now, but it was better than nothing. One day, she would be able to use it. Lu Yin smiled and casually tossed the black energy source to Jing. Jing caught it and was overjoyed. Thank you, Tao Lord. Study the sequence particles well for me. I want all of the progenitors to transform. If you can do it, I'll give you even more than you can imagine. Lu Yin stored the equipment and Jing into Mount Supreme before walking out. This place had already been abandoned. Bai Qian and Yufang saw Jing, but they did not ask. Lu Yin followed Bai Qian's directions and found Vader's place of seclusion. He had never seen such a strange place of seclusion. It was like a combination of future technology and human witchcraft. Bodies lined up neatly in an unknown liquid. There were men and women, and it was a horrifying sight. Back then, the Yu family only knew that Vader had one body, which was the man who was corroded by the Shaoyin divinity. His other body should be either He Ran or Bai Qian, but the Yu family failed. Vader had more than one body. Lu Yin saw the body that Master Vader had appeared in with a woman's appearance. However, no matter how deeply Vader had hidden himself, it was impossible for him to have so many bodies. These bodies looked like experiments, or rather, after Ancestor Hui defeated Vader, he did not change this place and allowed it to maintain its original appearance. The witch spirit god did not care about this at all. Lu Yin found 3 black energy sources here, which were equivalent to creating 3 progenitors. This trip had not been in vain. He had dealt with the 7 sky gods and conversed with Ancestor Hui. He had also gained more progenitors for the sect above the heavens and obtained the right to speak in hyperspace. From now on, hyperspace could only be considered a vassal of the sect above the heavens. Once upon a time, the sect above the heavens would be treated with respect by all races, and Lu Yin was slowly walking towards that height. In the sect above the heavens, a group of people surrounded the sequence particle equipment and watched curiously. There were ordinary cultivators such as Wang Fan and Wei Rong, and there were also progenitors such as Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo. There were also progenitors such as Elder Chan, Ling Qing, Starlord, Big Sis, and even crazy Dean Xiaochen. Jing was still a little nervous to work under the watchful eyes of so many people. She already knew what had happened during this time, and she felt as if she had been struck by a hammer. She could not believe it. It had only been a short time, but the sect above the heavens had already dominated the Six Direction Society, and the Tao Lord did not even care about great Empyreans. The Lu family that had once called the shots had returned, and the sect above the heavens had become the parallel universe with the most progenitors in the Six Direction Society. This was no longer a matter of a little more, but rather a lot more. Including Lu Yin, the sect above the reincarnation spacetime had doubled in number. This was a terrifying number. The fifth mainland did not even have a single progenitor in the past. Jing felt as if she was dreaming. Everyone who wants to be the first to try touching the sequence particle. Lu Yin smiled as he sized up the crowd. Those below the progenitor realm were directly filtered out, and only progenitors were qualified to try. Unsurprisingly, Ling Qing was the first to step forward. She approved of Lu Yin, and it was also because of Lu Yin that she had been able to break through to the progenitor realm. Wherever Lu Yin went, he liked to bring Ling Qing with him. Ling Qing was the perfect example of a ruthless person who did not speak much. Unexpectedly, Ling Qing did not step forward to touch the laws. Tao Lord, I wish to break through the laws of the sequence by myself. If I touch it now, it will affect my path. Please allow me. Lu Yin laughed. Of course, I won't force you. Elder Chan stepped forward. Then let me do it. Out of so many progenitors, how many can touch the laws of the sequence? I don't plan on becoming one of them. Lu Yin smiled. It's possible for anyone. Elder Chan's path is one of righteousness. Since you've contributed to humanity, we will not treat you unfairly. He then looked at Zijing. Zijing nodded. It had been more than a month since they had returned from hyperspace, and she had finally adjusted the equipment so that she could attempt to materialize the sequence particle. She could touch it and even use it. Of course, it was like a child learning to walk. Progenitors would need to take their time to touch and use the sequence particle. Fortunately, the sect above the heavens had Big Sis, a powerhouse who had grasped the laws of the sequence. Lu Yin had interacted with her many times, so he was not completely ignorant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2897. The scene that had once occurred in the beyond spacetime dimension appeared in the above heaven sect at this moment. The void twisted, and with a strange sound, particles appeared in the void, twisting and turning slowly. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Apart from sequence nomological powerhouses, who else had seen sequence particles? Lu Yin was an exception, but aside from Lu Yin, no one else could see it. At this moment, even Wang Wen and the others, who were not even emissaries, could see the supreme power of the universe. Only by grasping the sequence laws would one truly have the power to protect themselves. This was something that everyone in the universe was gradually acknowledging. Ordinary progenitors were no longer capable of protecting themselves. This is a sequence particle. It's pretty cute. Wang Wen was infatuated. Kuei Luo's face twitched. I don't know if I'll ever reach the level where I can use the sequence laws in my lifetime. The possibility is not high, someone said. Kuei Luo turned around and was about to curse when he saw that it was Lu Qi. His face turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Lu Yin was surprised. Dad, why are you here? Lu Qi widened his eyes and looked ahead. Patriarch Tianyi told me that there were sequence particles to observe, so I came. Little Xian, you guys have actually developed sequence particles. It wasn't us. It was the ultra spacetime and the Eternals. Lu Yin explained what had happened, leaving Lu Qi dumbfounded. Senior Huiwen is still alive. Lu Yin shrugged. Probably not. Lu Qi sighed with emotion. Sure enough, as expected of Ancestor Hui. Zijing's voice sounded, which senior would like to give it a try? Let me remind you that I don't know what kind of law this is, and I haven't reached the point where I can control the law. Thus, the law that I obtain is random. If seniors aren't satisfied with this kind of law, you can use it. However, the universe's laws are endless, and there are more things that have happened in the past. If you want to obtain the law that you like, the difficulty is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Elder Chan stepped forward. How do I use it? Zijing said, just touch it. The sequence particle will wrap around anything that touches it. Elder Zen was filled with amazement as he touched the sequence particle under the expectant gazes of the people around him. The sequence particle seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Elder Zen's palm, finally forming something that resembled a bracelet that clung tightly to his wrist. How do you feel? Big Sister was curious. Elder Chan said, I don't feel anything. It's like it doesn't exist. Hurry up and use it. Let's see what the rules are. Lu Yin was curious as well, as this was an external force that belonged to a foreign object. Even Elder Chan had not been able to understand the laws the moment he came into contact with the sequence particle. He needed to figure it out on his own. In the past, the sequence particle was the symbol of a top ancestor realm expert. But now, it had become a foreign object of the celestial sect. Although this foreign object was uncontrollable, once a powerful sequence particle was obtained, it could be considered a trump card for an ancestor realm expert. Zijing was also curious as to what kind of laws Elder Chan had obtained. They had tried it out a few days before Lu Yin had arrived in the hyperspace, and the laws that they had obtained were all strange. Some of them were so strange that they couldn't even identify them. Elder Chan began his attempts. If he wanted to confirm the rules, he naturally had to use them. Elder Zen gave it a try while Zijing rebooted the equipment and began to materialize the sequence particles again. Every activation took quite a bit of time. This period of time was just enough for Elder Zen to confirm the rules. Not long after, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he left for the main hall in the sky above. Traceless. This. Greetings, Master Lu. Traceless hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin nodded and gestured with his hand. Sit. Wu Hen sat down and said, Lord Lu, Mr. Daheng went to the endless battlefield to track down Luo Shan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. When? Just a month ago. Mr. Daheng originally wanted me to go to the endless battlefield to search for traces of Luo Shan, but I discovered that Luo Shan had gone to the hyperspace. Not long after that, Mr. Daheng went to the endless battlefield and seemed to have confirmed Luo Shan's location. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. A month ago. Coincidentally, during the battle with Witch Spirit God, Luo Shan escaped during that battle. He could only escape to the endless battlefield. Mr. Daheng also went to the endless battlefield after that. He wanted to make a move while Luo Shan was injured. Traceless did not disturb Lu Yin and waited quietly. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at Traceless and smiled. This information is very useful to me. Well done. Traceless stood up. It's my honor to be able to help you. What instructions do you have for me? I'll do my best to complete them. Find a way to confirm Mr. Daheng's location. Tell me without alerting him, Lu Yin instructed. Traceless nodded. Understood. His attitude towards Lu Yin was even more respectful than before. Lu Yin had been present when Dimensional Master died, and no one knew what had happened. Everyone in the Six Direction Society was guessing, and some even said that Lu Yin had killed Dimensional Master. No matter what their guesses were, these people only dared to discuss it in private and didn't dare to question Lu Yin. This was Lu Yin's status. He had absolute authority in the Six Direction Society. Even if the Grand Empyrean wasn't in seclusion, Lu Yin would still stand at the top of the Six Direction Society. What kind of concept was it to have 10 progenitors under his command? Just thinking about it made one tremble. Lu Yin was the only one in the Six Direction Society who dared to say that he wanted to conquer the endless battlefield. Before this, the Six Direction Society could only defend the endless battlefield and fight against the Eternals. Traceless was filled with admiration for Lu Yin, and as a result, he became even more obedient. On the other side, Elder Chan had figured out the law that he had obtained. Objects had to fall from a high altitude. This was the law that he had obtained. Lu Yin found it strange that such a law existed, but at the same time, he felt that it was reasonable. Objects should naturally fall from a high altitude, and falling from a low altitude to a high altitude was not called falling, but rather flying. It had nothing to do with gravity, and even if gravity was reversed, falling was falling, and flying was flying. The main point of the law was the word falling and not the principle behind it. Lu Yin had figured out the law, but the question was, how could he use it? Elder Chan was fumbling around. The next person to obtain a law was the Star Lord, and Lu Qi also gave it a try out of curiosity. He did not care if it reached the level of a sequence law. Finally, Crazy Headmaster Xiao Qin also gave it a try. He had seen through the mundane world, and his cultivation path was different from everyone else's. He was more willing to experiment with various laws and understand the mundane world of the universe. Above the heaven sect's back mountain, Lu Qi and Lu Yin sat across from each other. The heavenly sect and the Daosource sect were the same sect in that era, but they actually represented different things. Lu Qi looked into the distance at the giant caged Wirm and ancestral tortoise. The Daosource sect is what we humans call it internally, and it symbolizes the origin of all Daos. The primogenitor created the astral source cultivation method and opened up 6 continents for humans to live on. This is the significance of the Daosource sect, and the heavenly sect is what the outside world calls it. Lu Yin blinked. Dad, is this something that you would say? Lu Qi smiled embarrassedly. It was old ancestor Tianyi who asked me to tell you. We originally planned to let you cultivate, but there are still some things that we should tell you. His expression was solemn. Do you know of my Lu family's direct descendant visualization method? Lu Yin asked, the 5th mainland. Lu Qi nodded. You've always been using the Akalanatha Sky King visualization method. Have you ever thought of cultivating the direct descendant's 5th mainland? Lu Yin shrugged. Actually, I've already started cultivating it. Lu Qi was puzzled. Really? Lu Yin replied, don't worry, Dad. I've really started cultivating it. The continent formed by the Fates An in his heart was the 5th mainland formed through the direct descendant visualization method. The 5th mainland had always been branded into Lu Yin's heart. The first time he had obtained the Fates An, when enlarged, was the 5th mainland. This was something that Lu Yin had gradually come to know. Since you've already started cultivating it, then there's no need to say anything more. Do you know where the Akalanatha Sky King visualization method came from? Lu Qi asked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Lu Bujing came from the era of the heavenly sect, so there are some things that I know more than you. The Akalanatha Sky King visualization method is forefather Lu Yuan's mount. Lu Qi felt awkward. How did he know everything? He had already learned from Lu Tianyi that Lu Yin had deified quite a few progenitors. Even Xia Xinji had been deified, and that was an existence whose seniority surpassed Lu Qi's own. This made Lu Qi feel very awkward, and when he recalled the situation when he had been bestowed the God Emperor sword, his face turned red. What about the general appointing platform? Do you know about it? Lu Yin did not understand. General appointing platform. Isn't that our innate gift? Lu Qi relaxed, as there was finally something that this brat did not know about. His expression turned solemn. The general appointing platform is not just our Lu family's innate gift. Does the words general appointing platform remind you of anything? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. General appointing platform, general appointing platform. Appointing soldiers and generals. The corners of Lu Qi's lips curled up. On the battlefield, the Lu clan is the commander. This is the general appointment platform. Little Xian, since you want to conquer the boundless battlefield, it's time for my Lu clan to make a general appointment platform for the 6-party assembly. In the era of the heavenly sect, my Lu family was known as the progenitor's commander's flag. One person led a country, and one person was sovereign. No matter how large the battlefield was, my Lu family was the commander's flag that would never fall. Continents were destroyed one after another, but the 5th mainland never fell because of my Lu family's existence. My Lu family is the progenitor's commander's flag, and also the commander's flag of humanity. The Lu family is the backbone of humanity. The commander's flag will never fall, the Lu family will never fall, and humanity will never fall. From the moment you became a Tao Lord, you are the head of my Lu family. Little Xian, let the river of time see the general appointing platform once again, and let it see the continuation of humanity's glory. Lu Yin's gaze was stern as he looked down at the heavenly sect. He shouted loudly, "Pass down my order." 100 days later, the heavenly sect will appoint a general to conquer the endless battlefield and counterattack the everlasting race. All grudges in the Genesis space will be put aside for now. All cultivators, await your orders. Within 100 days, no killing is allowed in the Genesis space. No, orders suddenly came one after another, causing the entire Genesis space and the Six Direction Society to be in an uproar. When Lu Yin said that he wanted to conquer the endless battlefield, many people in the Six Direction Society thought that he would only bring a few progenitors to kill some corpse kings. Who would have thought that he was serious? The Grand Heavenly Venerables and the others were in seclusion, and so was the everlasting race's only true god. One of the 7 sky gods had already died, and the rest were all in seclusion. The heavenly sect was at its peak, and Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to expand humanity's advantage against the everlasting race. He also wanted to show the Six Direction Society how strong the heavenly sect was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2898. There were too many evildoers in the endless battlefield. Old Monster Mo, by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, by Siener, Luo Shan, and the 7 sky gods were all hiding in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin wanted to attempt to sweep through the entire endless battlefield and eliminate some of the threats. Of course, the endless battlefield was not just a matter for the sect above heaven's path. Lu Yin could not use the sect above heaven to fight against the everlasting race. He sent out invitations to the Six Direction Society, and anyone who wanted to participate in the endless battlefield could sign up. He also personally invited progenitors to join, including Mu Feng and Gon from the Wood Spacetime, Dan Pu and Dan Fangyi from the Lost Clan, and Su Wuwei, Su Heng, and Su Leng from the Void God Spacetime. The entire Six Direction Society was immersed in the crusade that would take place in 100 days. The progenitors that the primordial space had sent out to help defend the Six Direction Society returned one by one, and they tried to make contact with the sequence particles. Lu Yin's request for them was to surpass other powerhouses at the same level, so the sequence particles were not impossible. News of the sect above heaven's path's crusade quickly spread throughout the endless battlefield. Bai Wang Yuan's expression changed when he heard the news. He did not believe that Lu Yin was only doing this to avenge Master Wei. He was more willing to believe that Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to attack him. This was troublesome. If the sect above heaven's path really swept through the endless battlefield, he would have no choice but to return to the reincarnation spacetime. Wang Fan also thought the same. Old Monster Mo cursed angrily. He could be considered free and unfettered hiding in the endless battlefield. This place was filled with slaughter, but for a powerhouse like him, there was no problem as long as he did not provoke any monsters. It was much more comfortable than being in the Six Direction Society. This Lu family's son actually wanted to sweep through the endless battlefield. Mr. Daheng's expression turned even uglier. He had finally managed to track down Luo Shan's whereabouts, and it would not be easy to get rid of Luo Shan. He would need to plan for a period of time, but this time was obviously not enough for the crusade. For a moment, he was filled with resentment towards Lu Yin. In addition to what had happened before, he wanted nothing more than to kill this Lu family's son. A single person and a single order could change countless people. Lu Yin wanted to crusade against the endless battlefield, and that was enough to change the plans of these powerhouses. In the sect above heaven's sect main hall, Su Wuwei had come as well. 2 of you don't support the crusade against the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the 2 of them. He didn't care about a venerated lotus cultivator, but he still had to respect Su Wuwei. The 9th grade venerate Lotus and Su Wuwei looked at each other. Facing Lu Yin, venerate Lotus bowed slowly. And Lu Yin's, or rather, she had always been suppressing Lu Yin, or rather, she had always had On's grand Empyreans. She She had always had grand Empyrean heavenly Empyrean. Now that the 9th grade Venerable Lotus was being courteous to him, Luyin naturally wouldn't mind. To Wang Yuan. She could not accept bowing to Luyin, as he had not even reached the level of an extreme powerhouse. However, she had no choice. He was the master of the Genesis space and was in charge of the current human's authority. Bowing to him was understandable. No matter what, he could fight with Grand Empyrean Heavenly Empyrean, so it was not an insult to her. The war between the humans and the Eternals has been going on for countless years, but the humans have never had the upper hand. The reason is that the Eternals listen to the one true God. If the one true God wants them to die, none of the Eternals will resist. This combined power is very terrifying. There is the one true God, the 7 heavenly gods, and Qing Kong. There are existences like the true God's guards. It is unwise to fight them head-on. The above heaven and the primordial space is constantly increasing its experts, and it is glorious. Since that is the case, why don't you choose the safer path and truly bring the above heaven to its former glory? Luyin looked at Su Wuwei. Senior, do you think so too? Su Wuwei sighed. We have fought in the endless battlefield for many years, and we know the Eternals very well. Master Lu, I know you want to eradicate the Eternals as soon as possible and rid the humans of this enemy. However, you must not be impatient. It is not that we are afraid of death and do not dare to fight the Eternals, but now that the Heavenly Empyrean sect finally has the chance to prosper, I do not want this chance to fail. Even the Grand Empyrean did not go deep into the Eternals. So what if we can conquer the entire endless battlefield? Luyin pondered. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable and Su Wuwei looked at each other and continued, the foundation of the Eternal Tribe is unfathomable. Under the premise of not having absolute confidence, if we can reach the peak glory of the former heavenly sect, then it will be the time to have a decisive battle with the Eternal Tribe. There is one more point. On the boundless battlefield, the strength of the Eternal Tribe is completely different from that of the samsara spacetime. They are two completely different things. Even Su Wuwei did not understand what Wang Yuan said. He had wondered why the Eternal strength was different in the reincarnation spacetime, but he did not know the specific reason. Luyin raised his hand to stop Wang Yuan. His expression was solemn. The crusade must be carried out. Wang Yuan's expression changed. Master Lu. Luyin raised his hand again, stopping the 9th grade Lotus Venerable from speaking further. You have a point, so listen to mine. Firstly, I have issued the order for the 100-day crusade to the entire origin space. The order must be carried out and cannot be changed. Secondly, this is a battle between the origin space and the endless battlefield. The other parallel universes of the Six Direction Guild can choose not to participate. Just guard your places well. Thirdly. Luyin looked at Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei. Do you really think that I am rushing to the endless battlefield because I want to get rid of the Eternals as soon as possible? Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei were puzzled. Is that not the case? This was the thought of many people in the Six Direction Guild. Luyin had broken through to the half-ancestor realm and was brought back to the Lu family. The Grand Master realm in the Heavenly Empyrean sect increased one after another and rose to glory. Under such circumstances, it was normal for a young man like Luyin to have some thoughts of wanting for quick success. Many people thought that Luyin was rushing to the endless battlefield in the name of avenging his master, but in reality, he was just trying to add a thick stroke to his name in history. Once he succeeded, it would be a contribution that would be remembered by the river of time and the generations of humans. This temptation was too great. Luyin laughed. I, Luyin, walked from an ordinary cultivator to where I am today. If it was what you think, I would have died many years ago. In the battle through space, the witch spirit god died. We received a piece of news. Lu Yin looked at the two. The 7 sky gods are heavily injured and scattered in the endless battlefield. Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei exclaimed, the 7 sky gods are still in the endless battlefield. Everyone thought that the 7 sky gods had returned to the Eternals like the sole true God. No one expected that the 7 sky gods were still in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The previous battle greatly injured the 7 sky gods. They are all heavily injured like the witch spirit god and are hiding in some corner of the endless battlefield. Since the witch spirit god can be killed, the other 7 sky gods can do the same. Don't the two of you want to take this opportunity to get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods? Su Wuwei was excited. Are you sure? Lu Yin said, I'm absolutely sure. Not only that, this crusade in the endless battlefield will also help us find the spies hidden in our 6-party society. It would be best if we can get rid of the 7 sky gods, but even if we can't, it will allow our 6-party society to establish a great advantage in the endless battlefield. Why not? I will not rashly enter the Eternals' territory, but we humans must take the lead in this war. If we can't sweep through the endless battlefield with so many progenitors, how can we win the war between the humans and the Eternals? Whether we win or lose, we must show our humanity's momentum no matter what. What else do the two of you have to say? Wang Yuan was helpless. She could not change Lu Yin's mind. Moreover, if they could get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods, it would play a decisive role in the war between the humans and the Eternals. The death of the witch spirit god had greatly boosted the 6-party society's morale. If 1 or 2 more died, the Eternals would be at a disadvantage. These two's arrival represented the will of many people in the 6-party society. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not need to explain. Although it was the above heaven sex crusade against the endless battlefield, if the 6-party society did not cooperate at all, the pressure on him would be great. After Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei left, the 6-party society's opposition to the crusade against the endless battlefield had decreased significantly. During the 100 days of preparation, the above heaven sect mobilized troops, cultivators, weapons, and so on from various places. Meanwhile, cultivators from the 6-party society continued to arrive. None of the people that Lu Yin personally invited refused to join the crusade against the endless battlefield with the above heaven sect. This was the first time Lu Yin had initiated a great war since he became the above heaven sect's Tao master. This war was unprecedented in history. The number of progenitors involved, including the humans and the Eternals, might be dozens. Even in the above heaven sect's most prosperous era, such a number was rare. This was also the most important step for Lu Yin to establish his prestige in the 6-party society. His previous actions could only be said to be enough to resist the Grand Empyreans. However, this war would give him the power to lead the entire 6-party society. And the beginning of this war was the appointment of generals. As time passed, familiar faces arrived at the above heaven sect one after another. Ku Wei had returned with an army of giants. When he saw the above heaven sect, tears welled up in his eyes. He did not want to go to the astral beast domain anymore. It was too tough there. Ku Lei. On the other side of the above heaven sect's plaza, Ku Lei sat cross-legged calmly. There were too many people here like him. There were no less than 1 million people in the plaza. These were all cultivators that had gathered from various places. Lu Yin had not forced them to come, they had all come voluntarily. When Ku Wei saw Ku Lei, he ran over. Ku Lei frowned, stood up, and left. Ku Wei blocked his path. Ku Lei, why are you running? The current Ku Lei was different from before. He was calmer and more reserved. You're back. Ku Wei was pleased. How can Master summon an army of giants without me? You actually came as well. Aren't you afraid of dying in the endless battlefield? Ku Lei coldly replied, it's none of your business. Ku Wei sneered, I thought that someone like you would only hide behind others and steal the fruits of others' labor. Why? Did the Ku family kick you out because you're too useless? Ha ha ha. Ku Lei circled around him and left. After experiencing too much, people would grow. Even if some people were once arrogant, insufferably arrogant, and even if their hearts were dark, they would change with the passage of time. Ku Wei had not expected Ku Lei to leave without retorting. Was this still the same Ku Lei from before? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2899. In the distance, Yo Yi, Suzhou, and the others were all gathered here. This was where the 7 courts had gathered. Even further away, 2 figures, one black and one white, were running happily. They were Eversky Island's Blackie and Xiao Bai. Behind them were Haizid Shenwei and Xing Wudi. In another corner of the plaza, when Sansi had returned from the Hexagon training hole. He was also going to participate in this war. Xing Kai, Ling Gong, Zhou Hao, and the former 10 arbiters had all arrived. They did not want to give up on this war. This was going to be a grand war, and they would be able to see an extraordinary battlefield. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, the 100 days were about to arrive. The various armies in the Genesis space had finished gathering. The Lu Xian army, the Celestial army, the Astral Beast army, and equipment from the back garden continued to appear. From time to time, powerful progenitors' auras would sweep past and enter the Ascendant sect. At the bottom of the stairway, he looked down in shock. She saw a shocking scene that she had never imagined before. There were countless excited cultivators, powerhouses after powerhouses, and even half-progenitors. If she did not know that this was the Ascendant sect, she would have thought that the entire Hexagon Association had gathered here. Lu Yin did not appear for the next 100 days. On the last few days of the 100 days, the Ascendant sect gathered a terrifying number of cultivator armies. Many figures stood on the stairway, quietly waiting for something. From top to bottom, there were progenitors, half-progenitors, envoys, and so on. Standing at the front of the stairway were Lu Tianyi and the Netherworld Ancestor. Below them were Mu Carving, Su Wuwei, Mu Xia, Elder Chan, Xiao Chen, and so on. All of the progenitors retracted their auras as they waited for the last day of the 100 days to arrive. A bell rang. On the stairway, Lu Yin walked out of the void in front of the progenitor statue. Everyone faced Lu Yin and bowed. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Genesis space, causing the void to swirl and form visible waves. On planet after planet, countless people watched with excitement as they paid their respects to Lu Yin. At this moment, even Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi had to bow to Lu Yin. They were not bowing to Lu Yin, but to the Path Master. They were bowing to the person who could command the Genesis space. Lu Yin stood at the highest point and looked down. No one looked up at him, but he could see them all. Everyone, at ease, Lu Yin. Thank you, Path Master. Everyone stood up and looked up at the highest point, where they saw Lu Yin standing there. At this moment, even he was stunned. Lu Yin was glowing, and it was as if he controlled the entire human race. Someone told me that the crusade shouldn't have started, Lu Yin said as he looked at everyone. His words shocked many people. Su Wuwei's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin. What did he want to say? Everyone fell silent as they looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was indifferent. Some say that humans can't compare to the Eternals. The Eternals are unfathomable, and once war breaks out, humans will suffer heavy casualties. Some say that the situation in the endless battlefield has slowed down. We shouldn't take the initiative to start a war against the Eternals. Some people said that I was eager for quick success and wanted to seek fame and fortune. That's why I decided to start a crusade. There are also people who say that this battle will be the beginning of the decline of mankind. So many people are advising me to give up on the crusade. They have a point. The endless battlefield will always be dominated by the Eternals. If the Eternals want to fight, then we will fight. If the Eternals don't want to fight, then the war can be delayed. The Eternals control the border battlefield of the Six-Way Association. If the Eternals don't attack, then the border is peaceful. If the Eternals do attack, then the border will fight to the death. At the Grand Celestial Tea Party, the Eternals invaded. Before this, no one thought that the Eternals would invade the Tea Party because no one thought that humans would go so deep into the Eternals' territory. But they did, and they messed up humanity's greatest event. It's very interesting, isn't it? The Eternals are the ones leading the war. Everything you hear, see, and think about, the Eternals control everything. So, should we fight? Should we start this crusade? No one spoke. Everyone was silent. I don't think so, Luin said loudly. Everyone looked at him blankly. Shouldn't they? Then what was the point of them gathering here? Why fight when you know it's useless? It's just a crusade. Can it destroy the Eternals? Impossible. Can it change the human race's disadvantage against the Eternals? Also impossible. This crusade might cause many of you to die. I'm afraid of death, and everyone is afraid of death. Since that's the case, why fight? Let's wait. When the Eternals want to fight, we'll fight. When the Eternals stop, we can rest and recuperate. If the Eternals want to fight, then we'll fight. If the Eternals don't want to fight, then we won't fight. What do you think? Lu Yin's voice grew louder and louder until it reverberated in everyone's ears. His words made everyone sullen. If the Eternals wanted to fight, then they could fight. If they didn't want to fight, then they couldn't fight. How sullen was that? Is that a crusade? No, it's a fight to the death, Luin roared and pointed at one person. You might die the moment you step onto the battlefield. He then pointed at another person. You might die in the next second. You'll all die. If you know you'll die, then why fight? Suddenly, huge screens of light appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun. In the starry sky of the universe, countless screens of light appeared in the above heaven sect, and countless scenes appeared. Within the screens, under the dark sky, tens of thousands of cultivators charged forward, but they were easily wiped out by the corpse kings. In another screen, on a mountain peak, an old man wept blood. Below him, a young man roared, "Father, let's be father again in the next life. See you in the next life. Father, I want to be your father in the next life and help you stand at the front." Ha 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 ha, good. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain peak shattered, and pairs of scarlet eyes replaced everything. In another screen, a planet cracked open, and dozens of people huddled together. It was worth it. We lured most of the corpse kings here. The rest aren't a match for Senior Zhang and the others. They'll definitely win. It was worth it, ha 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 ha. Daughter, take good care of your mother. Lin, do you regret it? Why should I? It's enough that I met you in this life. I, Hidden Sword, have slaughtered the Eternals all my life. What I regret the most is dying on the battlefield. What I regret the most is meeting you. Apart from Lin, the luckiest thing that happened to me was meeting Brother Hidden Sword. We've gone through life and death together. Brothers, it's over today. The Eternals didn't kill us because they wanted to transform us into corpse kings. Can you agree? No. Then what should we do? Not even our corpses remain. Not even our corpses remain. Screen after screen, people died one after another. Impassioned words of death resounded in the above heaven sect and the primordial space. Everyone stared blankly at these scenes as corpses fell one after another. Some of them didn't even have corpses. What they saw was the corpse king's cold gazes and bloody killing methods. Those who died had parents, wives, and children, but they had died in such a spectacular manner. They had fought for humanity. They had been born as humans, and they had died as war spirits. These people's roars and maniacal laughter shocked everyone. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Look at them. They died so miserably. If the war starts, you will die as well. We're not afraid of death, someone shouted, his face flushed red. Tao Lord, we're not afraid of death. Even if we die, we have no regrets. We'll fight for humanity and die for humanity. Tao Lord, please grant us our wish. Master Lu, we're willing to die. Master Lu, please start the crusade. Master Lu, please start the crusade. Let's fight to the death with the Eternals. Who cares about the outcome of the war? Go to hell. We'll suffer heavy casualties. I don't believe that the Eternals have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if we die, we'll bite off a chunk of their flesh. Fight. 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 Countless people shouted fight, as they stared at Luin with fervent gazes. Countless people's determination to face death on the screen completely erupted at this moment, forming an indescribable will. Even Luin was shocked by this will. We may not win the crusade. We don't want to win. We only want to fight the Eternals, countless people shouted. Luin raised his head. We'll suffer heavy casualties. Then let's fight to the death. Won't you regret it if you wait? We'll die without regrets. Countless people roared, their voices piercing through the starry sky. At the bottom of the sky stairwell, He-Ran was shocked by this will to fight to the death. Her face turned pale. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Fine, then let's fight to the death." Regardless of victory or defeat, regardless of life or death, Lu Yin will lead the humans to the endless battlefield and fight the Eternals to the death. The appointment platform appeared, and the God Investiture catalog bloomed with golden light, illuminating the entire fifth mainland. Lu Yin bathed in the golden light and looked down at the above heaven sect. I, Lu Yin, as the Tao Master of the above heaven sect and the Master of the primordial space, officially announced the start of the crusade in the endless battlefield. I'll appoint the netherworld progenitor. Big Sister walked out and looked up at Lu Yin. Here. Lu Yin looked down at her. I appoint you as the First Legion commander of the crusade. Elder Chan, Xiaoshinji, Lu Yun, and Dan Pu will assist you. Big Sister's mouth twitched. She didn't like this title. She was clearly an extremely powerful progenitor, but it was made to sound like something. This had never happened even in the above heaven sect. Back then, Guiji had treated her as a distinguished guest. How could he give her orders? There was nothing she could do. Netherworld, listen. Pick the general, wood carving. Here. I appoint you as the Second Legion commander of the crusade. Mu Xia, Wang Jian, Chen Lo, and Gon will assist you. Woodcutter, listen. Pick the 5 flavors of the void. Here. I appoint you as the Third Legion commander of the crusade. Xiao Chen, Su Hang, Su Lang, and Bai Xing will assist you. Su Wuwei, listen. Lu Tianyi. Here. I appoint you to guard the primordial space and guard against the Eternal sneak attack. Lu Qi, Mountain, Starlord, and Ancestor Turtle will assist you. Lu Tianyi, listen. I, Lu Yin, will be the Chief Legion commander of the crusade. I will also be the 4th Legion commander. Dan Zheng, Ling Qing, Xia Zhen, and Caged Flood Dragon will assist me. From now on, the crusade and the endless battlefield begins. The 4 legions set out. Thank you. Jackix, I am tired of it. Shuyu 59285813. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2900. Lu Yin gave the order, and the guideposts who had been standing guard at the side walked out and led everyone into the endless battlefield. There were 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield, and with the addition of the 3 monarchs, there were 63 parallel universes. The Grand Empyrean and the others had destroyed several parallel universes in the previous battle. The 4 battle groups split into 4 routes and began to sweep through the endless battlefield. These routes, defensive measures, and so on had already been confirmed before the generals were selected. There was also information on how to deal with the 7 sky gods. The commanders of the 4 battle groups were all sequence lower realm powerhouses, and even if they encountered the 7 sky gods, they would not have been defeated so quickly. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have dared to say that he could sweep through the endless battlefield. The 6 Direction Society was shaken by the celestial sex selection. A total of 25 progenitors had appeared, and the 6 Direction Society could only gather so many during the Grand Empyrean's tea party. Lu Yin's influence was evident at this moment. In the reincarnation spacetime, Venerable Lotus exhaled with a complicated expression. This Lu Yin had used a single mobilization to forcefully hand over the initiative of the crusade to everyone. Regardless of whether they won or lost this battle, even if they suffered heavy losses, he would not take any responsibility. However, his words were not without reason. Humanity should take the initiative to wage war against the Eternals. The Grand Empyrean and the others had only fought for revenge, not to truly wage war. This was the true beginning of the war. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the celestial sex influence would surpass the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin's reputation would also surpass her master's, even if his cultivation was not even at the extreme realm. Once he broke through to the extreme realm, this person might even surpass her master and become the leader of humanity. Although she did not want to admit it, she was certain that the Grand Empyrean's prestige would be suppressed by this person in the shortest time possible. How could such a person appear in the universe? She found it strange that the Eternals had not spent any effort to kill this person. If she was an Eternals, she would have destroyed this person at all costs. In the endless battlefield, limitless, Bodhi Sage welcomed 4 guests. Shui Chuanshao, Su Qing, Wang Wen, and Wei Rong. Bodhi Sage frowned as she looked at the 4. Limitless could not accept outsiders, but Lu Yin had forcefully requested it. He had said that it was to cooperate with the crusade, so Bodhi Sage could not refuse. Bodhi Sage was not confident that she could command this battle, as there were too many powerhouses involved. 4 battle squads. Coincidentally, there are 4 of you. Did the Lu clan send you here to monitor the 4 battle squads? Bodhi Saint asked. Wei Rong smiled. We are here to learn from Senior Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Saint looked at Wei Rong. Put away your fake smile. She did not understand Wei Rong, but her instincts told her that this person was very sinister. Wei Rong's smile remained unchanged. Wang Wen looked at her curiously. Hey, Wendy, long time no see. Shui Chuanshao looked at the screen and said with interest, so this is distanceless. It's a good place, a place where I can command even in my dreams. Su Qing said indifferently, I'll be in charge of the 2nd battle group. Wei Rong smiled and continued, I'm in charge of the 3rd battle group. Shui Chuanshao said, I'll be in charge of the 1st battle group. Wang Wen shrugged. Then I'll be in charge of His Highness. What is your main objective? Bodhi Saint asked. The rest of the women in Limitless State curiously sized up these 4 people. No outsiders had ever entered Limitless State before. That above heaven sex Tao master really had a lot of face. Wang Wen smiled at Bodhi Sage. A spy. Bodhi Saintess nodded. She wouldn't be able to handle all 4 battle groups. Since these 4 were invited by Tao Lord Lu, they should be quite capable. I'll have to trouble you guys then. Shui Chuanshao looked at Bodhi Saint. Senior, you'll still be the commander. Bodhi Saint's eyes flashed. It's here. Someone exclaimed, and everyone looked at the screen. 4 parallel spacetimes had appeared, the celestial spider spacetime, the noble spacetime, the blue spacetime, and the tiny spirit spacetime. These were the parallel spacetimes that the 4 battle groups had entered. Ever since they had entered the endless battlefield, this war led by Lu Yin had officially begun. The people of the Astral Tree Society were no strangers to this. Back then, they had also not been willing to take the initiative to attack the New World. It had also been Lu Yin who had led them in expelling the Eternals from the battlefield on the other side of the endless battlefield. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had done something like this. Only by knowing your enemy and knowing yourself would you have a chance of defeating your enemy. However, sometimes, being too cautious would also lead to a lack of courage. In the tiny spirit spacetime, Lu Yin had come again, but this time, he was not alone. Instead, he had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Most of them were cultivators from the primordial space, and many of them belonged to the above heaven sex legions. There were also some from the 6 Paths Society. Among these cultivators, those who were explorers and above traveled through the universe, while those who were not yet explorers wore armor that allowed them to travel through the universe. Their main goal was not to kill, but to search. Finding the 7 sky gods was easier said than done. Even if the 7 sky gods were present on the battlefield, if they did not appear, then no one would be able to find them. Fortunately, Xi Jing had developed a new weapon using the sequence particle equipment. It could not really be considered a weapon, but rather a device that interfered with the laws. It was equivalent to a simplified version of the sequence particle equipment, and it was called returning moment. Once it was used, any changes in the laws within a fixed area would be detected. The 7 sky gods were hidden in the endless battlefield because they had been injured in the previous battle. They were all recovering from their injuries, and it was very likely that they would touch upon the laws. Once they did, they would be discovered by returning moment, which would then be transmitted to the current battle groups. This was the only way for them to find the 7 sky gods. This method was very inefficient, and it was no different from waiting for someone to show up. However, it was the best method that Lu Yin could come up with. The 100 days of preparation had not been in vain. The cultivators had gathered and mass-produced equipment, and returning moment was one of them. When he had learned about this device, Lu Yin had asked Xi Jing if she could create a device that could interfere with the laws within the current area. This idea had enlightened Xi Jing, and she was certain that she could do it. However, it would take time, and it might take a long time. Once such a device was created, it would be very useful. Just imagine, if such a device was used one day, it would instantly interfere with an opponent's laws and cause a momentary obstruction. That momentary delay would be enough. This was a weapon of the sequence laws, and it could be abbreviated as a sequence weapon. While thinking about the sequence weapon, Lu Yin led the 4th battle group to descend upon the tiny spirit dimension. Elder Ling Qi, and the others from the tiny spirit dimension looked at the large group of cultivators that had appeared, and their shock was indescribable. Among these cultivators, there were existences whose strength they could not perceive, and there were also existences that Elder Ling Qi was certain to be on the same level as him. At a glance, there seemed to be an endless stream of cultivators. As Lu Yin raised his hand and waved, the caged WIRM roared, and Ling Qing slashed out with her sword, almost splitting the tiny spirit dimension into two. The battlefield in the distance immediately calmed down, and the Eternal Corpse King was instantly crushed. The leading Corpse King at the level of a half-ancestor could not even fight back. When Lu Yin had given the green light to the tiny spirit dimension, it could be said that he had completely wiped out the Eternals in this dimension. However, the Eternals would not give up and would naturally make a comeback. No parallel dimension could absolutely eliminate the Eternals, and the rotting God dimension was no exception. Kill! Endless shouts shook the sky, and the people of the tiny spirit dimension were dumbfounded as they watched the Eternals being slaughtered everywhere. When did humans become so strong? They had been suppressed all this time. Princess Ling Qi was familiar with Lu Yin and quickly stepped forward. "Mr. Lu, is it really you? Why are you here?" Ling Qi did not dare to approach the huge caged WIRM and could only shout from afar. Lu Yin suppressed the caged WIRM and took a step forward, arriving in front of Ling Qi and smiling, "As long as the Eternals are not destroyed, I will appear." Ling Qi was full of admiration. "Mr. Lu, these people are so powerful. The elders said that some of them are extremely strong, right?" Lu Yin smiled. "The tiny spirit dimension will soon give the green light again. Take the people of the tiny spirit dimension and go back. Leave this place to us." Ling Qi was excited and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, comrades." The caged WIRM roared proudly and looked down at the starry sky. Soon, he led the fourth battle group towards the Gemini dimension. Almost at the same time, the Sky Spider dimension, the Noble dimension, and the Indigo dimension all gave the green light. This was no longer a matter of lighting up, but a competition of speed. Limitless. Bodhi Sage had never seen such a scene. She had seen several parallel dimensions giving the green light, but she had never seen it so fast and so orderly. Was this mighty heavenly might really sweeping across the entire endless battlefield? This was a record that the Six-Party Association had never seen before. This was the real event of the human race. Senior Bodhi Sage, please give the order for the Six-Party Association cultivators who do not belong to the Endless Battlefield but are still in the Endless Battlefield to join the Subjugation Battle Group. They are not allowed to refuse for any reason. Violators will be punished as spies. Wang Wen suddenly spoke, and his voice entered Bodhi Sage's ears. Bodhi Sage was puzzled. Cultivators who do not belong to the Endless Battlefield. Wang Wen looked at Bodhi Sage with a smile. The Endless Battlefield is a millstone of life and death. Even progenitors are unwilling to come here. Any Six-Party Association cultivator who comes to the Endless Battlefield to fight is forced. Then, why are those who are not forced to come here? This in itself explains the problem. Letting them join the subjugation battle group will make it easier to monitor them. Bodhi Sage said, "There are quite a few people from the Six-Party Association who took the initiative to join the Endless Battlefield. Worthy of praise. After this battle, the primordial space will reward and respect these people individually. But before the conclusion is out, anything is possible, isn't it?" Wang Wen's smile remained unchanged. Bodhi Sage felt that this person might be more sinister than Wei Rong. Right, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan are both in the Endless Battlefield. They were not forced to come here, but rather willingly. Could this order be targeted by Master Lu? Bodhi Sage's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Wang Wen frowned. "Senior Bodhi Sage, are you unwilling to give the order?" Bodhi Sage and Wang Wen exchanged glances. "The Endless Battlefield forbids infighting." Wang Wen nodded. "Of course." In the end, Bodhi Sage relayed the order to all the parallel spacetimes in the Endless Battlefield. Gemini's spacetime also quickly lit up, and Bodhi Sage gave the order. However, for a weaker parallel spacetime like Gemini spacetime, even if there were Six-Party Association cultivators who wanted to join, Lu Yin would not wait. If these people could keep up with the battle groups, then they would. If they could not, then it was impossible for them to catch up. Every battle group was led by a progenitor. The explorers could also experience the speed of a progenitor and ensure that they could sweep through the endless battlefield quickly enough. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2901. The next parallel spacetime could be the Great Stone Void or the Dark Spacetime. Lu Yin chose the Dark Spacetime. The cultivators of the Fourth Legion could not adapt to the completely dark spacetime, but they did not need to. This parallel spacetime was very small, and a few half-progenitors would be able to use it. After arriving in this spacetime, Lu Yin wanted to find curmudgeon Mo the most. This old thing did not distinguish between good and evil, and he could join the Eternals at any time. Lu Yin had to ensure that such a person joined the Six Direction Association or deal with him. There was no third option. When the Above Heaven sect had been attacked, this old thing had attacked Lu Bujing and had no intention of helping. Lu Yin was more inclined to deal with him. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity to lose a sequence law powerhouse. The other three squadrons were sent to the more difficult parallel spacetime battlefields. The First Legion was attacked by a progenitor corpse king, but it was killed by Xiaoshenji after only one attack. It could not even escape. The Second Legion led by Woodcut appeared in a parallel spacetime filled with astral beasts. In this parallel spacetime, the Six Direction Association was at an absolute disadvantage because the astral beasts were also on the side of the Eternals. If they wanted to light up this parallel spacetime, not only did they have to kill the Eternals, but they also had to destroy the astral beasts that were hostile to the Six Direction Association. Although it was not difficult, it was very time-consuming. The Third Legion led by Su Wuwei did not encounter any trouble, but the parallel spacetime Stargate he had just arrived at had been destroyed by the Eternals, and he needed to use it in the Six Direction Association. Limitless. Orders were sent to the Six Direction Association, and Wei Rong suddenly said, "Take control of the people in the Jade Treasure spacetime and send someone else to take over." Bodhi Sage had the same thoughts as Wei Rong. Two Stargates had just been destroyed in the Jade Treasure spacetime, which was not right and could not be a coincidence. The only possibility was that someone had notified the Eternals in the Jade Treasure spacetime in advance and ordered them to destroy the Stargates at all costs. They might even destroy the Stargates that the Third Legion would use to reach the parallel spacetime in order to delay the Third Legion. Only the people in the Jade Treasure spacetime could do such a thing. There were many people in the Jade Treasure spacetime, but this was not a problem for Wei Rong. His belief was that he would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one person escape. However, this was the endless battlefield, and the commander was Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Saint only gave the order to change the people in the intelligence gathering place of the Jade Chi spacetime. She could not wantonly slaughter, otherwise, it would cause panic in the other parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield. Some of these parallel universes were forced into one of the endless battlefields by the Hexagon Order, such as the Three Monarchs universe and the Great Stone universe. Some of them were pulled into the war by the Eternals before they came into contact with the Hexagon Order, such as the Small Spirit universe. Others cooperated with the Hexagon Order, such as the Rotten God universe. The higher ranked the spacetime, the more likely it was to cooperate with the Six Directions Association. Bodhi Sage had to consider the feelings of these parallel spacetimes. How's the Fourth Legion? Bodhi Saint looked at Wang Wen after dealing with Jade Chi spacetime. Wang Wen said, "There's no way to get any information from the dark spacetime, but it's not a problem." Dark spacetime. Bodhi Sage squinted his eyes. Back then, there was a battle that even the great elder of the lost race was concerned about. He hoped that there wouldn't be any problems. At that moment, within the dark spacetime, Lu Yin's domain continued to extend as he threw out returners one after another to examine the fluctuations of the sequence laws. When Lu Yin's domain swept towards a corner, someone whispered, "There's a reaction." Lu Yin's eyes widened, and a boundless inner world appeared outside his body. Lines fused into his arm as the immovable heavenly king elephant roared, "Old devil, get out here." With a palm strike, the void shattered, and an even deeper darkness appeared, extending towards that corner. At that corner, old devil Amo stepped out into space. "Lu family's brat, you dare to find trouble with this old man." Lu Yin sneered, "Old thing, my above heaven sect was attacked, but you chose to help the everlasting race. To think that you were once the sect master of one of the 12 Elysium gates. I'll kill you without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine seal catalog appeared, and a golden light illuminated the dark spacetime, illuminating the direction of Ling Qing and the others to attack Old Devil Mo. Every battle group had a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws, and the 4th Legion was no exception. Dan Zheng, a powerhouse who was second only to the Great Elder of the Lost Race, had joined the 4th Legion. This was the Lost Race's support for Lu Yin's crusade. Lu Yin originally wanted to establish only 3 battle groups, but with the Lost Race's support, he now had 4 battle groups. Old Devil Mo's expression was ferocious. "This old man will make you regret this." Boundless darkness spread out, and the originally dark parallel spacetime was enveloped by a layer of light that was even darker than the darkness. However, this darkness was unable to suppress the divine seal catalog. Ling Qing and Xia Zhen attacked at the same time, and Old Devil Mo aimed his hand at the two of them, depriving them of their senses. The two suddenly stopped in space, just like Lu Yin and Dan Pu had been. They had been deprived of their senses, and they did not know where to go or what to do. If no one came to their rescue, they would forever sink into the darkness. This was Old Devil Mo's sequence laws of darkness. Under the divine seal catalog, figures walked out one after another. There were a total of 6 progenitors. Mu Jun had been killed by the sorcerer god, and his power had already disappeared. Even so, Lu Yin still had the power of 6 progenitors that he could borrow. Old Devil Mo was ruthless, and he took a step backwards as he aimed his hand at Ling Qing and Xia Zhen. At that moment, Dan Jing appeared in front of the two and shattered the finger sword with a wave of his hand. He took several steps back and looked at Old Devil Mo in shock. What a powerful attack! Old Devil Mo raised his brows, and at that moment, Xia Xinji and the others who had walked out of the divine seal catalog had already attacked him. Sequence laws powerhouses were very powerful, and the difference between them and ordinary progenitors was like heaven and earth. However, this did not mean that their numbers could not make up for it. Xia Xinji, Ling Qing, and the others who had been borrowed by the divine seal catalog all attacked. The divine martial sword domain slashed down from above, and Ling Qing's sky blade realm and Elder Chan's secluded path slashed down. The power of 6 progenitors pressed down from all directions, and even Old Devil Mo felt the pressure. He used the reverse step and disrupted spacetime to evade. Against these progenitors who had been sealed as gods, depriving them of their senses was useless. The only thing he could do was say, profound meaning, sky of darkness. Under the sky of darkness, only he reigned supreme. The absolute darkness immediately caused the divine seal catalog's light to dim. This move was enough to cause everyone to sink into oblivion. Old Devil Mo took advantage of this opportunity to charge towards Lu Yin. He wanted to kill this brat. Old Devil Mo arrived in front of Lu Yin with a bone-chilling gaze and a cruel smile of vengeance on his face. He grabbed out. Hand over heaven's eye. His finger approached Lu Yin. Under the sky of darkness, unless one was a powerhouse whose sequence laws surpassed Old Devil Mo's, no one could escape. Just as the palm neared Lu Yin's head, Old Devil Mo felt an inexplicable sense of unease that caused his scalp to turn numb. The reason he had been able to survive until now, especially after experiencing the calamity that had destroyed the mainland during the era of heaven, was because he had relied on both his strength and his intuition. The moment this sense of unease appeared, old Devil Mo hurriedly retreated, but he was still a step too late. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and power erupted from his heart, forming a starry sky that was repelled by the dark spacetime to form a circle of nothingness. This was a confrontation between two parallel spacetimes. The circle of nothingness separated the dark spacetime from the spacetime around Lu Yin's heart, and old Devil Mo's palm was unable to immediately escape. It was torn apart by the power that separated the space between the circle of nothingness and Lu Yin's heart. Old Devil Mo howled and retracted his hand, but his wrist had been torn apart and fresh blood dripped down. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. What was this? Had he been repelled by a parallel spacetime? How was this possible? This brat. Suddenly, another sense of unease appeared. Old Devil Mo abruptly turned around, but Dan Jing had already appeared. The card danced in the air as a powerful suction force tried to suck old Devil Mo in. To be able to escape the great dark sky, this person was definitely a powerhouse who had comprehended laws. With old Devil Mo's cautiousness, it was impossible for him to be pulled into the card by a powerhouse who had comprehended laws from the Lost Clan. That would be suicide. Old Devil Mo used reverse step once more, and the power to reverse spacetime made it so that even Danjing could not approach him. Brat from the Lu family, I'll definitely make you pay. You'll have to be able to escape first. Lu Yin shouted, and old Devil Mo's pupils shrank. His reverse step suddenly lost its effect, and a ray of light had appeared beside him at some point. This ray of light restrained old Devil Mo's ability to reverse spacetime, and at the same time, reverse time for a second, causing old Devil Mo to return to his original position. At the same time, Dan Zheng's card descended and forcefully sucked old Devil Mo in. He exhaled and stared at the card. Ling Qing and Xia Zhen had broken free from the sensory deprivation the moment old Devil Mo had been sucked into the card, and they both gathered around to stare at the card. This was the battle between Dan Zheng and old Devil Mo. Before this, Dan Zheng had warned Lu Yin that if he could bring a powerhouse who was on the level of the 7 sky gods into the card, then no one else should help him. He had been the one who had set up the trap within the card, and he would be more effective if he was alone. He did not believe that Dan Jing could kill old Devil Mo. After all, old Devil Mo had lived from the above heaven sex era until now, and his trump cards could not be underestimated. This was especially true since he had betrayed Wu Tian and was still alive. Very quickly, the card surroundings began to distort. Lu Yin barked, "Retreat." Old Devil Mo appeared in an extremely sorry state. His body was mottled with blood, and his eyes were filled with indescribable fear and anger. He glared at Lu Yin viciously and tried to escape. Lu Yin hurriedly took action, using reverse step and slapping down with his slipper. Old Devil Mo yelled, "Brat from the Lu family, I won't let you off." His voice gradually faded away, and Lu Yin watched as old Devil Mo's figure disappeared. He had used an external item to escape. A powerhouse who had comprehended laws had tried to use an external item to escape from him. No one had expected such a situation to occur. In the same dark spacetime, the situation had been completely reversed. Dan Jing appeared, panting heavily. He was also in a sorry state, and his body was stained with blood. He was not much better off than old Devil Mo. "Senior, how are you?" Lu Yin asked worriedly. Dan Jing waved a hand weakly. "That old thing is very powerful. I can't keep him here." Lu Yin consoled him, "He's still a powerhouse who survived from the above heaven sex era. Senior, you've already injured him, so he shouldn't be able to come out for a while." Dan Zheng was apprehensive. "You have to be careful. Although his sequence laws aren't that powerful at the moment, this kind of law is extremely powerful. It's the same as your 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness. My lost clan only had the ability to create 3 7-star archaic cards, and we chose light and darkness. 2 light and 1 darkness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2902. Lu Yin understood what he meant. No matter how one looked at it, the law of darkness was extremely powerful, and they could not give old Freak Mo any chance to catch his breath. However, old Freak Mo had already escaped and would definitely not remain in the endless battlefield. It would be difficult to find him. Distanceless quickly received the news. The 4th battle group had given the dark spacetime a green light. Old Freak Mo, the master of the dark spacetime, had escaped with serious injuries. It was very likely that this person had joined the everlasting race. Wang Wen solemnly said, "Senior Bodhi Sage, please inform the Six Direction Society to do their best to find old Freak Mo. This person attacked the above heaven when the everlasting race attacked us. He is extremely dangerous." Bodhi Sage looked at Wang Wen deeply. These 4 had not only come to find a spy, but also to cooperate with Master Lu's orders to the Six Direction Society. However, Master Lu's orders to the Six Direction Society were not unacceptable. Whether it was allowing people not from the endless battlefield to join the battle group or searching for old Freak Mo, it would only benefit the Six Direction Society. However, if there were too many of these orders, it would indirectly increase Master Lu's influence in the Six Direction Society. Bodhi Sage had still underestimated Master Lu. His battlefield was not just the endless battlefield, but also the Six Direction Society. Could she refuse? No, she could not. She was the overall commander of the endless battlefield only because of the convenience of distanceless information, and not because she could command everyone in the endless battlefield. Whether it was information or orders from the endless battlefield, as long as there were no problems, it would be difficult for her to refuse. With the Grand Empyrean in seclusion, no one could stop Master Lu. More than a month had passed since the battle in the dark spacetime, and the 4 battle groups had already given the green light to 17 parallel spacetimes. This was unprecedented. The entire Six Direction Society was watching this crusade. Even though the crusade had failed, giving the green light to 17 parallel spacetimes was enough to shock countless people. Meanwhile, the everlasting race had lost countless corpse kings. At least a few dozen half-ancestor corpse kings had died, and no less than 5 progenitor corpse kings had been killed. Lu Yin had also found 11 spies, some from the endless battlefield's parallel spacetimes, and some from the Six Direction Society. Just as Lu Yin wanted, all the small fries would be swept away. The endless battlefield had never been so exhilarated before. The crusade had aroused the confidence of many parallel universes in the endless battlefield. However, Lu Yin and the rest were not happy at all, as these 17 parallel universes could only be considered ordinary. The dark spacetime continuum was more special, and without old Freak Mo, it would not even be able to make it into the top 15. Even with old Freak Mo, a powerhouse who could run away at any time would not be able to increase the dark spacetime continuum's ranking, unless old Freak Mo explicitly helped the Six Direction Society or the Eternals. In reality, the true samsara millstone had yet to arrive. In the unsullied realm of reincarnation time and space, Bao Saint looked at the information from the boundless battlefield with a shocked expression. Although this Lu Yin was a bit rude in reincarnation spacetime, he finally did something that was very satisfying. Many people were against the idea of a crusade against the endless battlefield, but the Bao Saint did not. Just as Lu Yin had said, why should the Eternals decide the direction of the war? He wanted to attack the Eternals as well, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Now, the 4 major battle groups were sweeping across the boundless battlefield. Each battle group had 5 extreme powerhouses, and the battle group's commander was a 3-level sequence law powerhouse. Even the Eternals did not dare to challenge them lightly. This was the might that the humans should display. The Bao Saint exhaled. He also wanted to join the battle group, but the Unsullied Realm needed someone to guard it. This Lu Yin was much more pleasing to the eye. A mournful alarm sounded throughout the Unsullied Realm. The Bao Saint's expression changed as he looked into the distance. His face turned pale. Unsullied Realm. Outside, an endless number of corpse kings surged over. Among them, there was even the aura of progenitor powerhouses. The one leading them was the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. At the same time, the border battlefield of the Wood Dimension also welcomed an endless number of Eternals corpse kings. They were also led by the captain of the True God Guard. The Lost Tribe, Ultra Spacetime, and the border were all in a state of emergency. Lu Yin led the 4 major battle groups to sweep across the endless battlefield. Even the Eternals did not want to fight them head-on. Even if all the captains of the True God Guard were gathered, it might not be effective. So they simply gave up on the endless battlefield and attacked the Hexagon Society. The endless battlefield was a tacit agreement between the Eternals and the Hexagon Society. If one side gave up, the other side could use the endless battlefield to invade the other side's nest. Now, the Eternals did not give up voluntarily. Lu Yin's power was too strong, forcing them to give up and attack the Hexagon Society instead. The Eternals might not be able to stop Lu Yin's power, but they could make it difficult for the Hexagon Society to resist. Back in the Void Imperfection Realm, Bao Saint shot out arrow after arrow, but they were all shattered by the disc. Every arrow was exchanged for a punch, as the Corpse King's emotions and desires could not affect them. The disc gave Bao Saint the same feeling as Lu Yin. It was indestructible. Zhong Pan did not land on the Unsullied Realm. Instead, he punched through the inverted land and attacked the Bao Saint. In the distance, the Food Saint arrived. "Let me." The Bao Saint heaved a sigh of relief. He was not good at dealing with ruthless people who relied on pure physical strength, but the Food Saint was good at dealing with such ruthless people. Bang! There was a loud bang as the 2 fists collided. The Food Saint was sent flying, his entire arm twisted. He saw the eyes of Zhong Pan's Crimson Eyes transformation. He directly used the Crimson Eyes transformation. The Food Saint's true form was a Tao Tai. He was powerful, but it was still insufficient compared to Zhong Pan's Crimson Eyes transformation. Zhong Pan charged at the Food Saint and punched out again. The Food Saint gritted his teeth and reverted to his Tao Tai form, roaring at the sky. The Bao Saint shot out an arrow, and the Food Saint could not hold on any longer. However, more Corpse Kings appeared in the distance. The most critical was Ultra Space. When the Eternals surged out from Ultra Space's borders, the entire Ultra Space was in a state of emergency. Lu Yin did not care for the black energy source's power, so Qiu Zhan and Song Si's requests to join the battle were all rejected. He did not care for it, and neither did the Eternals. In the past, the users of the black energy source could fight against ordinary Corpse Kings, but when the captain of the True God Guard appeared, Ultra Space was immediately in a state of emergency. Song Si was killed in a single exchange from a True God Guard captain with long green hair named Lu Shan. No matter what attacks Song Si used, they were all like a breeze in front of him, completely harmless. Not only Song Si, but the art of gift at Ultra Space's borders had also been destroyed. Lu Shan looked at Ultra Space. "If I can't win in the endless battlefield, I'll just switch to another battlefield. Even if I can't beat the Above Heaven sect, do you think I can't beat you?" In the distance, Qiu Zhan and Wen Shi arrived, their expressions ugly. They already knew that Song Si had died, and this news shocked them. Ultra Space was in danger. The Six Direction Association's parallel spacetime master was in seclusion, and if the sequence law's powerhouses were not present, then they would be defeated by the Eternals like a tide. Lu Yin had already received news that Bodhi Sage had asked the 4 battle squads to reinforce the 6 Direction Association. Once the 6 Direction Association was completely defeated, even if they won the endless battlefield, it would be meaningless. As for inviting the parallel spacetime master, that was even more impossible. The only true god and the 7 sky gods were in seclusion to recuperate. Their Grand Empyreans, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others should also be recuperating. If they were alerted by the Eternals, then the top powerhouses would be at a disadvantage, and that would be disastrous. Lu Yin's crusade against the endless battlefield could succeed, but the price would be great. If the 4 battle squads sent people to reinforce the 6 Direction Association, then their invincible edge would lose its luster. Fortunately, the pre-celestial sect had already taken this situation into consideration before the battle. Lu Yin's 4th battle squad split up. He led some people to the 3rd battle squad's parallel spacetime, while Ling Qing led some people to the 2nd battle squad's parallel spacetime. The 4 battle squads advanced side by side, and they had already determined their routes before the battle began. They would not be too far apart, and they could reach each other at most 2 parallel spacetimes to ensure that they could support each other. Once the 6 Direction Association was in trouble, the 4th battle squad would split up, and the 4 battle squads would become 3. Each battle squad's strength would remain unchanged, and it would be enough to allocate 1 battle squad's experts to reinforce the 6 Direction Association. Dan Jing directly returned to the Lost Clan. Lu Yin arrived at the 3rd battle squad, and Xiao Qin, who had originally belonged to the 3rd battle squad, headed to Ultra Space to provide support. Ling Qing and Qinlu also went along. Ultra Space was too weak, and they needed more experts to support them. Xia Zhen led people to join the 2nd battle squad, while Gon returned to the wood spacetime. The 4 battle squads merged into 3, and only the 1st battle squad remained unchanged. The 2nd battle squad's Xia Zhen replaced Qinlu, while the 3rd battle squad's Xiao Qin was replaced by Lu Yin and Hellworm. In Ultra Space, the host of the feed technique was urgently sent to the border. Wen Shi, Old Zhua, and Qiu Zhan, the 3 black energy source users teamed up against Lu Shan, but they were still at a disadvantage and could be defeated at any time. They could only deal with the ordinary progenitor corpse kings of the true god guards by themselves. The captain was on a completely different level from ordinary progenitor corpse kings. If they were in the primordial space, the captain of the true god guards could fight against any progenitor corpse kings below the rank of law sequence powerhouse. Qiu Zhan and the others used the black energy source, and no matter what, they could not be a match for Xia Xinji. Lu Shan waved his hand, and the flying leaves allowed Qiu Zhan and the others to narrowly avoid them. 4 of them had died to these flying leaves. The flying leaves looked soft, but they had the power to break through the black energy. Even the host of the feed technique could not erase this power. These flying leaves were driven by physical strength, and the host of the feed technique could only erase energy. If not for Master Wei, this ultra space would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Shan's long hair fluttered, and his expression was extremely cold. There was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes, and visible ripples spread out around his body, covering the surroundings. Qiu Zhan and the others were shocked. This is Warring State. What Lu Shan used was the Warring State, second only to the Mastery Realm. With the Warring State support, even if Lu Shan did not cultivate Corpse King transformation, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. All of you can die. Lu Shan charged towards Qiu Zhan. The 3 of them released the black energy at the same time. Each of the black energy was enough to deal with an progenitor corpse king, but it had no effect on Lu Shan. When the 3 black energies approached Lu Shan, they directly slashed past him. Up until now, they did not know how Lu Shan had made their attacks ineffective. The warring state enveloped them, and the powerful pressure caused Qiu Zhan and the others to cough up blood. Lu Shan descended in front of Qiu Zhan. Facing the countless attacks from ultra-space and the incoming black energy, his gaze did not even waver. It was impossible for these people to hurt him. Suddenly, Lu Shan turned his head and looked in a certain direction. There, a blade slashed over, and it was extremely sharp. It was on a completely different level from the black energy. An expert has arrived. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2903. Mad Principal Xiao Qin, Ling Qing, and Qianlu appeared at the hyperspace border. Their arrival allowed Qiu Zhan and the other two's hearts to calm down. Although they didn't want to admit it, in a battle of the same level, black energy users were definitely at the bottom. They had relied on cheating to reach this level. A power that could be taken away at any time wasn't power at all. The primordial space was the exact opposite of the Six Direction Society. These cultivators had experienced all sorts of calamities and tribulations, and Lu Yin's quasi-progenitor origin tribulation during the Tea Party had completely frightened the Six Direction Society. Coupled with the primordial space's interaction with the Six Direction Society, the Six Direction Society began to understand the primordial space more and more, and they began to admire it more and more. Although it seemed that samsara time and space had bestowed the 3 venerables and 9 saints with incomparable power, the origin space was an ancestor realm that had experienced calamities and tribulations to reach this level. It made one feel more at ease and was filled with infinite possibilities. Only when the origin space was born in the extremely glorious era of the above heavens sect could it appear in any other spacetime. Xiao Chen and the others appeared to make hyperspace feel at ease subconsciously. They didn't think much about it. They didn't know that this represented some kind of signal, a signal that the beginning space surpassed the reincarnation spacetime. The blade battle sliced through the void and slashed towards Green Mountain. The result was the same as when Qiu Zhan and the others attacked. All the blade lights were deflected, and Green Mountain stood in his original position without moving. Ling Qing frowned. What was going on? Heavenly Saber Realm. Endless sabers descended from above, covering the entire border battlefield. Lu Shan faced the huge Heavenly Saber Realm and could be killed at any time. However, the descending Heavenly Saber once again deviated above his head. The arrow was shot from afar. It came from Qianlu and was also off course. These true God Guard captains are quite troublesome. Chen Li's expression turned ugly. Actually, he wanted to participate in the crusade in the endless battlefield. With so many progenitor powerhouses gathered there, the endless battlefield would actually be safer. But here, he had to fight to the death with the captain of the true God Guard. Lu Yin did not treat him as one of his own. The black energy wantonly bombarded. Everyone's attacks missed Green Mountain. Xiao Chen attacked with a palm strike. There was nothing there, but Green Mountain had no way to evade. Green Mountain's body trembled, and his eyes began to dim. Qiu Zhan and the others looked at the crazy principal in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. Qianlu raised his eyebrows. Cultivating in the secular world, this person was a monster. He had opened up a different cultivation path. In the battle above the Sky Sect, he had suppressed the captain of the True Divinity Guards right after breaking through to the Ancestor Realm. Amongst the many Ancestor Realm experts above the Sky Sect, this person was definitely ranked at the top. The crazy headmaster had seen too many experiences. He had transformed them into the mundane world and forcefully injected them into Green Mountain's memories, allowing Green Mountain to experience the path of others in the mundane world. This path was filled with pain and joy. For ordinary people, it was equivalent to experiencing the lives of others. But for Ancestor Realm experts, they were filled with determination to be able to step into the Ancestor Realm. They were obsessed with their own lives, and they had their own goals as intelligent creatures. Once the world of mortals was imposed, it would bring about a metamorphosis in one's thinking. Lu Shan, who had been confident that he could fight against so many progenitors by himself, had a change in expression at this moment. Ling Qing and the others seized this opportunity to attack Lu Shan. A sharp cry resounded throughout the battlefield, waking Lu Shan up. Lu Shan suddenly opened his eyes. The attack that was about to descend was once again diverted. He stared at the crazy headmaster with apprehension. This old bastard was too strange. On the border battlefield between the Eternals and Ultra Spacetime, a black-robed man appeared. This person was the one who had just screamed to warn Green Mountain. Another Ancestor Realm expert. However, this time, it wasn't only this person who appeared. Behind him, numerous powerful auras descended, bringing unprecedented shock to Qiu Zhan and the others. A total of 15 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings had arrived. Chen Li's face paled. It was over. Destroy Ultra Spacetime. A sharp voice resounded in his ears. The black-robed man suddenly charged towards the crazy headmaster. I'll be his opponent. Behind him, the 15 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings charged in all directions. Their goal was to destroy Ultra Spacetime. Lu Shan waved his arm, and a flying leaf shot towards Ling Qing and the others. You can all die now. Ling Qing frowned and immediately notified the road signs that corresponded to the routes that the three major squadrons had to take. She had them head to the endless battlefield to inform Lu Yin that they could not take on this battle. Arrows flew, and in the distance, 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings surrounded Qianlu. Qianlu gritted his teeth and looked around. The black-robed man was facing off against the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster had used the mortal world tempering heart, but it was useless against the black-robed man. Meanwhile, Ling Qing's opponent was Lu Shan. Although Ling Qing's attacks were meaningless, Lu Shan's attacks did not pose much of a threat to Ling Qing. Qiu Zhan and the others were surrounded by Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Elder Zhuo was already in imminent danger. These people who used the black energy source were already very weak, and they could only deal with one ancestor at most. Any more and they would be finished. Behind them, the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings used the green eye transformation, and their physical bodies continued to strengthen. The pressure on Qianlu increased, and he had no choice but to use the sequence particle. The rule that he had obtained from the sequence particle was laziness. Laziness was the nature of intelligent creatures. Regardless of whether it was humans or astral beasts, as long as they had intelligence, they would be lazy. Of course, those creatures without intelligence would also be lazy, but it was not that obvious. It seemed like human nature, but in reality, this was the rule. If it were not for the rule, then it would not have appeared. Anything that appeared in the universe, regardless of whether it was an object or a phenomenon, was a type of rule. The rules were endless. Qianlu attached the sequence particle to an arrow and shot it at the Corpse King that had used the green eye transformation. The Corpse King punched out, and the arrow shattered, but the sequence particle also hit it. Would a Corpse King be lazy? Naturally not, but if it was forcefully locked down by the rules of laziness, then it would be different. Qianlu watched as the Corpse King's green eye transformation faded. He was lazy and did not want to use it. Because of his laziness, the Corpse King actually stopped in place and did not want to move. Qianlu heaved a sigh of relief, rejoicing that he had obtained this rule. It was a very useful one. Now, he was only facing progenitor Corpse Kings from another direction. The sequence rule was a power that could change the situation of a battle. If not for the sequence rule, Qianlu might not have been able to survive being surrounded by 2 Corpse Kings. Elder Zhuo was not so lucky, and he was killed by the Corpse Kings. Next was Wen Shi, who was in imminent danger. The crazy principal was restrained by the black-robed man. This person did not fear the mundane world, which made it difficult for the crazy principal to use his strength. Progenitor corpse kings from the Zeo realm rushed over and attacked without restraint. The Yu family cried blood. Outside the staircase whereby Qian was, a corpse king also rushed over. Without its dimensional master, hyperspace was the weakest link of the Hexagon Association. The users of the black energy source could not stop the Eternals at all. At the border battlefield, Lu Yin arrived with a roar. He had immediately rushed over after receiving a report from hyperspace. At the same time, the Third Legion had also joined up with the First Legion. The Eternals were not stupid. When faced with a crusade, they would have all sorts of ways to deal with it. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others would not act for 100 days. Through analysis, they would be able to deal with any situation immediately. The Eternals attacking hyperspace was also within Lu Yin's expectations. As long as such a situation occurred, the three legions would immediately merge into two. Chen Lo was overjoyed. Lu Yin had come. Even if he came alone, his methods were enough to change the situation. The God Seal Catalog's golden light sprinkled over the Hexagon Association, attracting the attention of the progenitor corpse kings. Lu Yin stood on Hellworm's head while Xia Xinji and the others rushed out in all directions. Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and stirred up spatial lines, instantly appearing in front of a progenitor corpse king. He raised the slipper and slammed it down. Dodge! A sharp voice rang out. The progenitor corpse king wanted to avoid Lu Yin's attack, but Lu Yin's speed was not something these ordinary progenitor corpse kings could compare to. The slipper slammed into the progenitor corpse king's head, shattering it. Lu Yin stared at another progenitor corpse king and stirred up spatial lines. Dodge, all of you! The sharp voice shouted. But in the face of Lu Yin's control over space, these ordinary progenitor corpse kings could not escape. In the blink of an eye, 3 progenitor corpse kings were crushed. Before the Lu family had returned, Lu Yin had not had the opportunity to find a progenitor realm corpse king and kill it. At that time, he had wanted to kill a progenitor realm corpse king, but after the Lu family had returned, he had learned of the Lu family's ancestral teachings from his father, Lu Qi, that he was not allowed to kill a corpse king. In the entire Lu family, perhaps other than Madman Lu, no one else could kill a progenitor corpse king. This was the ancestral teachings passed down by ancestor Lu Yuan. Faced with the temptation of 3 progenitor corpse kings, Lu Yin resisted and stared at the black-robed man who kept screaming, so noisy. Then, he moved towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man screamed, "You've fallen into a trap, the Third Legion must have been destroyed." Lu Yin appeared behind the black-robed man, "Nonsense." The slipper slammed down. The black-robed man tried to escape, but he saw a flash of light around him. In a second, Lu Yin's slipper slammed into the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man screamed as his black robe shattered, revealing his true body underneath. Lu Yin was stunned. What the hell is this? Not only him, but Ling Qing, Qiu Zhan, and the others at the border battlefield were also stunned. Even the crazy Dean, who had experienced the mortal world, was stunned. Is this a fish? No wonder his mortal world experience was useless. Letting a fish experience a human's experience was like letting a human experience a fish's experience. What kind of feelings could there be? At most, he was surprised. A fish standing upright and using its fins to walk. This was the black-robed man. This was simply a fish. Lu Yin sized up the fish. Fish could do this. The cheap fish above Shi Qi's head had already refreshed countless people's worldviews, but this fish was even stranger. My name is Yu Hua, one of the captains of the True God Guard. Master Lu, your Third Legion should have been destroyed by now. The so-called crusade against the endless battlefield is simply a joke. It's the starting point of your celestial sex decline. The fish raised its head and let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. It was clearly a fish, but it showed its arrogance. Lu Yin exhaled. There were countless creatures in the universe, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Say it again. Nonsense. On the endless battlefield, the Third Legion was about to join up with the First Legion, but they were attacked by the Eternals halfway. The four great legions took 4 different routes to the endless battlefield. The Eternals wanted 2 legions to disappear and the 4th Legion to reinforce and destroy the Third Legion. This was the Eternals' goal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2904. It was not the captain of the True God Guards who had attacked the third battle group. Instead, it was divine sovereign Shaoyin, an inhuman, 5 ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings, and countless other corpse kings. After Lu Yin left with caged Wirm, only Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Leng, and Bai Xing remained in the third battle group. Although it seemed like a lot, they were still in danger when faced with the attack of 7 progenitors from the Eternals. In a parallel spacetime, humans and corpse kings fought, causing the starry sky to overturn. Reverend God Shaoyin sneered, "Does the son of the Lu clan really think that the endless battlefield is a place where he can do as he pleases? Su Wuwei, if you want to blame someone, blame him. He is the one who caused your death." The scorching power of the Great Yang burned the stars. The Great Yang was the Great Yang, and the Great Yang was the Great Yang. It seemed like the Great Yang was nourishing the Great Yang, but in reality, the Great Yang was nourishing the Great Yang. It broke through the Yin and entered the Great Yang, and the Great Yang and the Great Yang merged. Su Wuwei's face was solemn. Facing divine venerable Shaoyin's power of the sun, he could only disperse it with Tai Xian. Divine venerable Shaoyin, you actually cultivate the power of the sun. Everyone was deceived by you, but you should have been stripped of your power by the Grand Empyrean. Old thing, I've long found you an eyesore. Back then, you wanted to join forces with the Lu clan to trick me. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Die with unwillingness. Not only did Shaoyin divinity use the power of the sun sequence law to fight against Su Wuwei's space sequence law, blue stripes appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the 8-star jadeite reappeared, imitating Tai Xian and using Tai Xian. And his laws and the power of the sun were much stronger than in the previous battle in the rotting god universe. Su Wuwei was shocked. How could Shaoyin divine venerable use Tai Xian? The collision between Tai Jade and Tai Jade caused the void to collapse, and the power of the sun took the opportunity to burn the 5 flavors of the void. Su Wuwei coughed up blood. In the distance, the heaven-conquering staff smashed towards the round plate. The mutants were fighting against Bai Xing. This is a battle between the Eternals and the humans, as well as a battle between the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland, the outsider declared. Bai Xing raised an eyebrow. You're from the 6th mainland. That's great. It's a pity that we didn't make it in time for the decisive battle between the 5th mainland and your 6th mainland. Today, we'll make you pay the price. The mutant sneered, die. Su Heng and Su Leng faced 4 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings at the same time. Another Ancestor Realm Corpse King was being held back by the Demon Emperor. The current sect masters of the Above Heaven sect and the Heavenly Gate were all participating in the battle. The Demon the Arch was one of them, and he happened to be in the third battle group. Even further away, Sky Jialan was challenging a half-martial Ancestor-level Corpse King, but her gaze was focused on the battle between Divine Venerable Shaoyin and Su Wuwei. Was that an 8-star talent? Why was that person able to display an 8-star talent? This was something that only the Jialan clan members could use. Could that person be from the Jialan clan? Su Wuwei, die. The Shaoyin Divine Venerable roared. The power of the sun invaded, and the Taishian domain collided. Su Wuwei's face was ghastly pale, but he let out a mocking smile. Supreme God Shao Yin, have you forgotten that I cultivate the power of the virtual God? Divine Sovereign Shao Yin's pupils shrank. Su Wuwei took out a pot and said, "This pot can cook the 5 tastes of the human world: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. Supreme Divinity Shao Yin, have a taste." Then, a terrifying amount of virtual God power flew toward Supreme Divinity Shao Yin. The power of the Great Yin and Great Yang blasted out from the Shao Yin Divine Sovereign's body. There was a loud boom, and ripples appeared in the void. When the people of the virtual God universe fought, they could use virtual God power to draw power that was several times or even more than 10 times their own. This was a great advantage. Even if Supreme God Shao Yin used the power of the sun and the moon to form a sequence rule that surpassed Su Wuwei's, it was difficult for him to break through the virtual God power. At the critical moment, a figure appeared. The figure appeared behind Su Wuwei and raised his arm high. In his hand was a huge black strip, which he smashed down at Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei turned around. The intense danger made him shiver. He wanted to avoid it, but he was surrounded by the power of the sun and moon. It was difficult for him to withdraw his virtual God power to resist Supreme God Shao Yin. Seeing that the huge black strip was about to hit Su Wuwei, a golden light suddenly illuminated the parallel space. The God Sealing Catalog appeared above Su Wuwei's head. The Eternal Clan is so strange. Lu Qi turned his back to Su Wuwei and faced the figure holding the black strip. The black strip smashed onto the God Sealing Catalog. Black and gold lights intersected, forming a huge shadow that spread across the parallel space. Su Wuwei was afraid. "Be careful. It should be the captain of the true God Guards." The newcomer was Lu Qi. He had been following the 3rd battle group. The 3rd battle group was the most important of the 4 battle groups. Once the 4th battle group was disbanded, the Eternal Clan would first destroy the 3rd battle group. The 1st and 2nd battle groups would not move no matter what happened. Lu Qi's existence was enough to deal with a sequence rule powerhouse. He was not a sequence rule powerhouse, but because of his uniqueness, he had no problem holding back a sequence rule powerhouse. However, there was no sequence rule powerhouse. Instead, there was a captain of the true God Guards. Supreme God Shao Yin's expression was ugly. If Lu Qi could appear, the other above heaven sect powerhouses might not. They had been prepared for this battle. What a strange and disgusting power. You must be a shroud. Lu Qi stared at the figure holding the black strip and leaped out. He waved his hand and threw out the Xidigarba needle. Wang Jian's power walked out of the God Sealing Catalog toward the mutant. The mutant was a traitor of the 6th mainland. Whether it was the enmity between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, or now that he had betrayed the 6th mainland, he was the one Lu Qi wanted to kill the most. As for Supreme God Shao Yin, he could not kill him. Lu Qi's appearance was equivalent to 2 progenitors. Supreme God Shao Yin had no choice but to order a retreat. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave when the 1st battle group arrived. The mutant wanted to leave, but he was entangled by Bai Xing. With Wang Jian's arrival, he could not leave. Supreme God Shao Yin, save me, the mutant shouted. Supreme God Shao Yin was about to attack when Su Wuwei's Taishian domain spread out and blocked them. Supreme God Shao Yin could not fight Su Wuwei to the death for the mutant, so he could only leave. The captain of the true God Guards who attacked Lu Qi also left. The mutant's expression was ferocious. Divine power appeared in his body and blasted toward Bai Xing. Bai Xing was afraid of the divine power and hurriedly retreated. The mutant wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he found that the Taishian domain had surrounded him. Within the Taishan domain, it was impossible for him to tear through the void and leave. It was even more impossible for him to find the astral door. His surroundings were already blocked by Lu Qi, Su Heng, and Su Leng. The mutant's heart sank. He did not expect this. They were the ones who had been tricked. Lu Yin dared to attack the endless battlefield, so he had been prepared. Lu Qi looked at the mutant and sneered. It's not bad to get rid of one. Bai Xing raised the sky-vanquishing staff and pointed it at the mutant. The mutant gritted his teeth. I betrayed the Eternals. I'm willing to tell you the Eternals' secrets as long as you don't kill me and let me join the above heaven. I know many secrets of the Eternals. It will definitely be useful to you. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. How sad. You betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Now that you're facing death, you want to betray the Eternals again. Who would want someone like you? The mutant clenched his fists. I just want to live. The humans can't stop the fifth mainland situation. Let me go this once. I'm a progenitor after all. The above heaven wants to pursue its past glory. The more progenitors, the better, right? Su Heng and Su Leng looked at each other. It was rare to see such a shameless powerhouse. Su Wuwei said, surrender. We won't kill you now. The mutant's expression changed. I want Lu Yin's promise. Then you can go to hell. Bai Xing's staff smashed down. At the same time, the Xidigarba needle shot at the mutant. Su Wuwei's Taishan territory shrank, and the terrifying void god's power crashed into the mutant. The mutant was on the verge of death. He spat out blood and begged for mercy. All right, I surrender. I want to see Lu Yin. I want to talk to him. The mutant was indeed valuable. After all, he had joined the Eternals for so long. Bai Xing raised the sky-vanquishing staff and pressed it against the mutant's shoulder. The mutant's expression darkened. He had not expected this outcome. Back then, he did not think that the humans could win. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would appear and lead the fifth mainland to expel the Eternals? If he had known this would happen, he would never have betrayed the humans. Extreme regret caused him to cough up blood again. Bai Xing reached out to grab him. Suddenly, Su Wuwei retracted his Taishan territory and pushed Bai Xing back. Bai Xing was confused. In front of him, the mutant's divine power surged out and burned his body. He screamed in pain, and this kind of shrill scream was extremely horrifying. Indescribable pain engulfed the mutant. The mutant did not expect this. He kept twisting his body to escape the divine power. I was wrong, true God. I was wrong. I did not want to betray the Eternals. True God, please let me go. I was wrong. Everyone retreated and looked at this scene in horror. One could imagine how much pain a progenitor had to go through to make him scream like this. The mutant melted under the divine powers burning. The speed was very slow. His hair, skin, muscles, and bones melted inch by inch. However, his head was not injured. His mind was clear, and he was enduring the extreme pain of being awake. This scene made everyone shudder. Bai Xing was terrified. If Su Wuwei had not discovered it early, he would have been burned by this divine power. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The mutant screamed, rolled, and begged for mercy. His voice became hoarse. The whole process lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The mutant was melted by the divine fire. Finally, it reached his head. The burning of his head was even slower. The divine fire wanted to make him feel pain. His skin and muscles melted at a much slower speed than the burning of his body. The mutant screamed, bone boat, be careful of the bone boat. When the bone boat descends, everything will be annihilated. As these words appeared, the divine fire suddenly sped up and drowned out his voice. He could not make a sound, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. This was a fate worse than death. This was truly a fate worse than death. The people of the third battle group watched as the mutant was burned into nothingness. They felt as if cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. It was bone-chilling. This was the fate of a traitor. In hyperspace, the moment deity Shaoyin and the others retreated, Lu Shan, Yu Hua, and the others received the news. They had wanted to scheme against the third battle group, but they had been tricked by the third battle group. It could not be called a scheme. If not for the first battle group's support, deity Shaoyin and the others might have been able to fight the third battle group to the death. Yu Hua finally understood why Lu Yin did not care. After failing to eliminate the third battle group, hyperspace did not have the upper hand. They also wanted to retreat. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2905. Lu Yin saw through their plan and barked, "Everyone, keep an eye on the Eternals. Don't let them escape. Do you really think you can keep us here, Dao Lord Lu?" Yu Hua stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious gaze. Lu Yin sneered, "I'd like to see how a fish like you can escape from my hands." With that, a stream of light flashed as he raised his slipper and slammed it down. Yu Hua's eyes widened. First stage, transform. Along with his voice, his appearance suddenly changed as he continued to expand. He transformed from a fish into a giant python that swept its tail towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin slammed down with his slipper, not caring if it was a fish or a python. With a crack, the python's tail was torn apart and it howled in pain. At the same time, Shao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Lu Yin was shocked. Director. No one had expected the crazy director to suddenly be injured. The python growled, "Let's go." Lu Yin was about to attack when he suddenly remembered something. He opened his celestial eye and stared at the crazy director. He saw a fish scale on the crazy director's body, and if one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. The scale must have come from that fish, but there were no sequence particles. Could it be an innate gift? He remembered that the true God Guard captains had unique innate gifts. "Director, peel off the scale." Lu Yin shouted. The crazy director threw the scale out. At that moment, Lu Shan and Yu Hua met up. Lu Yin gave chase and slammed down with his slipper, but Lu Shan was right in front of him. Lu Yin saw a strange scene. He saw a circle and a straight line in front of him. His own attack had brushed past Lu Shan's body, but he hadn't even touched it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Hua and Lu Shan fled to the other side of the border. Lu Yin wanted to chase after them, but there were progenitor corpse kings chasing after him. Aside from the true God Guard captains, there were 15 progenitor corpse kings invading hyperspace. Lu Yin casually crushed one of the progenitor corpse kings. On the border battlefield, the Eternals retreated like a tide. Shenle heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. Lu Yin could not deal with all the progenitor corpse kings by himself. His existence was more to change the situation of the battlefield. In the battle of the Eternals invading hyperspace, hyperspace had lost 4 and 2 black energy users. Their black energy source was still there, but the black energy inside had been used up. Hyperspace had the ability to create black energy sources, but he did not have that much energy to absorb. If he did, then it would not be 10, but 100. Hyperspace alone could deal with the true God Guards. This was only the loss of the border battlefield. The loss of the entire hyperspace was even greater. A progenitor realm corpse king had rampaged through hyperspace, the Zio realm had been destroyed, and Yu Fang had died. What worried Lu Yin the most was that Bai Qian had gone missing. Without her corpse, it was unknown whether she had been killed or taken away by the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. It was more likely that he would be killed. Since the Dimensional Master was dead, the Eternals would not care about Bai Qian. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, but he had no other choice. They had already expected that the Eternals would attack the hyperspace continuum, but they could not change their plans just because of a single hyperspace continuum. After all was said and done, the hyperspace continuum was not the primordial space. Without Dimensional Master, transdimensional space had lost the confidence to become one of the 6 direction guilds. Their greatest value now was their cultivation techniques. Lu Yin planned to use hyperspace as a research base in his backyard. The back garden was the research department of the sect of the heavens above heaven. Things, Pyrolite mines, and the energy research group now belonged to the back garden, and it was possible to move the back garden into the hyperspace. No one could object, as Lu Yin was the one who was protecting the hyperspace continuum. With his current prestige in the 6 Direction Guild, unless a Grand Empyrean appeared, no one would be able to point fingers at him. This battle had thoroughly awakened the hyperspace continuum. It had made them realize that the hyperspace continuum, which had lost its dimensional master, could no longer compare to the other parallel universes of the 6 Direction Guild. Without the sect of the heavens above heaven, the hyperspace continuum would be finished. Lu Yin was concerned about the crazy headmaster's injuries. Ever since the crazy headmaster had broken through to the ancestor realm, he had not been injured due to his unique cultivation method. He could also use the path of the red dust to fight against a true God Guard captain, which was something that people like Chen Lo could not compare to. Lu Yin would rather lose 10 Chen less than lose one crazy headmaster. It's just a slap. I'm fine, the crazy headmaster said weakly. Lu Yin frowned. Yuhua's innate gift was definitely the type that dealt equal damage. If Yuhua had been injured, then the crazy headmaster, who had been possessed by Yuhua, would have also been injured. If Lu Yin had used a bit more strength, he might have been able to kill the crazy headmaster. However, that might not be the case. If he could kill the crazy headmaster, then he could kill Yuhua as well. Yuhua could not possibly withstand that kind of power. I don't know how the Eternals found these true God Guard captains. Their appearances are strange, and their innate gifts are even stranger. The crazy headmaster sighed. Chen Lo was apprehensive. Lord Luo said that the 6 Direction Association and the Endless Battlefield have close to 70 parallel universes on the surface. In addition to the number of parallel universes each person controls, there might be close to 100. However, the number of parallel universes controlled by the Eternals definitely exceeds the 6 Direction Association. Lu Yin looked at Chen Lo. Did Luo Shan say that? Chen Lo nodded. What else did he say? Lu Yin realized that Luo Shan knew quite a lot. He had become the spacetime master of the 3 sovereigns and was highly regarded by the Grand Empyrean. However, this person had been willing to hide his cultivation and work with the Shaoyin divinity. What exactly was he thinking? Given Luo Shan's temperament, he had acted against the primordial space when the above heaven had been attacked by the Eternals and opened up a spacetime passage to the 3 sovereigns. This person was definitely not someone who cared about the big picture. Rather, he was someone who would definitely seek revenge. Such a person would easily betray the humans and join the Eternals, but he had not done so even now. He still hoped to return to his position as the spacetime master of the 6 Direction Association. Before he had been scared away by the shaman spirit god, he had also told Lu Yin not to betray the humans. What did he want? Chen Lo thought about it. Lord Luo Shan said many things. What does the Path Master want to know? You guys stay behind and guard the hyperspace to prevent the Eternals from attacking again. I'm going to meet up with the 2nd Combat Squadron. Lu Yin did not have time to chat with Chen Lo. The crusade was not a joke. Although they currently held the advantage, their true goal had not been achieved. The true goal of the crusade was not only to sweep through the endless battlefield and raise the morale of the humans, but also to find the 7 sky gods and deal with them. The 7 sky gods were truly difficult to deal with. The 3rd Combat Squadron joined up with the 1st Combat Squadron, which increased the number of progenitors in the 1st Combat Squadron to 9. Louis naturally could not return to the 1st Combat Squadron. He wanted to join the 2nd Combat Squadron and increase the number of progenitors in the 2nd Combat Squadron to 6. The next day, Louis successfully joined up with the 2nd Combat Squadron. The commander of the 2nd Combat Squadron was Woodcut, but he was a man of few words. When Louis arrived, he naturally took over the 2nd Combat Squadron. Now, the 4 major combat squadrons had been reduced to 2 major combat squadrons. Although their numbers had decreased, the strength of each combat squadron had increased. Over the next few months, the 2 major combat squadrons fought in the endless battlefield and lit up 5 more parallel spacetime continuums. If the green light was just for the parallel spacetime continuums, then it would be very fast. After all, there were too many powerhouses. However, their true goal was to find the 7 sky gods. Every parallel spacetime continuum could hide the 7 sky gods, which was the most time-consuming task. On this day, the 2nd Combat Squadron arrived at the 3 Monarch spacetime continuum. The endless battlefield's parallel spacetime continuum was connected, and it had nothing to do with distance. They were all parallel spacetime continuums, and there was no distance at all. The 3 Monarch spacetime continuum joined the endless battlefield and was arranged to be in the middle, connecting to the Star Illuminator spacetime continuum. When the 2nd Combat Squadron arrived at the 3 Monarch spacetime continuum, Louis immediately ordered them to be released. He was not only looking for the 7 sky gods, but also Old Monster Mo, Luo Shan, and the others. Luo Shan was most likely hiding in the 3 Monarch spacetime. He knew the 3 Monarch spacetime too well. Now that the war with the everlasting race was slowing down, he might be hiding in the 3 Monarch spacetime. In the 3 Monarch spacetime, the former Mo courtyard had long been destroyed by the everlasting race. Now, there were many corpse kings entrenched there. Old Green Skin and Suo Xian came to Mo courtyard together and attacked the corpse kings. Ever since the people of the 3 Monarch spacetime moved to the origin space, Old Green Skin and the other Mo courtyard half-progenitors joined the Above Heaven sect. The 2 of them followed the 2nd Combat Squadron into the endless battlefield and then came to the 3 Monarch spacetime. Both of them had complicated expressions. Many corpse kings were dealt with by the 2 of them, and 3 half-progenitor corpse kings appeared around them. Old Green Skin sighed. I never thought that Mo courtyard would become like this. I wonder what Lord Luo feels when he sees this scene. Suo Xian's expression was relaxed. Being surrounded by 3 corpse kings of the same level in the endless battlefield was a rather desperate thing. He did not have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. However, it did not matter now. The 2nd Combat Squadron was beside him, and support could be provided at any time. Don't worry about it. Mo courtyard has become history. We are now all people of the Above Heaven sect. The battle began. Not long after, Wang Jian attacked and killed the 3 half-progenitor corpse kings. Suo Xian threw down the rules and activated it. His expression changed. There's a reaction. Wang Jian raised his eyebrows and immediately contacted Lu Yin in the distance. Lu Yin looked at Mo courtyard. Who was it? Mo courtyard had the Emperor's library. Other than the original people of Mo courtyard and the 3 monarchs, very few outsiders knew about it. At this moment, in the Emperor's library, Luo Shan opened his eyes. What's going on? An uneasy feeling enveloped him, as if he was being watched by someone. Suddenly, his expression changed. Above his head, the emperor's library was split into two. Wang Jian attacked. When the emperor's library was shattered, the three-colored monarch qi surged out violently and collided with Wang Jian. Wang Jian's expression changed greatly. This three-colored monarch qi was hard for him to resist. It was definitely an expert. He quickly retreated. With a swoosh, the blade slashed across and cut off the three-colored monarch qi. It even split the starry sky apart. It brushed past Wang Jian and almost hit him. Mu Qing held the long blade in his hand and faced the emperor's library with his eyes covered by a black cloth. Luo Shan. Luo Shan walked out of the emperor's library and looked at the second combat squadron in bewilderment. He saw Mu Qing and Lu Yin. Why are you guys here? In the battle through time and space, Lu Tianyi attacked Wu Lingxin. He took the opportunity to escape. Because he was injured, he hid in the emperor's library to recover. He did not know anything about the outside world. So when he saw so many progenitor realm experts in the second combat squadron, he was stunned. Lu Yin stood on the prison dragon's back and looked at Luo Shan from afar. We meet again, Luo Shan. Around the emperor's library, Mu Xie, Wang Jian, and Xia Zhen had all arrived. Below, Old Green Skin and Suo Xian stared blankly into the distance. Why was Lord Luo here? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2906. Luo Shan's tricolored monarch aura surged out, and his face darkened. Lu Yin, you brought so many people to the three monarch spacetime to kill me. Don't forget, although I'm no longer the master of a parallel spacetime, I'm still a member of the eternal race in the endless battlefield. If you try to kill me, especially in the endless battlefield, you'll be attacked by the entire 6 monarchs. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, it's a crusade, but it's not me, it's... He paused for a moment. Luo Shan's pupils shrank as he recalled his understanding of Lu Yin and what he had done in the primordial space. His face paled. What did you do? Lu Yin was stunned. What did he do? Luo Shan was furious. Lu Yin, you must have framed me to get the 6 monarchs' approval to come here and kill me, right? Wang Jian and the others had strange expressions and couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. Was that so? It seemed to fit this person's style. He had unified the 5th mainland and schemed with the 4 cardinal scales. It wasn't impossible for him to do something like this. Could it be that the crusade in the endless battlefield was fake and killing Luo Shan was real? The more they understood Lu Yin, the more they agreed with Luo Shan's words. Lu Yin was speechless. You're thinking too much. My above heaven sect officially launched a crusade in the endless battlefield several months ago to avenge Master Wei. It was just a coincidence that I found you. Luo Shan was shocked. Master Wei is dead. Lu Yin sneered and looked in another direction. How long are you going to watch? Get out here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched his fingers together, grabbing in a direction with the momentum of tearing the sky. The entire void trembled as a terrifying force swept across, shattering the starry sky. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out, avoiding Lu Yin's force and leaving in a direction. Mu Feng turned around, raised his blade, and slashed. This slash cut through the 3 monarchs' spacetime and slashed towards the figure. It carried an indescribable sharpness that made everyone's scalp tingle. The figure was shocked and similarly slashed out a slash, colliding with Mu Feng's slash. The entire starry sky was cut into 4 pieces. Although Mu Feng's slash was cut in half, the remaining force did not diminish and continued towards the figure. Because the slash was stopped for a moment, the figure dodged it, and the remaining force slashed past in front of him, leaving a black crack. Mu Feng, it's me. Mu Feng frowned. Duh. Luo Shan's eyes widened. Daheng. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as Wu Han had reported that Mr. Daheng had followed Luo Shan to the endless battlefield. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yin wanted to find Luo Shan. At this moment, Lu Yin didn't need to care about Mr. Daheng. He wanted to obtain the landscape painting stone, and Lu Yin also wanted to take it back from Luo Shan. He wanted to see what Mr. Daheng wanted the landscape painting stone for. In the distance, Mr. Daheng stared at the wooden carving with fear. Everyone said that he was second only to the wood god, and he also thought so. However, during the battle at the tea party, the strength that Woodcut had displayed had caught everyone's attention. Even he knew that he could not reach Woodcut's level. Furthermore, that slash just now had further confirmed Woodcut's strength. This person was only second to the wood god. Mr. Daheng, why are you in the Three Monarchs spacetime? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. So what if Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse? He did not need to care too much. Luo Shan stared at Mr. Daheng. This was also a question that he wanted to know. Why did this guy come? Mr. Daheng glanced at the second battle group with fear in his heart, but he pretended to be relaxed on the surface. I just happened to pass by. I am actually going to the star-reflecting universe. It is rumored that a kind of star-reflecting grass grows there, and it is very beautiful. Master Lu has been to the Repose Palace and knows about my situation there. Planting some star-reflecting grass is more pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But you have stayed in this spacetime for a long time. Mr. Daheng's eyes twitched, and he subconsciously looked at Luo Shan. Luo Shan stared at him with cold and vigilant eyes. He had been here all this time. He had tracked him. Master Lu, you must be joking. I have just arrived, Mr. Daheng explained. Lu Yin didn't care. It doesn't matter whether you have just arrived or not. Since you are here, don't leave. You will officially join the second battle group to participate in the crusade. Mr. Daheng quickly refused. We respect Master Lu's crusade against the Eternals, but the crusade is your above-heaven sex business. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. If you dare to leave, you will be punished as a traitor of humanity. Mr. Daheng's face changed and sank. Master Lu, whether or not to participate in the crusade is purely a personal choice. I belong to the wood spacetime. Even if you force me to participate, I will need the consent of the wood god. It is not up to you to decide. Woodcut, you should know this as well. Other than Woodcut, he was confident that no one could stop him. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. As for Lu Yin, if he didn't have the protection of a sequence law powerhouse, what was he? Lu Yin found it funny. I say, you have been in the Three Monarchs spacetime for a long time, and you are still quibbling. Limitless has already sent out a notice to the entire Six Direction Society. Any cultivator who does not belong to the Endless Battlefield but appears in the Endless Battlefield is qualified to join the crusade. If they refuse, they will be punished as a traitor of humanity. This notice has been sent out for a long time. Mr. Daheng's face turned ugly. Was there such a thing? Luo Shan clenched his fist and stared at Mr. Daheng. How long has this guy been watching me? What does he want to do? Woodcut held the hilt of his sword tightly. Daheng, join the crusade. Those who disobey will be punished as a traitor of humanity. Mr. Daheng glared at Lu Yin angrily. This person was targeting him. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng with a smile. Carefree. Eternal in a single thought. What a joke. Being carefree without taking responsibility. That was selfish. Being carefree was eternal in a single thought. That was lawlessness. Everyone hoped to be carefree, to be able to get whatever they wanted, and to have whatever they liked. But how was that possible? In order to obtain the landscape painting stone, this person had forced Chen Lo to snatch it. In order to increase the number of progenitors, he had restrained Chen Lo in traceless cultivation. This was not being carefree, but controlling. True carefree was to establish a peaceful life for humanity and create peace for all ages. Sitting alone in the 9 heavens was not carefree, but lonely. Master Lu, the past grudges were all caused by me. Da Heng apologizes to Master Lu once again. Now, I really have something important to deal with. Please let me go. Once I am done, I will definitely join the crusade in the endless battlefield and fight for humanity against the Eternals. It is my duty to do so. Mr. Da Heng suppressed his anger and bowed slowly. Lu Yin sighed. Do you mean that I asked you to join the crusade because of past grudges? Mr. Da Heng's heart skipped a beat. Of course not. I just happened to see Master Lu, so I took this opportunity to apologize to Master Lu. It has nothing to do with joining the crusade. Then join. I don't want to talk nonsense. Lu Yin was merciless. Mr. Da Heng's face turned green and white. He had said all kinds of nice things, but this kid did not give him any face. Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan. Do you want to join? To avenge the 3 monarch spacetime. Luo Shan said in a low voice, the 3 monarch spacetime is one of the endless battlefields. I am a member of the endless battlefields, so I can refuse to join. Lu Yin nodded. Up to you. How long will it take to search all of them? Xia Qin replied, 15 days. Lu Yin said, rest here and light the green light for the 3 monarch spacetime. Wang Jian, Xia Qin, and KHWIRM went in 3 directions while the cultivators of the 2nd Legion fought in the starry sky. Mr. Da Heng wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He knew that Lu Yin was a man of his word. Once there was a weakness, this kid might really bring many progenitors to kill him. Mu Shen could help him once, but he could not help him a second time. He had no choice but to join the 2nd Legion for the time being. With Mr. Da Heng joining, the 2nd Legion's strength increased again. No matter what his temperament was, he could only help the 2nd Legion deal with the everlasting race in this endless battlefields. The 2nd Legion had an additional sequence law powerhouse, and its strength had increased greatly. It was a pity that it would be better if Luo Shan could join. In the ruins of Mo Courtyard, Mr. Da Heng met Lu Yin alone and still hoped that Lu Yin would let him go. Lu Yin naturally did not agree and called Luo Shan over. Luo Shan wanted to leave, but he refused to join the battle because he belonged to the 3 monarch spacetime. As long as the battle was still in the 3 monarch spacetime, he could not leave. Moreover, he also wanted to see Mr. Da Heng and find out why Mr. Da Heng was watching him. The 3 of them met in the ruins of Mo Courtyard. Mr. Da Heng did not want to face Luo Shan and only wanted to ask Lu Yin to let him leave alone. Luo Shan wanted to see Mr. Da Heng alone and did not want to face Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to see both of them. The 3 of them faced each other in the ruins of Mo Courtyard. Since you are already here, just say what you want to say. Lu Yin said. Mr. Da Heng's eyes flashed, Master Lu. Before he could finish, Lu Yin interrupted him, if you still want to leave, don't mention it. Otherwise, I will be in a bad mood and directly accuse you of betraying humanity. Mr. Da Heng gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He did not want to argue with Lu Yin. This person was too overbearing. Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin and then looked at Mr. Da Heng. He did not speak. Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan, you don't have anything to say. Luo Shan said in a deep voice, what does Master Lu want me to say? Lu Yin laughed, after the battle with the witch spirit god, you ran away and left me there. Shouldn't you explain? Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin, then Master Lu, please explain why Mu Jun was with you. Lu Yin's lips curved up, because at that time, we were enemies. Luo Shan's eyes turned cold. He had the same thought as Mr. Daheng. If the second battle group was not here, he would have killed Lu Yin. They were enemies. Mu Jun died in the hands of the witch spirit god, but was it not because of Lu Yin? If Lu Yin had not schemed against Dimensional and exposed his identity as the witch spirit god, he would not have had to fight to the death with the witch spirit god, resulting in Mu Jun's death. Luo Shan had never thought that Mu Jun's death was related to himself. He was the one who coveted the hyperspace continuum and wanted to become the hyperspace continuum's master. Did Master Lu not tell the Six Direction Association about Dimensional's matter? Luo Shan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. He is the hyperspace continuum's master after all. If I told them, the Six Direction Association would lose face. This battle was to avenge Dimensional's death. Regardless of the process, the result is the most important. Only those who participated in the battle knew that Dimensional was controlled by the witch spirit god. He willingly helped the witch spirit god research the sequence particles and deceived the Six Direction Association. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2907. Vader is dead, then what about Chrono Overlord? Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Luo Shan looked at each other and laughed. Don't tell me you still want to be Chrono Overlord. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something but didn't. Lu Yin glanced at Mr. Daheng. If you have this thought, why don't you solve your own problems first? For example, why is Mr. Daheng staring at you in the Three Sovereigns universe? This is not a good thing. Luo Shan looked at Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. I'm just passing by. Since Master Lu doesn't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan. Luo Shan said slowly, I have only met Mr. Daheng a few times, and we respect each other. I believe that Mr. Daheng is not here to stare at me. I have nothing worthy of being stared at by Mr. Daheng. Is that so? In that case, let's disperse. Lu Yin walked away. With him here, the two of them wouldn't say anything. Many things were hidden too deeply, and if they weren't stirred up, God knows when they would be exposed. If it weren't for the return of the Lu family and the sudden increase in strength of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin wouldn't have stirred up this muddy water. But now, he wanted to see what was hidden under this muddy water. Lu Yin left, and Mr. Daheng turned around to leave. Luo Shan's voice sounded in his ear, why are you staring at me? Make it clear that you and I have nothing to do with each other, and everything in the past will disappear. Mr. Daheng's tone was cold. I said, I'm not staring at you. After saying that, he was about to leave. Luo Shan suddenly attacked and pressed his palm on Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng dodged and stared at Luo Shan angrily. Do you want to die? Lu Yin has been staring at us. Luo Shan's face was gloomy. It's better than being schemed against by you. Tell me, why are you staring at me? Mr. Daheng took a deep breath and hesitated. Luo Shan shouted, don't think about leaving if you don't tell me. I'm already like this, and if nothing unexpected happens, I can't leave the endless battlefield in this life. At most, I will tell you what happened in the past and see if you can continue to stay in the wood spacetime. You can either defect to the eternal or stay in the endless battlefield like me. You can only choose one. Mr. Daheng's eyes were red. Don't force me. You were the one who suggested it. That matter has already passed, yet you're still staring at me. You're the one who's forcing me. Luo Shan let out a low roar. Even when the time and space of the Three Sovereigns had become a boundless battlefield, even when Mu Jun had died, he had never been like this. Mr. Daheng let out a long sigh. All right, you wish for this matter to come to an end. I also wish that you and I have never known each other and that everything in the past will disappear. If that's the case, give me the stone that Chenle gave you. He knew that it was no longer possible to scheme against Luo Shan. That bastard Lu Yin had already made things clear, and there was no turning back. Luo Shan was stunned. What stone? Mr. Daheng sneered, still pretending. Were you the one who asked Chenle to join my Hall of Freedom? Luo Shan's eyes widened. Chenle joined the Repose Palace. Ever since Chenle gave the stone to Luo Shan, Mr. Daheng had two guesses. One was that someone helped Chenle remove the seal and let Chenle break the ancestral law. The other was that Chenle was forced by Luo Shan, and Luo Shan was the mastermind. Ever since the three sovereigns had merged into the sect above heaven, Mr. Daheng had guessed that the sect above heaven was the one who had helped Chenle. This was highly likely, but the second possibility was not impossible, especially since the stone had been given to Luo Shan. This was what Mr. Daheng was most concerned about. If Luo Shan did not know the use of the stone, then it was the first possibility. If Luo Shan knew, then it was definitely the second possibility, especially if the sect above heaven had helped Chenle. Why would they allow Chenle to give the stone to Luo Shan? With Luo Shan's temperament, this was impossible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the second possibility was right. Luo Shan was the mastermind behind Chenle. Chenle joining the sect above heaven might have been Luo Shan's idea as well. Because the sect above heaven's plot against the three sovereigns could not be reversed, Luo Shan had allowed Chenle to join the sect above heaven to find time to deal with Lu Yin. This possibility made Mr. Daheng more and more certain. Luo Shan, you and I have known each other for too long. I know you very well. It's not that you couldn't have let Chenle join the Repose Palace to scheme against me. It could even be said that you were the mastermind behind it. How could you not know the use of that stone? What a joke. Give me the stone, and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Otherwise, you will regret it, Mr. Daheng threatened. Luo Shan suddenly looked at his cosmic ring. He recalled that after Chenle had broken through to the extreme realm, he had mysteriously given Luo Shan a stone. He had said that he had obtained it from the endless battlefield and that the corpse kings of the Eternals had fought over it. It should be something useful, but Chenle did not know how to use it, so he had given it to Luo Shan. At that time, Luo Shan had still been on guard against the Forgotten Ruins god at the border, so he had not paid much attention to this matter and had simply accepted it. Was it that stone? Luo Shan's eyes flickered. He had been tricked. He had been tricked from the very beginning. Chenle had already joined the sect above heaven at that time, and it was Lu Yin, who had disguised himself as Xian Qi, who had asked Chenle to give the stone to Luo Shan in order to divert the Repose Palace's attention. Bastard, how shrewd was this Lu Yin? Chenle did give me a stone with a painting on it, Luo Shan said. Mr. Daheng's eyes burned as he stared at Luo Shan. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. Why should I give it to you? You hid in the Three Monarchs spacetime in order to obtain this stone. The best way to do so was to attack me when I was injured during the battle at hyperspace. It has been several months since the battle at hyperspace, and you have not made a move. The only possibility is that you were waiting for an opportunity to kill me. Mr. Daheng's tone was low. I did not intend to kill you. I only wanted the stone. Luo Shan sneered. I did not know the use of the stone, and I did not know that Chenle had joined the Hall of Freedom. However, it is not too late to find out now. What makes you think that you can snatch the stone from me? Don't forget that I have always been above you, and you have never surpassed me. Mr. Daheng's gaze was sinister. Luo Shan, I understand you, and you understand me. I swear on the freedom that I have pursued my entire life. If you do not give it to me, there will be great trouble, and you will definitely regret it. Luo Shan's eyelids twitched. Based on his understanding of Mr. Daheng, this oath was very vicious. Mr. Daheng might not care about his cultivation, but he definitely cared about his so-called freedom. This was what he had pursued since he was young. I, Luo Shan, will not be scared. Luo Shan turned and left. Mr. Daheng's gaze was extremely gloomy as he watched Luo Shan disappear. From afar, Lu Yin saw this scene. The relationship between these two was not simple, and they must have known each other for a long time. Luo Shan did not give the stone to Mr. Daheng. Either Mr. Daheng did not mention it, or Luo Shan did not want to give it to him. Either way, because of that stone, the two of them would still be entangled. After parting ways with Mr. Daheng, Luo Shan came looking for Lu Yin. No matter the result of the battle, you have indeed let little Mu go. At that time, I have already said that the grudge between us is written off. Luo Shan went straight to the point. Lu Yin was disdainful. You. Just now, you wanted to blame Mu Jun's death on me. Why? Have you thought it through? Both of them knew that if possible, they would not hesitate to ensure that the other party was not a threat. Lu Yin's method was either to ascend to godhood or to appoint a general, while Luo Shan's method was to kill Lu Yin directly. This was a tacit understanding. Hence, there was nothing to say about Luo Shan escaping during the battle with the witch spirit god. If there was anything to say, it would have to wait until Lu Yin wanted to make a move on Luo Shan. But now, neither of them could make a move on the other. Lu Yin could not instigate the internal conflict of the Six Paths Society, and Luo Shan did not have the ability to make a move on Lu Yin. Luo Shan glanced at the ruins of Mo Courtyard. You were the one who brought Qianluo out of the hall, right? Lu Yin did not admit it, but neither did he deny it. He wanted to see what Luo Shan had to say. Mr. Daheng is a very shrewd person who will do anything to achieve his goals. He has already confirmed that I have nothing to do with Qianluo, so he will target you next. You were the one who asked Qianluo to give this to me. Now, I will return it to its rightful owner. Luo Shan took out the landscape painting stone from her cosmic ring, opened her palm, and handed it to Lu Yin. When Mr. Daheng saw the ruins of Mo Courtyard, his expression turned ugly. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng and then at Luo Shan. Luo Shan was disdainful. What, you don't dare to accept it? Lu Yin was curious. Why don't you just give it to Mr. Daheng? Luo Shan said, I want to see if the dignified primordial space's Master Lu dares to accept this stone. Lu Yin smiled. There is only one stone. You used it to sow discord between me and the Repose Palace, not to express goodwill to me or the Repose Palace. Luo Shan, no wonder your three sovereign spacetime has fallen to such a state. No wonder even the Shaoyin divinity did not care about you back then. After he finished speaking, he took the stone under Luo Shan's gloomy gaze. He had wanted to take the stone from Luo Shan anyway, and now was the perfect time. As for Mr. Daheng, if he had the ability, he could come and snatch it. Sweeping through the endless battlefield was to lure all these thieves out. Lu Yin wanted the Six Paths Society to be transparent, to be able to see through everything, and not to hide their heads in tails. Luo Shan retracted her hand. Master Lu, let me remind you. Mr. Daheng never does things that he is not confident in. He is not my opponent, but he hid in the three sovereign spacetime to try and snatch the stone. This is very suspicious. There is definitely someone behind him. Don't underestimate him. At this time, Mr. Daheng walked over. Luo Shan glanced at him and disappeared. Lu Yin held the stone. He already had 3 of them. One was from the Han family, one was from the Void, and one was originally given to Luo Shan by Qianluo. Now, Luo Shan had given it to him. This Luo Shan deliberately let Mr. Da Heng see the stone and gave it to him to sow discord between the Repose Palace and himself. It was not a big scheme and could be considered sinister, but he definitely had his own goals, and his goals were very clear. This person was so greedy that he wanted to seize the hyperspace. Seeing that his plan had failed, he quickly put aside his hatred for Mu Jun and the three sovereign spacetime and stayed in the endless battlefield with peace of mind. This person was very real, just like an ordinary person in the marketplace. He had the ability to stab you, but if he did not, he would hide first. In comparison, Mr. Da Heng hid much deeper. Playing with the stone, Lu Yin watched with interest as Mr. Da Heng came over with a smile on his face. Mr. Da Heng stared at the stone and rushed over. His tone was very polite. "Master Lu." Lu Yin held the stone and looked at it carefully. "Don't talk to me about leaving again. If I hear it again, I will ask my senior to take action." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2908. Mr. Da Heng forced a smile. "I'm fortunate enough to participate in the endless battlefield with Master Lu. This is an opportunity that outsiders can only dream of. Naturally, I won't leave." Lu Yin nodded. "That's good. Just wait for a few days. We'll go to the next parallel universe soon." He looked at Mr. Da Heng. "The next few parallel universes are called inorganic spacetime. You should know about it." Mr. Da Heng's expression was solemn. "Inorganic spacetime is very strange. The entire parallel universe is divided into several parts separated by the void. Only two parts of the same space can fight. Once the space is separated by the void, no one can attack. The inorganic spacetime battlefield requires a chess player. I was lucky enough to play it a few times." Mr. Da Heng's attitude changed drastically as he explained the inorganic spacetime in detail to Lu Yin. Lu Yin found that grasping the laws was very interesting. Once a powerhouse grasped a parallel universe, they could change the laws of that parallel universe as they wished. Gourd spacetime, inorganic spacetime, dark spacetime, and big stone spacetime were all like this. There were many powerhouses who grasped the laws of sequence, but most of them had died in different eras. Lu Yin did not know what kind of laws he could grasp and what the inception space would become. During the above heaven era, the 6 continents were extremely glorious. Perhaps this was related to the primogenitor's laws. After talking for a while, Lu Yin finally understood the inorganic spacetime. Mr. Da Heng's gaze landed on the stone. Lu Yin did not put it back into his cosmic ring. Instead, he played with it in his hand. "Master Lu, what is this stone?" Lu Yin looked up at Mr. Da Heng. "Luo Shan said you want it." Mr. Da Heng sighed and bowed deeply. "Please grant my wish, Master Lu." Lu Yin smiled. "Why?" Mr. Da Heng looked at Lu Yin. "This stone is a road sign. The landscape painting on it is a map that points to the Mirage domain. Master Lu should have heard of it before. The secret to eternal life is hidden there. There are already a few stones in Freedom Hole. When the road signs are all gathered, I will definitely invite Master Lu to come with me. Please grant my wish." Lu Yin looked at the stone closer. "Then, how many of these stone fragments are there?" Mr. Da Heng shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe a dozen or so. Since Luo Shan knew you wanted it, why didn't he just give it to you?" "This, I don't know. Maybe he misunderstood me," Mr. Da Heng said. Lu Yin smiled. It seemed like they had a tacit understanding, but this so-called tacit understanding was usually between two people of equal strength. Was Lu Yin and Mr. Da Heng of equal strength? However, Lu Yin didn't see it that way. He wanted complete control. "You really don't hate me for what happened back then?" "Master Lu, you must be joking. There is no enmity between us. Back then, I was the one who acted recklessly. It has nothing to do with Master Lu, so there is no need to talk about hatred. I will engrave Master Lu's lesson in my heart and will not do it again. What if I say that I don't intend to give this stone to you? Lu Yin asked casually. Mr. Daheng's heart sank as he forced a smile. That is Master Lu's freedom. Lu Yin put the stone away. You can rest now. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed as he nodded. I'll take my leave. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng's back. The stone was with him, and he had made it clear that he would not give it to Mr. Daheng. Now, it was up to Mr. Daheng to decide what to do next. There was also Luo Shan. Although he had given the stone to him, it did not mean that he had completely given up on this matter. He was very clear that it was impossible for him to give the stone to Mr. Daheng. In the end, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Such as, if he were him, what he wanted to do the most now was to understand the meaning of the stone. Apart from himself and Mr. Daheng, who else might know? Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky with a deep gaze. Half a month later, the three monarchs spacetime finished searching, and the second battle group headed to the next parallel spacetime. The next parallel spacetime was the star-illuminating spacetime, and the next one was the inorganic spacetime. The star-illuminating spacetime was the hometown of the Star Lord, and most of the people inside had been moved out. They were previously protected by the three monarch spacetime, and now they are protected by the celestial sect. There were many beautiful star-illuminating grass in the star-illuminating spacetime, and it was indeed very beautiful. No wonder Mr. Daheng used collecting star-illuminating grass as an excuse. It was very simple for the star-illuminating spacetime to light up the green light, but they still had to search for the seven gods according to the rules. Just after the second battle group left the three monarch spacetime, Luo Shan looked at the empty starry sky, tore through the void, and left. In the ultra spacetime, Chenlu sat on the carrier of the art of gift, looking at the border from time to time with lingering fear. Here, he was afraid of being invaded by the eternal race at any time. If he didn't stay here and go to the endless battlefield, he was also afraid of encountering a war. Since joining the above heaven, he found that he hadn't rested much. Lu Yin took him with him wherever he went, just like a hired thug, which made Chenlu very aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the Six Direction Society, he couldn't leave the above heaven. Where is the second battle group now? Chenlu asked. Someone reported, in the star-illuminating spacetime, they will go to the next inorganic spacetime in a day or two at most. Chenlu was afraid, inorganic spacetime. That's not a good place, soldier against soldier, general against general. Once you encounter a very powerful corpse king of the eternal race, you won't be able to escape. Fortunately, I'm here. A few days later, the second battle group headed towards the inorganic spacetime. There was originally an ancestor realm powerhouse in the inorganic spacetime, known as Old Ancestor Wuji, but this Old Ancestor Wuji was not a sequence law powerhouse. He was just an ancestor realm powerhouse born in the inorganic spacetime. He once competed with Yi Cece for a position in the Six Direction Society, but he failed. When the second battle group entered the inorganic spacetime, all the cultivators were separated by the void. Lu Yin looked around at the dark void. He couldn't see the person on the other side of the void, as if he had been locked in a box. The only thing he could see was the incomparably huge old man above his head. This old man was Old Ancestor Wuji. Old Ancestor Wuji looked at Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Master Lu, it's been a long time. Lu Yin looked at Old Ancestor Wuji. The second battle group's fate is in your hands. The inorganic spacetime had its own laws. If the Eternals placed too many powerhouses here, even the seven sky gods, then Lu Yin would be unlucky to encounter them. No one could help him, and it all depended on the chess player. Old Ancestor Wuji solemnly replied, "Understood." The game began. On the other side, the eternal chess player was also an old man. He was not a corpse king, but a former trader of the inorganic spacetime. He was also an ancestor realm powerhouse. As the second battle group joined, the game began. Lu Yin opened the void in front of him, and an envoy-level corpse king was casually killed by Lu Yin. Throughout the inorganic spacetime, there were battles everywhere, but they were all one-on-one. Some people were unlucky enough to encounter powerful corpse kings. If this was a normal universe, then others would be able to help, but here, they could only face them alone. If they could not win, then they would die. The second battle group's advantage in other parallel universes was greatly weakened here. Just as the second battle group entered the inorganic spacetime, the next moment, an uninvited guest appeared in the hyperspace. A person whose face could not be seen clearly appeared in front of Qinlu. Under Qinli's aghast gaze, the person raised his hand and grabbed. Qinli's scalp went numb. He had no idea how this person had appeared. Seeing that this person's hand was about to land on him, Qinli used the sequence particle, lazy. The sequence particle touched the newcomer, and the person's movements paused, not wanting to move anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinli hurriedly fled, enemy attack. The newcomer's eyes were cold, and he took a step forward to catch up to Qinli. Qinli turned around and fired an arrow, not daring to get close to the newcomer. However, the arrow was caught by the newcomer and casually swept in a direction. A black energy appeared. It was Qiu Zhan. Even further away, Ling Qing unsheathed her blade and slashed at the newcomer. The newcomer was fearless and took another step forward, descending in front of Qinli. He pressed one hand on Qinli's shoulder and was about to take him away. At the critical moment, a blood-colored lotus bloomed on Qinli's back. It was demonic and beautiful, but it carried a fatal danger, causing the newcomer to retreat step by step. He could not care less about Qinli and turned to leave. "I'm already here, and you still want to leave." Big Sister raised her hand, and hell flowers bloomed, covering the entire starry sky and blocking all directions of the newcomer. Even the void could not be opened. The newcomer stared at Big Sister, and his body suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a dark void. Big Sister's expression changed. Void world. An expert. Qinli was still in shock and was almost taken away. Qiu Zhan and Ling Qing arrived. "What's going on?" Big Sister looked at Qinli. "As expected, someone wants to attack you." Qinli was confused. He knew Big Sister, so who in the origin space did not? This was the netherworld ancestor from a long time ago, the sister of the current Master Lu. She was a ruthless person. "Senior, how did you know that someone wants to attack me?" Big Sister was not interested in answering him. She looked at Ling Qing. "Be careful, that guy might appear again. Once he appears, don't hold back, just use the rules to delay him." Ling Qing nodded. Big Sister left, and Qinli's question was not answered at all. Big Sister's appearance was naturally arranged by Lu Yin. With Luo Shan's character, even if he had to give up on stone, he would not give up on this matter. The only person he could understand stone was Qinli. Qinli was in the hyperspace and did not follow the battle group. When the second battle group entered the incorporeal spacetime and could not leave, that would be the time for Luo Shan to attack. However, he did not consider that there was still the first battle group. Qinli could not be taken away by Luo Shan. This person was now bait, and Lu Yin had to figure out why Mr. Daheng wanted to find Qinli. In the three sovereign spacetime, Luo Shan returned with an ugly expression and was panting heavily. He had been tricked. If not for that woman, he would have been in trouble. It should have been easy to capture Qinli, but he did not expect this guy to use the rules. It must be the sequence rules of the hyperspace research. No wonder the witch spirit god hid his identity in the hyperspace for so many years. Even a little bit of these rules could sometimes change the outcome of a battle. Luo Shan clenched his fists. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to obtain the sequence rules equipment. Forget it, he could not get it even if he wanted to. This was a fight between the Eternals and the Above Heaven sect, and he could not join in. Although the identity of this attack had not been confirmed, since that woman had hidden there in advance, Lu Yin must have guessed it. It would not be so easy to attack Qianluo in the future. Helpless, Luo Shan decided to put this matter aside and not clash with the Above Heaven sect for the time being. He would let Mr. Da Hang cause trouble for the Above Heaven sect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2909. In the incorporeal spacetime, although the second battle group had lost some people due to the rules, those people could only be considered unlucky. Most of the cultivators still had the advantage. Since the Eternals had a progenitor realm corpse king, the Eternals avoided all the progenitor realm experts of the second battle group and chose a half-step progenitor as their opponent. 2 half-martial ancestors from the second battle regiment had already died. Although Wuji Ancestor wanted to move the Ancestor Realm Corpse King to the side of the 2nd Battle Regiment's Ancestor Realm Powerhouse, it was very difficult to do so. Old Ancestor Wuji wanted to control the entire battle. As for the Eternal Race's Game Master, he didn't care about the loss of the Corpse Kings. He didn't even care if 5 half-Ancestor Corpse Kings died. All he needed to do was keep an eye on the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. He didn't need to care about how many Corpse Kings died. In this way, he could naturally protect the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. On the third move, the Eternal Progenitor Realm Corpse Monarch faced another half-step ancestor, but this time, it was a Life Maiden. Fate Girl, Lu Bujing, Traceless, and the others had all participated in the crusade. Fate Girl had always been with the second battle group. Facing Lady Fate, the Ancestor Realm Corpse King brazenly attacked. He had originally thought that he would be able to kill this half-martial ancestor like the previous 2 times. However, Lady Fate was clearly not an ordinary half-martial ancestor. She was one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters of the Above Heavenly Gates era. She was an existence that could challenge Ancestor Realm experts. The Ancestor Realm experts that the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters challenged were not Corpse Kings with Ancestor Realm bodies like the true God Guards, but true Ancestor Realm experts. When facing this Corpse King that only had the physical strength of a martial ancestor, Fate Maiden wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was happy that she could make a contribution. Wuji Ancestor and the Eternal Race Old Man were both staring at the battle between the Ancestor Realm Corpse King and Fate Daughter. Even though there were many masters in the Second Legion, this was still the most anticipated battle. Fate was a thread, one end lived, the other died. In the face of the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's powerful physical strength, Fate Maiden was like duckweed, rising and falling with its strength. It looked like it could be killed at any time, but it could always avoid the danger, wrapping the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's arms, thighs, and even neck. Wuji Ancestor's eyes widened as he watched in amazement. This woman was clearly only a half-martial ancestor, yet the Ancestor Realm Corpse King was helpless against her, unable to hit her. This wasn't speed, but rather as if she had predicted it in advance. No, it wasn't prediction, but control. They were clearly in a space where the Ancestor Realm Corpse King could attack at will, but this woman had used some unknown method to fix the possible direction of the Corpse King's attack. She did not dodge the Corpse King's attack, but was controlling the Corpse King's attack. There were countless paths in the universe, but she only left one for the Corpse King. There was only one path. What kind of power was this? She was clearly a realm lower than the Corpse King, but she could make the Corpse King move according to her will. This battle wasn't grand nor was it intense. But, it was fought in a way that Wuji Old Ancestor found hard to comprehend. This sort of method caused a chill to run down his back, as if this woman could see through his heart. The Lady of Fate wasn't weak. In the era of the Above Heaven sect, she chased after Lu Bujing the most. She was the sect master of the 12 heavenly gates that couldn't be provoked the most. Although it seemed like Fate Daughter was being ordered around by Lu Yin, she was facing Lu Yin, someone who could fight against a sequence law powerhouse as a half-ancestor. If it had been any other half-ancestor, even Qing Ping, who was acknowledged by Mr. Mu, Fate Daughter would not have acted in such a manner. She was also an existence who had been acknowledged by fate and could cultivate the laws of fate. Where did that woman come from? The Eternal's old man was just as shocked as old ancestor Wuji. This Fate Daughter gave him a very bad feeling. If he were to go down and fight with this woman, he wasn't sure what he could do. This was the origin space. Patriarch Wuji looked across. The glory of humanity. You betrayed the incorporeal spacetime and joined the Eternals. One day, you will pay the price. The old man sneered. Only after joining the Eternals will you understand the gap between us. I have never regretted betraying humanity. Wuji, if I let you see the true strength of the Eternals, you won't even dare to stay in the endless battlefield. Wuji old ancestor sneered, the Eternals were once suppressed by the origin space. I believe that the second above the heavens has already arrived. So what if they come? Even if the above the heavens, who were once glorious, reappeared, they would not be a match for the current Eternals. But then again, you won't live to see that day. As his voice fell, numerous Eternal Corpse Kings appeared in the incorporeal spacetime. Wuji old ancestor's expression changed. Master Lu, the Eternals have sent reinforcements. Lu Yin frowned. This was within his expectations. The incorporeal spacetime was one of the few places where the Eternals could avoid the Second Legion's progenitors. It was normal for the Eternals to send reinforcements. They had to pass through this hurdle. Take a good look at who the Eternals are, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Figures were separated by the incorporeal spacetime. We meet again, above the heavens. I want to compress the entire above the heavens into a flat surface. Be careful. This Lu Yin isn't brainless. He didn't gain an advantage in the battle through spacetime. But we've achieved our goal. As long as we avoid Woodcut and Daheng, the others don't matter. Wuji old ancestor paled, his eyes filled with dread. The old man across from him sneered, how is it, Wuji? Are you still confident? Ha ha ha. Wuji old ancestor clenched his teeth, Master Lu, the Eternals have sent 10 extreme powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 4 of them are true God Guard captains, and the other 6 are corpse kings. Be careful. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was troublesome. In this game, the Eternals didn't care about the lives of the other corpse kings. They only needed to keep an eye on the progenitor corpse kings as long as they didn't run into Senior Woodcut or Mr. Daheng. Even if they ran into Lu Yin, it would be fine. Wuji old ancestor had to consider the overall situation, including the entire Second Legion. In terms of numbers, the progenitors didn't have an advantage. If not for the unique laws of the incorporeal spacetime, the Second Legion would have been able to sweep through these corpse kings. They didn't have any sequence powerhouses, but now, they were at a disadvantage in numbers. As time passed, the Second Legion would be wiped out. It seemed that he would have to use his final move. Wuji old ancestor, tell my senior that it's time, Lu Yin said. Wuji old ancestor didn't understand Lu Yin's meaning, so he passed the message to Woodcut. Woodcut gripped his saber and slowly raised his head. Was it time? Junior brother, look at this saber clearly. Master once said that the saber is a tyrannical weapon that can cut through everything. Everything that we see, hear, think, and think can be traced. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. If there is a connection between cause and effect, then it can be severed. I understand it as a law, but it is not a law. The current me can only reach this step. If there is a day when I can sever karma, then I can sever everything that exists in the universe. Only then will I be able to transcend. My saber, the incorporeal, is presented. A cold light flashed. It seemed small, but when it passed through the entire incorporeal spacetime, everyone was able to see a flash of brilliance. It was fleeting, but in the next moment, the many voids that had been separated smoothly broke apart. Everyone stared blankly in front of them. In all directions, the voids that had trapped them had all broken apart at a certain height, spreading to the entire incorporeal spacetime. The old man who had been fighting with the Eternals was also split in two, his blood spilling out into space. Cracks appeared in the incorporeal spacetime. Woodcut Saber had severed the laws, severing the foundation of the incorporeal spacetime. Wuji Old Ancestor was shocked. Woodcut, you, Luin suddenly shouted, Wuji Old Ancestor, I will find a place for you. This is the battlefield. Wuji Old Ancestor was stunned. The laws of the incorporeal spacetime had been broken, which meant that the entire spacetime was about to be destroyed. In order to deal with the Eternals, the Second Legion had actually destroyed the incorporeal spacetime. He hadn't expected that Luin would speak of such a time. Luin had no other choice. If he didn't destroy the incorporeal spacetime, how could he gain a strategic advantage? People were always more important than spacetime. Moreover, the incorporeal spacetime had a unique law that no one lived in. Living here was no different from living on a battlefield, where one could face death at any time. Ever since the incorporeal spacetime started fighting with the Eternals, everyone here had moved away. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Lu Yin to make up his mind to break through this spacetime. But Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw Woodcut's sword strike. His senior brother had severed the incorporeal spacetime's law, and he had personally seen Woodcut cut through the sequence particle. That terrifying sword intent gave him a feeling similar to the corpse god's sequence particle. The corpse kings of the second battle group of the Eternals that had participated in the battle of the incorporeal spacetime were almost completely annihilated by Woodcarving's blade. Only the captains of the true god guards had survived. They had used their divine power from the very beginning in order to slaughter the second battle group as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would have died. Aside from the sequence particle powerhouses, no one could survive Woodcut's strike. Yu Hua, Zhu Ji, and the Thousand Faces Bureau all fled, but one of the true God Guard captains remained. It was Lu Shan. He was the only captain who hadn't been able to use his divine power in time. When Yu Hua and the others jumped out of the incorporeal spacetime, his body had been split in two. The incorporeal spacetime trembled. The Second Legion hurried towards the next parallel spacetime. Wuji Old Ancestor's expression was ugly. Without the incorporeal spacetime, where would he go? Six Direction Society. Wouldn't he be living under someone else's roof? Although he was a progenitor and had a high status in the Six Direction Society, it was not as good as having his own spacetime. Looking back, the starry sky had collapsed, and the laws had been broken. This incorporeal spacetime could no longer be used as a battlefield. This Lu Yin was actually so ruthless. Soon, the Second Legion arrived at the next parallel spacetime, and everyone relaxed. Many people looked at Woodcut with worship and reverence in their eyes. He had severed the incorporeal spacetime with a single strike. How powerful was that? Lu Yin looked at Wuji Old Ancestor. If not for that, the Second Legion would have suffered heavy losses, and this expedition to the endless battlefield would have been meaningless. Wuji Old Ancestor, you've been in the endless battlefield for a long time, so you should be able to see the big picture. Wuji Old Ancestor's expression sank. Then why did you come to the incorporeal spacetime? This question made Lu Yin fall silent. He had indeed come to the incorporeal spacetime with this plan in mind. People stood at different heights, and the scenery they saw was different. Naturally, the choices they made were also different. Lu Yin stood at the top of the Six Directions Society, and he could easily sacrifice a few parallel spacetimes. As long as he could heavily injure the Eternals, it would be worth it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:10. He had just severed Wu Ji's spacetime and exterminated 8 ancestor realm powerhouses. One of them was the old man who had fought against Wu Ji. Of the other 7, 1 was a true Divinity Guard captain and 6 were true Divinity Guard ancestor corpse kings. What a glorious battle record. In Lu Yin's opinion, sacrificing a parallel spacetime was worth it. But from old ancestor Wu Ji's point of view, Wu Ji spacetime was his territory, his home. To sacrifice Wu Ji space in exchange for victory was something that he found hard to accept. The big picture. This was the big picture. Lu Yin had once sacrificed a great deal for the greater good, and he was very clear on this feeling. No matter how glorious his accomplishments were, no matter how much everyone in the Six Paths Association praised him, the only person he had let down was ancestor Wu Ji. He did not have the qualifications to sacrifice others for his greater good. This was no different from an exalted Empyrean sacrificing the Lu family to plot against divinity Shaoyin. At a time like this, he wished he could be as indifferent as that crazy woman, the great Empyrean. Patriarch Wu Ji. Wu Ji ancestor looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met his gaze. I can't give you back an inorganic spacetime. Wu Ji ancestor's eyes dimmed. That's how the universe is. Destruction is the only way to rebuild it. I heard your conversation with that traitor. Since you understand my above the heavens sect so well, then join us. I'll show you that the sacrifice of the inorganic spacetime isn't meaningless. If we can destroy the Eternals, then what's the point of sacrificing my primordial space? Wu Ji ancestor deeply sighed. His complexion recovered a bit. My apologies, Master Lu. Please allow me to consider this. Lu Yin nodded. Mu Xia came to Lu Yin's side. Are you really willing to sacrifice your primordial space? Lu Yin grinned. The premise is to sacrifice the reincarnation spacetime first. I can make some sacrifices for the sake of the overall situation, but I must gain something, and I can't make a wedding dress for others. Mu Xia laughed. This was the real Lu Yin. If there were sacrifices, there would also be gains. He did not want to take advantage of others, but he also did not want to suffer losses. This was a real person. In comparison, it seemed that his master was too illusory. Did cultivators have to transcend the mortal world? Little junior brother was not bad either. At the very least, they wouldn't let their own people suffer. Would carving grip the hilt of his blade tightly? If only he had another chance to enter inorganic spacetime. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gather so many corpse kings, but not let them see him strike. As long as they weren't particularly lucky or overly cautious, they would definitely die under his blade. If this happened a few more times, the Eternals would run out of manpower. No matter how many ancestor-level corpse kings the true god guards had, they wouldn't be able to cut them down. At the same time, the first battle group was crazily crashing into the gourd spacetime. They did not encounter a battle like the second battle group and only destroyed the original ancestor realm corpse kings in the gourd spacetime. 10 days later, the gourd universe lit up with a green light. Then, the second battle group also lit up with a green light for a parallel universe. Distanceless and Bodhi Saint were excited. Just like that, 1/3 of the 63 parallel universes in the boundless battlefield had already lit up with the green light. It was impossible for the subjugation battle group to sweep through all the parallel universes, but as long as they could light up more than half of the parallel universes, it would bring about an absolute advantage for the 6 parties in the boundless battlefield. No matter how many Eternals Corpse Kings there were, they couldn't fill up half of the parallel universes with green lights all at once. Especially Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Since the punitive expedition entered the endless battlefield, nearly 20 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings had died. The number was very exaggerated. Conservatively speaking, after this battle, the Eternal race would die. There should be about 30 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings going there. This was the true advantage. Even if they couldn't find the 7 sky gods in the end, this kind of result was enough to shock everyone in the 6 parties. In the next 4 months, there weren't many fierce battles. The Eternals seemed to have disappeared. Even the top 10 universes that were comparable to the Gourd universe and the incorporeal universe didn't have a single Ancestor Realm Corpse King. Many people guessed that the Eternals planned to abandon most of the parallel universes in the endless battlefield and only guard the entrance to the eternal battlefield. Bodhi Saint also thought so. Without the 7 sky gods, the Eternals would find it difficult to deal with the punitive expedition battle groups with sequence law experts. The 2 punitive expedition battle groups had an average of more than 6 Ancestor Realm powerhouses, and each battle group had 2 sequence law powerhouses. With such a concentrated and powerful force, the Eternals had to gather together to resist. As he thought about it, Bodhi Saint contacted Lu Yin. Master Lu, the Eternals should have shrunk their defense line and concentrated in the few parallel universes around the entrance battlefield. Once you get close, you have to be careful. The Eternals don't only have the 7 sky gods. There are also hidden sequence law powerhouses like Qing Kong and Shaoyin. You have to be careful of the extraterrestrial powerhouses, Bodhi Saint warned. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Will the extraterrestrial powerhouses appear? Bodhi Saint's voice was low. Logically speaking, they won't. Our 6 Direction Society cooperates with the extraterrestrial powerhouses. The Eternal race also cooperates with the extraterrestrial powerhouses, but the extraterrestrial powerhouses from both sides have almost never appeared in the endless battlefield. This is the place where we and the Eternal race fight. But now, the Eternal race is at a disadvantage. Without the 7 sky gods, they won't be able to completely stop our 6 Direction Society. Under such circumstances, we can't rule out the possibility of the extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal race appearing. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal race. In the starry sky of the universe, the 2 largest powers were the Eternal race and the 6 Direction Society. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Outside of the Eternal race and the 6 Direction Society, parallel universes were discovered from time to time. Most of the parallel universes were ordinary and didn't have any experts, but occasionally, there would be some peerless experts born in the parallel universes. These experts were qualified to choose not to join the Eternal race and the 6 Direction Society. They were collectively known as the extraterrestrial powerhouses. I Ching's by Rome, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue's father, Lightning Lord, were all extraterrestrial powerhouses. Extraterrestrial powerhouses could come from parallel universes or from the astral wilderness. Without seeing them, no one knew where they came from. Ever since forefather Lu Yuan had reminded him that there were extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal race, Lu Yin had made a special effort to inquire about them. So far, there weren't many extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal race, but there were a few. They were all sequence law experts, and the appearance of 1 or 2 of them could change the tide of the battle. If the Eternal race has extraterrestrial powerhouses helping us, can the 6 Direction Society invite them to join the crusade? Lu Yin asked. Bodhi Saint was troubled. We can contact them, but they have their own plans. They might not necessarily join us. Let's try contacting them first, Lu Yin replied. Bodhi Saint responded and hesitated for a moment. Master Lu, if it's possible, please fight your way through the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This won't be easy. There are currently 63 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. Most of the parallel universes have lit up with the green light. Even the incorporeal universe and the gourd universe have lit up, but only the first 3 parallel universes have never lit up with the green light. That place is the true life and death millstone. The number of extremely strong experts on both sides has never decreased. If the 3 parallel universes can light up, then this crusade will come to a perfect end, Bodhi Saint replied. Lu Yin put down the Cloud Connect stone and looked into the distance. The first 3 parallel universes. He naturally knew that before old Freak Mo appeared, the dark spacetime would at most be close to the top 10. If old Freak Mo was an enemy of the Six Directions Society and stayed in the dark spacetime all year round, then the dark spacetime would be one of the top 3 universes with the most intense battles in the endless battlefield. It was very likely that the top 3 universes had sequence law powerhouses, and they would definitely have more than 2 or 3 progenitors as enemies. Before the final battle between the Grand Empyreans, the 7 sky gods had appeared in the top 3 universes. One could imagine how tragic the battles were. Celestial Victor, who had never appeared before, had been guarding the entrance to the top 3 universes and fighting with the Eternal Race all year round. He had not even attended the tea party. The top 3 parallel universes were also the goal of this crusade. If everything went smoothly, Lu Yin hoped to light up 2 parallel universes. Even if the 7 sky gods did not appear, the 2 battle groups and 4 sequence law powerhouses should not be a problem as long as no powerful enemies from the outside appeared. Suddenly, someone reported, "There's a reaction." Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. Withered yellow leaves were fluttering in the air, bringing with them an aura of death. The next moment, a terrifying saber intent descended. Wood carving appeared in front of Lu Yin and slashed forward. The 2 sabers clashed, breaking through the heavens. The aftershocks swept past, causing the cultivators of the second battle group to hold their breaths. They felt as if all they could see was an unstoppable saber. Wood carving's expression was solemn as he took a step forward and slashed horizontally with his saber. In front of him, the withered yellow leaves suddenly gathered to form a long saber that slashed at wood carving. Bang! The saber collided with each other, the sound echoing in everyone's ears and causing their ears to bleed. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this the undying god? Bang bang bang, countless sabers collided, and wood carving gripped his saber's hilt tightly. Every collision almost caused him to lose his grip. He felt his breathing become heavy, as if he was suppressing something. He felt an uncontrollable surging battle intent. Good, good, good. I haven't met an opponent like you in a long time. It feels good to be awake. Ha ha ha. Wood carving raised his eyebrows and slashed his saber from bottom to top. Opposite him, the fallen leaves dissipated and were replaced by withered yellow hair that blotted out the sky. It wanted to cover wood carving's saber, but it was still cut off by the saber. A saber that cuts through the laws. Ha ha ha. Wood carving suddenly retreated and pointed his saber forward. The undying god's figure appeared in front of everyone. His withered yellow hair had been cut off, making him look neither fish nor fowl. He was abnormally excited as he stared at wood carving. The depths of his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He was completely different from the usual undying god. Lu Yin had seen the undying god in this state more than once. This was the sober undying god who was fighting with his saber. This was Wu Xing. Finally, he had found another 7 sky gods. The undying god raised his head and stared at wood carving. Your saber is not bad. Your laws are even stronger. Let's fight to the death. Ha ha ha. Wood carving frowned. The undying god gave him a lot of pressure. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. During the Tea Party, the 7 sky gods had been rejected by the reincarnation spacetime. The corpse god had been difficult for woodcarving to deal with, but now, the undying god had not been rejected. This was just an ordinary parallel spacetime. However, woodcarving had been waiting for this battle for a long time. His saber had not made a breakthrough in a long time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:11. Without further ado, woodcarving raised his blade and slashed at Undying Deity. Undying Deity's lips curled up, and withered yellow hair gathered on his arm before spreading out to form a withered yellow blade that slashed at woodcarving. Everyone held their breaths as they witnessed the peak of sword techniques in the current universe. This was a pure showdown of saber techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded. Every saber move and every saber strike seemed ordinary, but it was filled with unimaginable power. Every saber move was as smooth as flowing water. Even if it was broken, it could be repaired with the next saber move. The seemingly casual saber move caused the stars to tremble and the spacetime to shake. Everyone's gaze was replaced by the gleam of the blade, and there was nothing else in their eyes. Lu Yin stared at the duel closely. Woodcarving sword technique was too casual, but the more casual it was, the more it could resolve Undying Deity's attack. Undying Deity's every strike seemed ordinary, but it had already broken free from his control of the blade. He did not need the blade and could leave it at any time. Bang! 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 Sounds of collisions rang out as the Undying God fought excitedly. Mu Carving's face grew heavier and heavier. 18, 19, 27, 32. It was clearly a duel between sabers, but the Undying God had already struck the back of his saber 32 times. He intentionally struck the back of the saber. At first, he did not feel anything, but as the number of strikes increased, Mu Carving found that his saber was becoming more and more uncontrollable. The saber had become heavier, or lighter, he did not know. Opposite him, Undying Deity's withered yellow blade slashed horizontally, and woodcarving raised his blade to block it. With a bang, he should have been able to block the attack, but he missed by a hair's breadth. Woodcarving's body retreated, leaving behind traces of blood on his neck. Lu Yin's expression changed. Daheng, attack. Daheng was apprehensive, but he had to attack at this moment. He was the only one present who was a sequence law powerhouse, and he could participate in the battle against Undying Deity. Woodcarving touched his neck. Your blade technique is admirable. Undying Deity waved his hand, and traces of blood fell from the withered yellow blade. I've been in charge of the martial tablet countless times, and I've seen too many weapons used to kill. Aside from those with Heaven's Eye, no one is my match. Your strikes are too casual, which proves that your control of the blade has reached the peak. However, the more you do so, the easier it is to be destroyed by your control. I can teach you, but unfortunately, you will die here today. Woodcarving raised his head. I won't die. You can't kill me. Is that so? Why? The Undying Deity looked past the wooden carving and at Mr. Daheng. Just because of you. As he spoke, the withered yellow hair continuously extended outwards. The entire starry sky became a dark yellow color, decaying and withering. Lu Yin could clearly see with his celestial vision that the Undying God's sequence particles were spreading wildly, and he was no longer competing in sword techniques. The Undying Deity was inherited from Wu Tian. In terms of weapons, there was really no one who was a match for him. Even his senior brother had lost, but that was only in terms of saber techniques. If they wanted to surround and kill him, they had to break his rules and talent. Mr. Daheng raised his hand and the void was sliced apart. Using the law of lightness, the space in front of him was completely light. The space in front of him was compressed towards the center, forming a slashing force. The undying deity did not move at all. When this law passed by, it did not cause any harm to him. The withered yellow hair wrapped around Mr. Dahang and the wooden carving like an evil spirit. Mr. Dahang was afraid and used rules against rules. Wood carving stepped on the hair and approached the undying deity at extreme speed. He slashed down with his blade, using the sequence rule, break. The undying deity's body was illusory, and the wooden carving's blade passed through it without injuring it. The undead god and the wood carving crossed each other. His feet stepped in reverse, and time and space were in chaos. The withered yellow hair stuck to the wood carving's back. At that moment, a stream of light flashed past. The wood carving broke free from the hair and turned around to slash. The undying deity raised his hand and used his finger sword technique. With a bang, the wood carving's blade was blocked. Pfft. The undying deity spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body became illusory again. Lu Yin was surprised. He was not injured by his senior brother, but was originally injured. This was the result of his battle with the great heavenly venerate and patriarch Lu Yuan. He had to leave him behind today. The undying deity looked at Lu Yin and revealed a sinister smile. No one can break my innate gift. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The undying deity laughed maniacally. I'm withering, and withering is also withering. However, my withering drags people to death, while his withering revives them. How disgusting. In the primordial space, we were rejected, and I was entangled by the ancestral Mang. That was why you could do whatever you wanted. Now, do you really think that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction can break my innate gift? Lu Yin stopped. He could not hit the undying deity at all. The wood carving and Mr. Dahang attacked at the same time, using laws to attack the undying deity, but they were still dodged by the undying deity's innate gift. Since no one can break your innate gift other than the desolate ancestor, how did you get injured? Lu Yin asked. Do you really think that your power is invincible? You're just a boy who betrayed Wu Tian. The undying deity laughed maniacally. Betrayed? That's not accurate. I'm not from the primordial space. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? Undying God suddenly looked up and took a step forward, charging towards Lu Yin. The wood carving's expression changed. Not good. Attack. Mu Xia pushed the evil Saraira away. Wang Jian and Xia Zhen attacked together. Mr. Dahang saw the undying deity rushing towards Lu Yin and also attacked. He did not want to save Lu Yin, but he could not let the stone disappear. If the stone was taken by the undying deity, there would be no hope of getting it back in this lifetime. The undying deity appeared in front of Lu Yin, bringing doomsday-like decay. The entire space was about to wither. Lu Yin seemed to hear endless wails and smell the decay of death. He took a deep breath and released the starry sky in his heart. In an instant, the starry sky repelled each other. The world of nothingness wrapped around the undying deity and pushed him away. Lu Yin also attacked at the same time, using an attack that reached its limit. The undying deity's expression changed. What was this? He retreated step by step, but the world of nothingness still swept past him. Lu Yin's world of nothingness also attacked at the same time. If the undying deity used his innate gift, he would be hit by the world of nothingness and be eroded by it. If he did not use his innate gift, he was afraid that Lu Yin's world of nothingness would be fake and his body would be eroded by it. The same scene appeared again. Just like in the starry sky of trees, Lu Yin had used world of nothingness on one hand and used the slipper on the other. It was a gamble. It was a gamble to see who would win. For the undying deity, this was not a gamble. There was only one way out. Regardless of whether Lu Yin used World of Nothingness or not, he had to use his innate gift. Otherwise, he would definitely be eroded by the World of Nothingness. The World of Nothingness swept past, and the undying deity spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body was swept past and shattered. His innate gift had been broken by World of Nothingness, and his body had been injured by the World of Nothingness. As he watched the undying deity spit out blood and retreat, Lu Yin's eyes widened. Ancestor, now is the time. Lu Tianyi appeared in the void. He raised his hand and shot out the Xitigarbha needle. It flew out and pierced through the undying deity's body. The broken laws caused the undying deity to howl in pain. If they had only forced out the 7 sky gods, then it would have been difficult for them to keep them here. The witch spirit god had almost escaped when he was on the verge of death, so one could imagine the 7 sky gods' ability to protect themselves. Lu Yin could only use himself as bait. As long as the 7 sky gods wanted to kill him, he would use the World of Nothingness in his heart to attack them. Then, he would let Ancestor Tianyi launch a sneak attack, which would give him a chance to eliminate the 7 sky gods. Sometimes, Lu Yin did not know how Luo Shan did it. The 7 sky gods would be injured by the World of Nothingness, but Luo Shan could rely on it to escape. After being destroyed by Ancestor Tianyi's laws, the undying deity was severely injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Feng, Mr. Daheng, and Ancestor Tianyi attacked once again. The undying deity lowered his head, and his fervent expression suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the undying deity who only wanted to sleep, the lazy undying deity who did not want to move. Lu family's brat, are you really good at reversing steps? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Reversing steps. Time. The undying deity raised his foot and took a step forward. His body became illusory, and then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the shattered half of his body recovered to its original state. Only the illusory figure was shattered. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Ancestor Tianyi's expression changed. Not good. The undying deity turned to look at Lu Yin. I'm so sleepy. We will meet again. With that, he took another step and disappeared. Ancestor Tianyi and the others' attacks all missed. Lu Yin stared blankly as the undying deity disappeared. He was not thinking about the undying deity, but by Xiener. That scene was so familiar. He had seen it before. On the day the Lu family was exiled, illusory figures had walked out of Bai Xiener's body. Some had faced Ancestor Tianyi, while others had killed the 7 heroes. Were they the same? Why were they so similar? Was this the power of reversing steps? It was clearly the power of time. Could time do this? The undying deity had escaped from the encirclement of Lu Tianyi, Mu Feng, and Mr. Daheng. Although he had been severely injured, as long as he did not die, there would be a day when he could escape. The undying deity's escape method made everyone fall silent. The more they understood, the more horrified they were. Although Lu Yin could use the flowing light to reverse time, in essence, he did not really control time. As the undying deity had said, was he really good at reversing steps? As for reversing steps, it was only an appearance. Ancestor, what's going on? Lu Yin had to ask. He was very uneasy, as he had never seen such a method before. Lu Tianyi's expression was unprecedentedly serious. If I'm not wrong, he just skipped time. Lu Yin was confused. Skipping time. Mu Feng's tone was low. Time is not unchanging. It can be searched for, reversed, and skipped. The undying deity's use of time is very terrifying. How does it compare to tracing time? Lu Yin asked. Mu Feng's gaze turned cold. These are two different ways of using time. They both seem to be related to time, but tracing time negates a certain period of time, while the undying deity skipped that period of time. If you have the ability to find the period of time that he skipped, the pain that he suffered would still appear. Although Mu Feng's words were not clear, Lu Yin understood. Tracing time directly negated a certain period of time. No matter what, that period of time did not exist. The undying deity did not negate it, but rather skipped that period of time. It was like a life that had been paused or cut off. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:12. Denying time and skipping time had the same results, but if one day he could find the time that the undying God had skipped, then he would be able to return the heavy injuries that the undying God had suffered during that period of time. When he thought of this, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Why did he feel like the ancient tracing system had been created to counter this method? The time that the undying God had skipped was just right for him to use tracing back to search for it. There was no such thing as an invincible power in the universe, and there would always be ways to counter it. The undying God had been able to escape from Lu Tianyi and the other two sequence lower realm powerhouses, which was quite terrifying. However, if Senior Woodcut had mastered tracing back to the past, then he would not have been able to escape. He was considered lucky. Although the undying God would definitely reappear in the end, he had been seriously injured for the time being. Lu Yin did not believe that the power of time could be casually used. Otherwise, how could he have been injured during the decisive battle in the endless battlefield? Lu Tianyi returned to the Genesis space. Although they had failed to kill the undying God, it had still inspired the entire Six Direction Society. This battle had proven that Lu Yin's judgment was correct. The seven sky gods were indeed hiding in the endless battlefield, and they could indeed kill one or two more of them. The more they understood the seven sky gods, the more they realized how terrifying they were. Even if one more died, it would be a great fortune for the human race. Limitless had publicized this battle with the intention of raising the morale of the human race, but at the same time, it had also created momentum for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had become the topic of discussion in the Six Direction Society, and his crusade had become the focus of everyone's attention. Filled with anticipation, the first and second squadrons simultaneously charged towards the top three battlefields of the endless battlefield. These three parallel universes had never been given the green light, and there was no lack of sequence lower realm powerhouses here. The top three parallel universes of the endless battlefield had another name, the Three Hells. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the Six Direction Society or the everlasting race, that place was hell. Looking at the stargate in front of him, caged Wirm dove in. Boom! A huge explosion almost caused the cultivators of the second squadron to faint. Lu Yin was startled, and he looked up. In the distance, there were many incomparably huge people colliding with each other. Those were giants. It wasn't just one or two, but an endless number of giants tied up in chains. They were clashing against each other in the starry sky, killing each other and conquering each other. Their roars and bellows shook the entire starry sky. The void was constantly twisting and cracking. It was like a rain of exploding void, spreading across the entire starry sky. Countless cultivators from the second battle group were stupefied as they stared blankly at the chains flying in the distance. Flesh and blood swept past, and a severed arm was flung out like a mountain. Blood poured down like a lake as the chains exploded and scattered towards them. The prison flood dragon widened its eyes and waved its claws to block the broken chains. It raised its head and roared. In the next moment, one by one, the giants appeared. Every giant could play with mountains like mud, and they were about the same size as the prison flood dragon. With so many giants here, the second battle group was under great pressure. Even the prison flood dragon's original state of roaring and insolence was restrained. These giants were not in the ancestor realm, but they had a killing intent that even ancestor realm experts might not have. Even if they were only emissaries and half-ancestors, when facing the prison flood dragon, their eyes were like looking at prey. Mr. Daheng's expression did not look too good. Lu Yin had actually come to the giant's hell. Was he really planning to sweep through the endless battlefield? The second battle group was indeed powerful. They had 2 sequence lower realm powerhouses, 4 ancestor realm experts, and Lu Yin, who was stronger than an ordinary ancestor. It seemed like they could sweep through the endless battlefield, but it was different for the 3 hells. The green light had never been lit in the 3 hells, and no one knew what the Eternals would do in the 3 hells. Even if they were not from the Eternals, the 3 hells would still be difficult to penetrate. For example, the giant's hell in front of them had 2 leaders, and they were both monsters. At that moment, another group of people charged in. It was the giant army led by Ku Wei. The giant army had followed the second battle group into the endless battlefield, but because they were too large, they could not ride the prison flood dragon. Thus, they had been following behind. Now that they had entered, they were similarly stunned. What the hell? Where did all these giants come from? Ku Wei was stunned. Chen Huang was shocked. He had thought that his bloodline was the only bloodline of giants. He had never expected that there would be giants in the endless battlefield. These giants were much larger than them, and none of them were shorter than Chen Huang, who was the clan leader. They were all about 100,000 meters tall. No, they were different from them. Clan leader, these giants are different from us. Chen Ling was apprehensive. Ku Wei had also noticed this. One-eyed and one with a mountain on his back. What kind of giant are they? If someone else had said this, Chen Huang would have slapped the person away. Was the word breed used to describe humans? However, he could only endure Ku Wei's words. After all, Ku Wei was the one who had transformed the giant bloodline. Giant is a general term. Anything with a large body can be called a giant, just like humans. Some humans have lived in the ocean for too long, and their outer appearance will change. Not all giants are of the same bloodline. Furthermore, these giants are much larger than us. To them, we're just small giants. Of course, Ku Wei knew this, but he was still shocked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was the giant's hell. The giant's hell had its own unique rules. There were 2 types of giants living here. One had a single eye, and the other had a mountain on his back. They were similar to the giants that Lu Yin had encountered during his trial that had a mountain on their back as a defense. However, those giants were only 100 meters tall, while the giants in front of them were much larger than Chen Huang and the others. The largest one was probably similar to progenitor Qin. However, progenitor Qin had cultivated to his current size with the bloodline of a great giant like Chen Huang. As for the great giants in front of them, they were born larger than progenitor Qin. They should no longer be called great giants. They were more like colossal giants. The one-eyed giants and mountain-carrying giants were bound by the rules of the giant's hell. They were bound by chains and fought each other for countless years. No new giants had been born over the years because they could not die. Even if their bodies were torn apart, the rules would force them to reassemble themselves. To these 2 types of giants, the giant's hell did not impose rules on them, but rather a curse. The curse would only be removed if one of them died in an extremely short period of time. Otherwise, it would continue on forever. Anyone who wanted to come to the 3 hells would naturally know about this beforehand. Lu Yin had investigated and found that the one-eyed giants and mountain-carrying giants were similar in strength. Neither could completely destroy the other in a short period of time. With the addition of the everlasting race and the six-way society, a balance had been reached. No matter which side wanted to help one of the giants destroy the other, it was impossible. This was the current state of the giants' hell. No matter how strong the giants were, the destructive power of their attacks could not be measured by their cultivation bases. They did not cultivate and only fought with their physical strength, the most primitive form of fighting. I don't know who put a curse on these two giant races, but they have been fighting for countless years without stopping, Woodcarving said in a low voice. Luin was curious. Even the six-way society doesn't know. Woodcarving shook his head. No. The everlasting race first found this parallel spacetime. When they wanted to help the mountain-carrying giants destroy the one-eyed giants, the six-way society joined in and formed a balance. With the three hells as the center, this endless battlefield gradually formed. Boom! 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 The loud noise never stopped. The second legion was in front of the Stargate, and it was as if they had been squeezed into a corner by the giants. Before coming here, Luin had thought about how to make this parallel spacetime green light up, but it was too difficult to destroy the everlasting race. The mountain-carrying giants obviously would not agree. They had to work together to survive in this parallel spacetime. In the distance, a giant crashed over. The hellworm raised its claws, and its huge body slammed into the claws. There was a loud bang that shook everyone's ears. The mountain range shattered. It was a giant with a mountain-carrying giant. The mountain range was torn apart by the hellworm's claws, and the hellworm casually flung the giant away. These giants could not die because of the laws of this spacetime, so they did not fear the hellworm's deterrence. However, this did not mean that they could close the gap in strength between them and the hellworm. No matter how big these giants were, the hellworm could still sweep them away. Luin was wary of the Cyclops King and the mountain-carrying giant king. These were two monsters that were similar to the zombie god. The mountain-carrying giant was flung away by the hellworm, and half of its body was bleeding. When it finally stopped, it looked up and ferociously stared at the hellworm without any fear. It charged forward and raised its arms to smash down. This scene was quite shocking. No matter how strong the mountain-carrying giant was, the pressure from its size was too great. Just as the hellworm was about to attack, Ku Wei shouted, "Master, let me do it." He then gave Qin Huang a look. The giant army could not be used as decorations, and the giants were naturally the most suitable to fight against them. Qin Huang walked out. At this moment, he was 30,000 meters tall, almost 3 times taller than when Luin had first met him. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Qin Huang's eyes widened when he saw the mountain-carrying giant pressing down on him. He roared and leaped up, raising his hand. There was a loud bang as a terrifying pressure descended, causing many in the Second Legion to hold their breaths. This was clearly not a fierce battle. They had seen progenitors kill each other before, and this was only at the emissary level. However, the visual impact was completely different. The mountain-carrying giant had the power level of an emissary, and so did Qin Huang. However, Qin Huang could also use battle force. His 9-line battle force spread out as he grabbed the mountain-carrying giant's arm and flung it away. From a distance, it looked like a child had flung an adult away. The mountain-carrying giant was at least 50,000 meters tall. However, size was not everything. Qin Huang landed with a solemn expression. This was just one giant, and no one knew how many giants there were in the universe. Perhaps there were not many of them, but their size seemed to fill up the entire giant hell. Suddenly, a chain swept out from one direction, and its target was Qin Huang. Qin Huang was shocked, but before he could react, the hellworm had already shattered the chain with a swipe of its claws. Its claws danced about, tearing through the void as it charged towards the other mountain-carrying giant. Luin raised his head. Charge. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:13. With a single word, the second battle group charged forward under the Hellworm's lead, charging towards the most intense battlefield. Along the way, the mountain-backed giants they encountered were all torn apart by the Hellworm. The most powerful of the giants was over 100,000 meters tall and possessed the power of a half-step ancestor, but it was also torn apart by the Hellworm. Blood dyed the heavens. When the Cyclops giants saw the second battle group enter the fray, they almost couldn't help but attack. The Hexagon Association had warned all cultivators who came to the giants' hell that even if they helped the Cyclops deal with the mountain-backed giants, it didn't mean that they were allies. They only had a symbiotic relationship, and if they didn't help the Cyclops, they wouldn't be able to stop the Eternals. Similarly, the Eternals and the mountain-backed giants weren't allies. It seemed like the two sides were fighting, but in reality, there were 4 factions in the giants' hell. However, the second battle group was fearless. Even if the Cyclops and mountain-backed giants attacked the second battle group at the same time, Luin was confident that he could leave the giants' hell safely. Besides, the Cyclops generally wouldn't do anything to the Hexagon Association's cultivators. The Hellworm barged into the battlefield, its huge eyes darting around. The bloody battlefield didn't excite it, but instead made it even more vigilant. These giants didn't seem to be a threat, but they were too big for it to feel safe. Luin looked into the distance. Why wasn't there anything? All he could see so far were the giants fighting. There wasn't a single Eternal Corpse King. That shouldn't be the case. If there really weren't any Eternal Corpse Kings, then the green light would have been given to the Eternals. After all, regardless of whether these giants were hostile to the Hexagon Association, they couldn't leave this parallel universe and posed no threat to humans. Suddenly, Woodcarving's blade slashed to the right. Luin and the others subconsciously looked over, only to see an incomparably large arm stretching towards them. It was only after Woodcarving slashed that they realized that the arm was actually about to attack them without making a sound. The blade slashed into the palm, leaving a bloody gash. What a sharp blade. Are you Woodcarving? A deep voice came from afar, covering the stars and causing the void to sway. Woodcarving gripped the hilt of his blade. Cyclops King, why are you attacking us? Luin narrowed his eyes. The Cyclops King was one of the 2 most powerful creatures in the giants' hell. It possessed a physical strength that even Sequence Law's powerhouses would find difficult to penetrate. This was what Woodcarving had warned Luin about. The wooden carvings had once fought in the hell of giants. The arm retracted. In the next moment, a terrifying figure descended. It was impossible to measure how tall he was. His existence was greater than all of the colossal giants. Boiling hot air continuously distorted the void. The second battle group was horrified. They felt an indescribable pressure, as if the heavens themselves were alive. Luin looked up and saw a giant eye staring back at him. This Cyclops King's size was about the same as Progenitor Chen's, and it was the type that could play with planets like marbles. There really was a giant here that could match Progenitor Chen's size. The Hell Flood Dragon opened its mouth wide and subconsciously wanted to escape. Its body size had completely suppressed it, causing it to be terrified. What a great lineup. How is it that your 6-way association is willing to show off your strength in my giant's hell? The Cyclops King spoke, his voice like a great bell, carrying with it a strange pressure. Luin raised his head. The Above Heaven sect has launched a crusade against the endless battlefield, and the giant's hell is no exception. Little thing, what are you? The Cyclops King was curious. One of the 6-way association, the master of the primordial space, Lu Yin said in a low voice. The Cyclops King sneered. The Eternals are right. The six-way association is weak, and even a little thing like you can take charge. Little thing, are your parents not here? Lu Yin's expression darkened. The wooden carvings were about to attack, but Lu Yin stopped them. Senior, let me do it. The wooden carvings looked at him. The Cyclops King's defense is second only to the zombie god. If not for the rules restricting him from leaving, no one would be able to stop him. Lu Yin nodded solemnly. His defense is strong, but so am I. Although I can't do anything to him, he'll have to pay the price for his words. As he spoke, an endless inner world appeared on the surface of his body. Cyclops King, open your eyes and look. Even if you're big, you're just a target. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared right in front of the Cyclops King. The lines continued to merge into his body as his realm of mastery battle force spread out. The Akalanatha elephant roared, and gray stars flickered in its heart. The Cyclops King sneered, and his seemingly huge body suddenly bent. Little thing, you can't even touch me. In his eyes, Lu Yin was insignificant, and flowing light was even more insignificant. The Cyclops King wanted to use his nimble body to dodge Lu Yin's punch, but he did not expect flowing light to reverse time by 1 second, and the Cyclops King appeared where he had been a second ago. Before the Cyclops King could react, Lu Yin punched him in the face. Time lock, 100 punches. With a whoosh, Lu Yin, who was as insignificant as an ant, punched the Cyclops King's lips. The power of the 100 punches that had been locked down burst forth at the same time. Coupled with his endless inner world and realm of mastery battle force, even a realm of mastery powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. Bang! A black crack spread from the Cyclops King's lips. First, his head tilted back, and then his entire upper body was bent backward. Lu Yin's punch had bent his waist backward. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky, loosened his grip, and looked at his fist. Just now, when he had hit the Cyclops King, the feeling was similar to when he had attacked the zombie goddess. With the celestial eye, he saw the sequence law covering the Cyclops King's body. Although the punch had bent the Cyclops King's waist, it had not caused him any harm. Only a portion of the sequence particles on his head had dispersed. This meant that the punch had not even hit the Cyclops King's body completely, as it had been blocked by the sequence particles. Although the punch had not caused any damage to the Cyclops King, the power was enough. He had not pretended to be bent over, but had subconsciously bent over to dissolve part of the power. This meant that he had acknowledged the power. The Cyclops King had only bent over for a moment, but he quickly straightened up and glared at Lu Yin angrily. Little thing, how dare you punch me? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. If it weren't for your thick skin, this punch would have cracked your skull. The Cyclops King was enraged and swatted at Lu Yin. Suddenly, he paused and jerked his arm back. A black line extended from bottom to top, brushing past his arm and slashing out a world of nothingness. This was a slash from woodcarving. The Cyclops King glared at woodcarving. Woodcarving raised his head and pointed his long blade at the Cyclops King. If you want to start a war with the Six Direction Association, then go ahead. The Cyclops King roared, who is he? Your son. Why are you taking care of him? Lu Yin looked at the Cyclops King with his hands behind his back. I told you, the master of the beginning space. The master of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin. The Cyclops King was stunned. The master of the above heaven sect. The above heaven sect that was glorious to the extreme but was destroyed by the Eternals. Lu Yin was surprised. You've heard of the above heaven sect. Few ordinary cultivators from the Six Direction Association would come to the Three Hells. This was not a place for ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators did not come here to train, but to seek death. And those powerful cultivators were few in number, so they could not bring much information from the outside world. Information that could be obtained from the Gemini universe and the Spurt universe might not be available to the three hells. The Cyclops King did not know that he was the master of the beginning space, but he knew the master of the above heaven sect. It was obvious that he knew because of the above heaven sect. There was once a person who claimed to be from the above heaven sect who came here, but he quickly left. From him, I learned about the above heaven sect. Unfortunately, the above heaven sect of that era is no more. This above heaven sect of yours is a fake. Luin was curious. Who came here? What's their name? The Cyclops King sneered. Why should I tell you? Unless you take a punch from me. Only an idiot would take a punch from him. It was not much different from taking a punch from the zombie god. No matter how confident Luin was in himself, he would not do such a stupid thing. The Cyclops King did not make a move now because he was afraid of woodcarving. This did not mean that he could not beat woodcarving, but that woodcarving had the strength to make him hesitate. Cyclops King, why did you attack us just now? Mr. Dahang asked. The Cyclops King looked at him. It's you. Quite a few acquaintances have come. Mr. Dahang smiled. Without our strength, how would we dare enter the giant's hell? The Cyclops King's eyes shone with greed and bloodlust. Since you're all here, then help me destroy the mountain-back giant. With your strength, you can do it. Mr. Dahang looked at Luin. Luin said, with our strength, as long as the Eternals don't interfere, we can do it. Now that the sole true God and the 7 sky gods have not appeared, my subjugation team can sweep through the endless battlefield. It's time to put an end to the giant's hell. The Cyclops King's eyes grew even more fervent. Yes, it's time. The Eternals have not sent anyone, so we have enough time to destroy the mountain-back giant. Luin looked at him. We can destroy it. The Cyclops King's eyes grew even more bloodthirsty. It must be destroyed. He thought of the curse he had suffered for countless years. This kind of living was even more painful than death. He wanted to die, but he could not die at the hands of the mountain-back giant. Even if the Eternals wanted to kill him, he could not resist, but the Hexapolis would not agree. The mountain-back giant was the same. They could accept being destroyed by the Hexapolis to end their suffering, but the Eternals would not. The giant's hell was a vicious circle. The arrival of Luin and the others could end this vicious circle. Tell me, why did you attack us just now? Luin shouted. The Cyclops King was stunned. Help me destroy the mountain-back giant, and I'll tell you. Luin laughed. I see that you've been fighting the mountain-back giant for so many years that your brain must have gone stupid. You have no choice. Tell me the reason, or I can choose to help the mountain-back giant destroy you. The Cyclops King's eyes widened. Fine, then you can destroy my Cyclops bloodline. Luin had not expected the Cyclops King to be so straightforward. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:14. Mr. Dahang shook his head. Both sides cannot accept being destroyed by the other, but they both want to die. However, with the interference of the Eternals and the Six-Way Society, they can't die. This is the most painful thing. Killing him will fulfill his wish. Luin was curious, then why was he afraid of Senior Woodcut? Woodcut answered, he's not willing to fight to the death before he's absolutely sure that we can destroy him. He doesn't want to be at a disadvantage against the mountain-back giant. However, if he's sure that we can destroy them, he can provoke us into attacking. Luin looked at the Cyclops King. At this moment, this giant seemed to be hesitating about something. Since we can destroy you, we can naturally leave this giant's hell. Cyclops King, you should know. The Cyclops King panted, didn't you want to destroy us? I won't fight back. If you attack again, I won't be angry. Tell me what I want to know, and we'll attack the mountain-back giant. Otherwise, I'll take the Second Legion and leave this giant's hell. You'll be bound by the curse forever and suffer forever, Lu Yin said calmly. The Six-Way Society understands you very well, so there's no need to waste words. The Cyclops King glared at Mr. Daheng and Woodcut. We're attacking you because of the giants following you. Lu Yin was surprised, because of them. Ku Wei was shocked. What did that mean? Why would their giant army attract hatred here? Why? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Cyclops King said, they have the potential of our race. Ordinary people can't break through the limits of their race, but the giants who have already broken through the limits of their race are different. If we leave them behind, we Cyclops will have new combat power joining us in the future. Although this will take a long time, time is meaningless to us. Lu Yin understood. While these giants were bound by the curse, they were also trying to recruit new forces. The Eternals and the Six-Way Society obviously wouldn't listen to them and couldn't even be considered allies. However, Ku Wei's giant army was different. Although there was a huge difference in size, they were still giants. Who's that person who claims to be from the above heaven? Lu Yin asked. The Cyclops King stared at Lu Yin. That guy's name is very arrogant. So Wang Tian. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and Mu Xie, Wang Jian, and Xiao Zhen's expressions changed. So Wang Tian. So Wang Tian was a powerhouse from the above heaven era, the ancestor of the Su family. He had once kicked Big Sis off a tree to prevent her from going to Immemorial City. Lu Yin had never expected that Su Wang Tian would appear here. When did he get here? Lu Yin asked hurriedly. Not too long, that guy. The Cyclops King suddenly stopped and waved his hand in a certain direction. Another giant arm appeared and collided with the Cyclops King's arm. Back Mountain, you're dead for sure this time. So many experts from the Six Direction group have come. Woodcut, make your move. The one who suddenly attacked was the mountain-back giant king. It was as famous as the Cyclops giant king, and its strength was similar. Prison Flood Dragon growled in fear. The second battle group saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw two gigantic giants fighting in the starry sky. Chains covered the entire starry sky, producing ear-splitting noises. Every collision would make them dizzy. Further away, more and more giants gathered, and this became the most intense battlefield. The entire second battle group was like an ant caught in a storm, and it looked like they would be trampled to death at any moment. However, with Woodcut, Mr. Daheng, and the others joining the fray, even ants could transform into dragons. At the same time, the first battle group had also entered one of the three hells, a parallel universe known as the Life Hell. This parallel universe did not have a boundless starry sky, it was more like a continent. Above them was a thick layer of clouds. It was not as intense as the giant hell, but it was suffocatingly oppressive. The Life Hell. Here, everyone has their own life force, and this life force is almost equivalent to the combat power detected by technology. This is the rule of the Life Hell. Anyone can sacrifice their life force to obtain the same combat power in this universe, thereby becoming invincible in this universe, Su Wuwei explained. Elder Chan was solemn. Sacrifice one's life force. Su Wuwei nodded. Sacrificing one's life is a unique rule of this space-time. You can sacrifice all your life to one person, or you can directly sacrifice your life to this space-time. The clouds above are actually the rules of this space-time. Once you sacrifice one's life, you will receive the same amount of power as your life. If an extremely strong person sacrifices more than half of his life force, he can almost obtain an additional boost equivalent to his combat power, which is equivalent to doubling his strength. Big Sister's gaze was stern. After sacrificing your life, what will happen to you? Su Wuwei's expression was solemn. The more you sacrifice your life force, the more your cultivation will fall once you leave this parallel universe. It's really a man-eating universe. Big Sister sneered. The person who made this rule is ruthless enough. It's basically an endless battlefield. Su Wuwei sighed. The three hells are three endless battlefields. The life hell is considered the calmest of the three hells. A group of people originally lived here. At present, there are two strongest people in this universe. One is a native of this universe, the City Lord of the Grand Evolution Sacred City, who has the same life force as the Lord of the Parallel Universe. The other is a terrifying existence built up by the life force of countless corpse kings. He is not a corpse king, but a creature, a very large creature. Now, we'd better meet up with Lord Yen and see how we can join forces with the Grand Evolution Sacred City to deal with the Eternals. Big Sister did not object. The first battle group was powerful and seemed to be able to sweep the entire battlefield, but they had to be cautious when facing the strange rules of the three hells. She was irritable and did not follow the rules, but it did not mean she was stupid. Otherwise, she would not have killed the 7 heavenly gods in the above heaven era. The blade cut through the starry sky, bringing a river of blood with it. Wood carving, you're courting death. The mountain-back giant king roared. It endured the Cyclops king's punch and raised its foot to stomp on Prison Drake. Prison Drake was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Wood carving leaped up and slashed upward with his blade. The blade slashed upward and suddenly changed direction in an instant. It slashed to the left, and a red color appeared there. It was as if the sun had descended and forcibly melted the slash. Lu Yin and the others were very familiar with it. It was divine power. The Eternals could not watch the six-directional association kill the mountain-back giants. They needed the balance of the giant's hell. Figures surged with divine power and descended. They were the captains of the true God guards. These captains had unique talents, but they did not possess the power of sequence rules. They could only use their divine power to offset the sequence rules. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand wood carving slash. Mr. Da Heng was enough to suppress them. Among the true God guards, a huge figure walked out from behind the captains of the true God guards. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The zombie god. Another 7 heavenly gods appeared. Wood carving gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Mr. Da Heng's expression changed drastically. He did not want to fight the zombie god to the death. Among the 7 heavenly gods, the zombie god's defense was extremely powerful. They had already seen it at the tea party. In the giant's hell, the zombie god would not be rejected. No one knew what kind of combat strength he could display. With that thought in mind, the zombie god took a step forward, surpassing the true god guards, and punched in Lu Yin's direction. The hellworm retracted his tail and turned to flee. It was too terrifying. Wood carving also took a step forward. Wu Yu. The zombie god's huge fist slashed out. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and watched in shock as wood carving slash cut through the zombie god's fist. The slash shattered the strands of the zombie god's fist. Even the undying god was impressed by this slash. However, the zombie god's physical body was too tyrannical. The slash cut through the strands of the zombie god's fist, but when it landed on wood carving's fist, it only caused a trace of blood, just like during the tea party. In the reincarnation spacetime, the zombie god had been rejected. Although wood carving was not rejected here, he had been injured in the previous battle and had not fought wood carving in peak condition. Even so, wood carving was still unable to suppress the zombie god. there was still a huge gap between them. There was a thump as wood carving's blade was sent flying by the zombie god's punch. On the other side, Mr. Dahang's law of lightness appeared and cut through the void. However, his law of lightness could not even injure the zombie god. The zombie god's scarlet vertical eye suddenly stared at Lu Yin, causing his scalp to go numb. Only wood carving and Mr. Dahang could fight the zombie god in the second battle group. The others were unable to do so. Even if Lu Yin had the ability to weaken the law of lightness, he could not withstand the zombie god's strength. He could only ask Forefather Tianyi for help, as Forefather Tianyi was the reason why Lu Yin had the confidence to deal with one or two of the 7 sky gods. At this moment, a figure tore through the void and walked out from the front. His back was facing Lu Yin's group, and his face could not be seen clearly. He held a golden staff in his hand, and even though he was the size of a normal person, a golden light enveloped the giant's hell. His figure surpassed the other giants as he faced the zombie god directly. Lu family's son, you did well. Leave the rest to me. The newcomer raised his staff and raised it high. The 21st match. Come, corpse geezer. The zombie god raised his head and growled, you actually came here. The staff slammed down, and the zombie god punched out. Bang! The giant's hell shook violently, and a loud explosion caused countless people's scalps to go numb as if they were about to explode. Even Lu Yin was shaken by this collision, and he looked over in shock. The two figures, one large and one small, collided amidst the alternating golden and red lights, as if they were about to shatter the entire giant's hell. Mr. Dahang relaxed. Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint came at the right time. Lu Yin was stunned. He's Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint. Of the 3 Heavenly Sovereigns and 9 Sages of the Reincarnation Spacetime, Lu Yin had seen Sovereign Lotus and Sovereign Shaoyin. Compared to those two, this Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint was on a completely different level. Whether it was his aura or battle prowess, he was far superior to those two. It was no wonder that everyone called Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint an existence that was second only to the Grand Empyreans in the Reincarnation Spacetime. Wood carving did not force Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint to fight the zombie god, as he truly did not have the strength to challenge one of the 7 sky gods. His target was naturally the true god guard captains behind the zombie god. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:15. Lu Yin also stared at the captains of the true god guards. Although these captains had not grasped the laws of the sequence, their innate gifts were very unique. Once they broke through and grasped the laws, they would be extremely difficult to deal with. Divine power surged and covered the giant's hell, causing the sky to become even more cruel. Blood and red intertwined to form a true millstone of life and death. The colossal giants roared as they fought. Lu Yin stared into the distance and saw a pair of eyes staring back at him. In an instant, the eyes turned red. It was the midplate. Back then, Blacklist God had warned the midplate to transform immediately upon encountering Lu Yin. Otherwise, he might not be able to survive. At this moment, the midplate transformed, and his powerful physical strength distorted the void and shattered it. As darkness descended, the midplate tore through the void and charged towards Lu Yin, punching out. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and an endless inner world appeared. The lines merged into his body, and at the same time, Palm Realm battle force appeared on his body. The Akalanatha elephant roared as his arm withered. Come! Bang! There was a loud explosion, and even Mr. Dahang, who was blocking the divine power not far away, turned to look at Lu Yin in surprise. This kid's physical strength was indeed abnormal, and the closer he got, the more he could feel it. The void undulated and turned into ripples before shattering. Countless black fragments spread out in all directions. These were the traces of the void realm. Lu Yin retreated, his entire arm numb. The midplate of the red eye transformation allowed his physical strength to reach a new height. It gave Lu Yin the same feeling as the first time they had fought. At that time, he could not even take a single punch from the midplate. The midplate approached step by step, each step shattering the void. Gray stars flickered in Lu Yin's heart. Imprisonment, 100 punches. There was another explosion, and Lu Yin retreated once again. Although his retreat was much better this time, he was still pushed back. The midplate's body did not even sway. Lu Yin could use all his strength to fight the midplate of the green eye transformation, but he could not defeat the midplate of the red eye transformation. However, that was only strength. Seeing the midplate's third punch coming, Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped in reverse, twisting space and time. The midplate's punch missed, and Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity to raise his slipper. The midplate forcefully dodged, flowing light flashing, and reversed time for a second. After disrupting spacetime twice in a row, Lu Yin's slipper slammed into Zhong Pan's back and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Again. Lu Yin took a backward step and approached Zhong Pan. Zhong Pan's eyes were ferocious as red godly power surged out of his body and covered his entire body like steam. Not only did it heal the wounds on his body, but it also caused his aura to skyrocket. Lu Yin's slipper struck midplate's body again, but this time, it was forcefully blocked by his divine power. Midplate grabbed Lu Yin's arm and exerted force, causing Lu Yin to feel an intense pain. Light flickered, and everything was reversed for a second. In that second, Lu Yin changed the direction of his attack. Instead of striking midplate, he retracted his hand and retreated. He didn't make a move, so it was naturally impossible to catch his whereabouts in the middle game. The two of them stood facing each other. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the surging divine power on the midship surface. He glanced around and saw that there was fighting everywhere. Caged Flood Dragon had led the second squadron away from this place. If the second squadron were to join in this kind of battle, they would be courting death. Their greatest use was to create a commotion and search for the 7 sky gods. Now that the corpse god had appeared, Lu Yin did not wish for another 7 sky gods to appear. That would be troublesome. Should he invite Forefather Tianyi over? The battle between Emperor Saint Do Sheng and the corpse god was earth-shattering. However, Lu Yin did not have the time to watch. Midplate attacked again. His godly power was like an invincible armor that could defend him well, regardless of whether he faced sequence laws or the slipper. This gave the captain of the true god guard the confidence to fight against them. However, midplate had such a thing, and so did Lu Yin himself. Midplate relied on his godly power and completely ignored Lu Yin's slipper. He wanted to rely on the power of his red eyes to crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin held the slipper and charged forward as if he was sending himself to his death. The slipper was raised high and slammed down. Midplate did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his hand into a fist and curled it into a claw that grabbed at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin felt as if he could see himself being torn apart by midplate. The two of them drew closer and closer to each other like two stars colliding. Lu Yin released the starry sky, and the void realm circled around him. Midplate's expression did not change as his claw swept past the void realm and viciously clawed at Lu Yin. Even the void realm could not instantly cut off godly power. Godly power was the power of the only true God, and the void realm was not unbreakable. Even Luo Shan could walk out of the void realm. Midplate relied on his godly power to not only ignore the slipper but also withstand the void realm. However, all of this was based on his godly power. What would happen if he lost his godly power? No one had considered this. Not the midplate, not the Eternals, not the Six Directions Society, and not even the primordial space. Only Lu Yin had considered this. When midplate's claw reached into the starry sky around his heart, 380,000 stars revolved, and midplate's movements slowed down greatly, just like when he had first used the serious art. Outside of these 380,000 stars, there was an unremarkable red dot that no one would pay attention to. This red dot was like a whirlpool that swept away the godly power attached to midplate's arm. Midplate's expression changed for the first time. As a corpse king, he should not have any emotions and would not change even in death. This was especially true for the captain of the True God Guard. However, at this moment, he was stunned by this sudden change. Where did his godly power go? Everything happened too quickly. To him, it was only the time of a punch, so he could not see clearly what had happened. However, to Lu Yin, it was a long time, and he had enough time to absorb the godly power in midplate's arm. Time was relative. To some people, it was short, but to others, it was long. This was a paradox, but it had really happened. It was as if midplate and Lu Yin were not in the same period of time. As the godly power disappeared, midplate's arm broke and was flung away. Lu Yin's slipper viciously slammed into midplate's head. With a crack, midplate's head was twisted, and his body was thrown far away. Midplate was not dead yet, and Lu Yin was well aware of how terrifying this monster was. He took a step forward and used the reverse step to chase after midplate. He had to take this opportunity to eliminate this guy, or else he would be a great threat. Suddenly, his body could not move, and Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Ching Kong. In front of his chest, the small knife that wood carving had given him left his body and slashed 81 times behind Lu Yin. There was a bubble there, and it was Ching Kong's dreamy bubble. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have such a blade. Back in Dashi Kong, he had ambushed Lu Yin once, but had been cut down by the 81 slashes. After such a long time, he had ambushed Lu Yin a second time and was slashed by 81 times. In the distance, wood carving sensed the 81 slashes and knew that Lu Yin was in danger, so he hurried over. Ching Kong was slashed by 81 times. Looking at the black cracks in space, Lu Yin was sure that Ching Kong could not have gone far, and he did not have time to escape. Junior brother. Wood carving rushed over. Lu Yin shouted, Ching Kong. Kong is here. He can't run away. Wood carving was excited, which was rare. We must kill Ching Kong today. In the distance, the other True God Guard captains had no intention of rescuing Ching Kong. They knew Ching Kong very well and knew that he could not be found. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. However, midplate was in danger. Mr. Dahang had targeted him and attacked him from afar. Fortunately, midplate's body was strong, and the divine power in his body surged out again, so he did not die. Otherwise, he would have died easily if Mr. Dahang, a sequence law powerhouse, ambushed him. Lu Yin looked around and looked for Ching Kong. Wood carving was also looking for Ching Kong. This was what the Eternals were happy to see. Ching Kong held back two experts, giving the rest of the Eternals a chance to catch their breaths. Can you find him? Wood carving looked serious. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Yes. The above heaven sect had completely sealed off the starter space. No one was allowed to enter or leave. When the subjugation team entered the endless battlefield, they were worried that the Eternals would ambush them. Even though this was unlikely. In a corner of the above heaven sect, a man walked out of the shadows. He tapped lightly with his finger and tore open the void. Another figure entered through the void. Fortunately, I was careful when I wanted to destroy this place. I controlled someone. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to enter, the man said with a sinister tone. The person who entered through the void was Yuhua. Can you find the location? We must take that thing back, Yuhua said. The man said, all the research items of the above heaven sect are gathered in the back garden. We can enter the back garden directly. Let's go. The above heaven sect was huge, but with someone leading the way, they quickly found the back garden. The back garden gathered all the foreign objects that the above heaven sect researched, such as microarray weapons and wireless goo. Now, there was even a sequence particle equipment. It could be said that once the back garden was destroyed, the above heaven sect's combat strength would drop by a level. After all, the ancestor realm experts of the above heaven sect had temporarily obtained the ability to use sequence laws with the help of the sequence particle equipment. The man smoothly brought Yuhua close to the back garden, but he was stopped the moment he saw the back garden. Show me your proof. The cultivator guarding the back garden was expressionless. The man smiled and pretended to show his proof. The cultivator's eyes flashed, and he immediately sounded the alarm. The so-called proof to enter the back garden was actually non-existent. The cultivator guarding the back garden knew all the people who could enter the back garden, so there was no need for proof. The reason he asked for it was to buy time to sound the alarm. The moment he sounded the alarm, the man's expression changed. We've been exposed. Yuhua casually killed the cultivator guarding the back garden and stepped forward. Suddenly, black energy whistled and collided with Yuhua. Yuhua's expression under the black robe was extremely cold, another black energy source. Saying so, the black robe shattered and his body expanded, transforming into a snake. A powerful aura swept through the above heaven sect. Everyone in the above heaven sect was shocked. Enemy attack. Star-Lord raised his head and quickly rushed towards the back garden. At the same time, two more black energies appeared in the above heaven sect and pressed towards the back garden. One was Heavenly Master High Sage, and the other was Elder Gong. Luyin temporarily handed the black energy source to them to guard the above heaven sect. Including Master Shan, Star-Lord, and the Ancestral Tortoise, there were 5 Ancestor Realm experts guarding the above heaven sect. They could stall for time in any situation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:16. Yuhua looked down on the black energy source's powerhouse, and Master Shan knew that there was a huge gap between them, so he immediately used the sequence particle. Yuhua had seen many powerhouses before, but the black energy source's user was able to use a sequence law. Damn it! Since when had sequence law become so worthless? Master Shan's sequence law was depiction, and any depiction would leave behind a trace. It could be a brush, sand, water, or even blood, air, or sound. Anything could leave a trace in the void through depiction. A trace appeared in front of Yuhua's eyes. It was a curved mountain range that forcibly blocked his vision. This was a sequence law. The trace would fade, but before it faded, it could block the light and obstruct his vision. Master Shan relied on this sequence law to delay Yuhua and the man controlled by the Thousand Faces game. Using this opportunity, Star-Lord, Supreme Sage, and Elder Gong all arrived. With the true God Guard Captain's strength, he could easily defeat the black energy source's user. Star-Lord's strength was very ordinary, and after leaving the Three Lords' array, she was at most comparable to the Blood Progenitor, or even worse. The gap between her and the true God Guard Captain was just as wide. Fortunately, they could use the sequence particle, but even so, they were still at a disadvantage against the true God Guard Captain. The black energy source was torn apart by Yuhua's tail, and the Thousand Faces game used its ancestral world. Countless consciousnesses fused into a monster that attacked everyone's consciousnesses. The pressure on Elder Gong suddenly increased, and his consciousness went into a daze. The supreme sage took out his sourcebox and used his array, but he had no sourcebox array that could withstand such a strange attack. Helpless, everyone could only use the sequence particle. Strange laws appeared one after another. Sequence laws surpassed the power of a progenitor, so no matter how powerful Yu Hua and the Thousand Faces game were, they could not ignore these laws. Faced with so many strange laws, they found it difficult to take them down. Godly power, Yu Hua reminded him. In his body, boiling divine power soared into the sky, pushing away the sequence particles and reducing them into nothingness. The Thousand Faces game raised its hand, and the godly power was raised high like a sun. The entire above the sky sect was bathed in the light of the godly power. At the critical moment, a golden light descended and competed with the red light of the godly power. Yu Hua and the Thousand Faces game were shocked. Someone from the Liu family was here. It was impossible for the above the sky sect without someone who could control the situation, and that person was Liu Qi. Liu Qi first followed the third battle group to defeat the everlasting race's sneak attack in the endless battlefield. Then, he returned to the above heaven sect and hid his identity. If not for the intensity of the battle, he was the busiest. Otherwise, Master Shan and the others would not be able to withstand the attacks. The endless battlefield, the giant's hell. Qin Kong had been struck by the 81 slashes, so he was bound to be injured. However, he concealed himself and relied on his own strength to stall Lu Yin and woodcarving. They did not want to let go of this opportunity to kill Qin Kong, and Qin Kong was confident that he would not be discovered. As long as he could stall Lu Yin and woodcarving, the Eternals would be able to gain the upper hand against the second battle squadron. The Eternals were confident that no one could find Qin Kong, to the was A and now in the two. To them to the was. And S, and Lulu. And two. And the sequence. Take it out and upgrade. Lu Yin gripped the bubble in his hand and felt a faint suction force from behind him. He remained calm and collected as he slowly approached the bubble. As he got closer, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. Qin Kong was too confident. He did not believe that anyone could find him. He had never thought that Lu Yin's innate ability to upgrade external objects existed in the universe. Lu Yin once suspected that Qin Kong was not a human. On this basis, upgrading Qin Kong's bubble was the same as creating a new Qin Kong. Outsiders could not find Qin Kong. Even the bubble that fell from Qin Kong's body could not find him. It was just an inanimate object. However, Lu Yin could find Qin Kong himself. Lu Yin changed his position. He only had one goal, and that was to get closer to the right side. The suction force had grown so strong that it was like a magnet drawing them closer to each other. Lu Yin looked at Mu carving. Senior, do you remember what you said the second time you gave me the 81 slashes? Mu carving's expression was calm. I forgot. Lu Yin said, you said that 81 slashes could kill Qin Kong. Maybe Qin Kong is already dead. Mu carving raised his blade and looked at it. Maybe, but he might not be dead. It's hard to say. No one really understands him. Then please give me another 81 slashes just in case. As for this place, I can't find it, Lu Yin said. Mu carving raised his head. Okay. Then, he suddenly attacked Lu Yin. The second time, he gave Lu Yin 81 slashes. Just like the first time, Lu Yin had to endure 81 slashes. This time, it was the same. If Lu Yin wanted 81 slashes, he could. When Mu carving attacked, Lu Yin's eyes widened and he took a step backward to avoid it. Not far behind, the hidden Qin Kong stared blankly at the 81 slashes. Mu carving could not find him and only attacked in this direction. But how did he know this direction? It was obvious that this attack had a purpose. Normal attacks could not force him out, but this was 81 slashes. 81 slashes that had injured him twice. King Kong could not hide anymore. The dreamland bubble distorted the void and quickly dodged Mu Carving's attack. However, a ray of light circled around the dreamland bubble and reversed time by 1 second. King Kong was shocked. No! The dreamland bubble returned to its original position and was hit by the 81 slashes for the third time. The bubble became unstable, and Lu Yin's celestial eye kept a close eye on it. Sure enough, everyone had said that they had never seen King Kong before, but everyone had. King Kong was the dreamland bubble. It was not human, and the dreamland bubble battle technique that it cultivated was just a cover. It was just a bubble. After the 81 slashes, the dreamland bubble was covered in cracks. It looked weak, but it managed to withstand the 81 slashes. However, since it had appeared, Mu Carving had a target, which was the spaceless slash. The dreamland bubble suddenly charged into the distance and roared, "Give me godly power." In the middle, the two captains of the true God Guards, Blackie, acted together. Their godly power transformed into a rainbow that shot towards the dreamland bubble. They were both shocked, as they had never seen King Kong's true appearance before. The universe was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. King Kong was a bubble, and Night Shore was a thought to take revenge on humans. These were all under the universe's rules, and as long as there were rules, there would be unpredictable things. The rainbow of godly power traversed the starry sky and headed towards King Kong, but it was stopped halfway by the Cyclops King. The giant hell understood the Eternals and the Six-Way Society too well. The Eternals' godly power was almost limitless, allowing those who did not reach the sequence principle to resist the power of the sequence principle. The mountain-backed giant king kicked the Cyclops King, and the two behemoths fought fiercely in the starry sky, shaking the surroundings. King Kong's godly power was blocked by the Cyclops King, and he could not touch the Cyclops King. Mu Carving followed closely behind, raising his saber and slashing out once again. His saber light frightened King Kong. In truth, King Kong did not have any powerful offensive techniques. He was the dreamland bubble, and he had to control a creature when it was at its most relaxed. Once he was under control, he could do whatever he wanted. However, if he could not control his opponent, it would be difficult for him to kill his opponent directly. Different creatures had different habits. Although King Kong had withstood the 81 slashes twice, he did not take the risk of exposing himself to the enemy's attacks. This was also the reason why Sanctified and many of the Six-Way Society's powerhouses had pursued him. Those powerhouses did not understand King Kong at all. Even if they caught up to him, they could not kill him. Even so, King Kong would not take the risk to fight them. Now that he was exposed to Mu Carving's saber, King Kong's fear was so intense that he almost exploded. This was his own instinct. He was not afraid of Mu Carving, but more of his own instincts. And this instinct reminded him that Mu Carving could kill him. Mu Carving's slashes continued to descend, and King Kong's body kept disappearing. However, under Lu Yin's guidance, Mu Carving could always find his position. King Kong discovered this and transmitted a message to Lu Yin. "Don't think that I don't know your identity. No matter what Bai Wuxian plans, he cannot sacrifice me. If you want to kill me, I will expose you." Lu Yin frowned. "I don't understand what you are saying." "Senior, Southwest." Mu Carving slashed out, and Dreamland Bubble hurriedly appeared to dodge, disappearing once again. "You are Bai Wuxian's subordinate. Back then, it was Bai Wuxian who asked me to let you go on the 6th mainland. Otherwise, do you think that turtle could have escaped? You think too much." Lu Yin's expression did not change, but he did not understand why Bai Wuxian would help him. Perhaps it was not to help him, but to plot something like the witch spirit god. Speaking of which, Lu Yin still did not know who Bai Wuxian was. At first, he thought that he could find Bai Wuxian, but he found that no one around him was acting strangely. Senior, southeast. Mu carving slashed again. Even though Dreamland Bubble dodged every time Lu Yin reminded it, it was still affected by the blade, and more cracks appeared on it. Lu Yin, don't force me. I know that you are definitely Bai Wuxian's spy. When you fought in the middle game, I kept an eye on him. You were the one who absorbed the godly power in his arm. Qin Kong's tone was panicked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then why did you still try to kill me in the big stone space? I was just testing what kind of trap Bai Wuxian left on you. Let me go, or I will expose you. Qin Kong threatened him. He was sure that Lu Yin was Bai Wuxian's spy. Otherwise, why would Bai Wuxian protect him? Otherwise, how could he have absorbed the godly power? Lu Yin was silent. Mu carving did not move. Without Lu Yin's command, he could not find Qin Kong. Lu Yin's silence made Qin Kong heave a sigh of relief. He did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left. The danger of being exposed to the enemy's blade was unbearable. Suddenly, Mu carving's blade changed direction. A large number of sequence particles spread out, causing a fault to appear in the void. It directly covered a part of the starry sky. Mu carving raised his blade and slashed. Thank you. Jakix Mu Zu I will give you the reward. Thank you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I have been suffering from bronchitis for the past few days. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:17. It was still Wu Yu, and this attack surpassed all of the previous ones. It covered a huge area, and this attack was specifically reserved for Qin Kong. Lu Yin sent a message to woodcarving. He appeared to be silent, but he was actually cooperating with woodcarving. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Even Qin Kong could hear his warning, and he had done so to numb Qin Kong. Qin Kong was shocked, as he could not dodge this attack. Woodcarving's strength surpassed his, and if not for the fact that he could not find Qin Kong, he would not have survived until now. With Lu Yin as his eyes, woodcarving finally dealt him a fatal blow. Lu Yin, how dare you lie to me? Lu Yin is a spy. He's a spy developed by Bai Wuxian. The loud voice entered everyone's ears. Whether it was Woodcut, Mr. Daheng, the Cyclops King, the Mountainback Giant King, or even the second battle group, they all heard it. The blade swept through the void and split the giant's hell in two. This was woodcarving's ultimate move using the sequence law, break. It covered the entire sky, and Qin Kong could avoid a portion of the attack, but he could not avoid the entire attack. Everyone looked over and saw that dreamlike bubble had been cut in half, and Qin Kong's voice also stopped abruptly. At that moment, Celestial Battle Saint and the Corpse God also looked over. Qin Kong was not as strong as the 7 sky gods, but he was much more disgusting. Even Celestial Battle Saint had wanted to destroy him, but he had never found an opportunity. Who would have thought that he would be killed by woodcarving in the giant's hell? Following Qin Kong's death, his words lingered in everyone's ears. Lu Yin was a spy. Lu Yin was a spy developed by Bai Wuxian. Countless people stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Even the Cyclops King and the Mountainback Giant King were looking at him. He was a spy. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he faced everyone's gazes. He had no intention of explaining himself. He looked up at the Corpse God. You're next. Woodcarving slashed at the Corpse God, wanting to join forces with Celestial Battle Saint. The second battle team cheered and erupted with a strong fighting spirit. Luin was a spy. How could that be? If he was a spy, would he have killed Qin Kong? If he was a spy, would he have joined forces with Wei Wei to kill the Witcher spirit god? Forget about Bai Wuxian, even if he was a spy sent by the one true god, it was impossible for him to sacrifice the 7 heavenly gods and Qin Kong to help him. That was absolutely impossible. The people of the Genesis space had an indescribable trust in Luin. They could believe that anyone was a spy, but they would never believe that Luin was a spy. Luin was the spiritual pillar of the entire Fifth Mainland. He was the master recognized by the primordial space. Ha 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 ha. Old corpse ghost, you can't escape. Die. The war saint Heavenly Lord's golden light was dyed in blood as he viciously smashed towards the corpse god. Accompanying this attack was the woodcarving's blade and Mr. De Hang's law of lightness. With 3 sequence law adepts surrounding him and the corpse god already injured, it was highly likely that they would be able to kill him. The Cyclops King was excited. Today, he would kill the mountain-backed giants and completely free himself from the giant hell. Luin stood in outer space without moving. He had already received news that the Eternals had ambushed the above heaven. Were they trying to lure him away? Many things had happened unexpectedly during this battle in the giant hell. The arrival of the War Saint Heavenly Lord had not been part of Lu Yin's plans, as he could not possibly affect the War Saint. The War Saint Heavenly Lord had always been at the battlefield between the 3 layers of hell, which was the entrance of the Eternals. The War Saint Heavenly Lord's arrival had withstood the corpse god's pressure, which meant that Lu Tianyi did not need to come over. However, Luin was still puzzled. If the War Saint Heavenly Lord had not been part of his plans, then he should not have been part of the Eternals' plans either. Why had the Eternals stayed behind to fight to the death? Not only had they fought fiercely in the giant hell, but they had also ambushed the above heaven. They had to have known that Lu Tianyi had not come to the giant hell. Even if 2 of the 7 heavenly gods had come, Lu Tianyi would still be able to hold them off. So why had they still ambushed the above heaven? What was the point? The sequence particle equipment was very important, but the Eternals had come here to obtain it, not to die. They knew that Lu Tianyi could reinforce the above heaven at any time, so why had they still attacked? Qin Kong had not died in an instant, and Luin had joined forces with woodcarving to kill him several times. Under such circumstances, the corpse god could have taken Qin Kong and escaped. If he wanted to leave, then even the War Saint Heavenly Lord might not have been able to stop him. Unless Lu Tianyi came to kill him as well, the Eternals could have easily retreated. However, the corpse god did not leave. Even though Qin Kong had died, he still did not leave. He had to face the combined attacks of the War Saint Heavenly Lord and woodcarving, as well as Lu Tianyi, who could appear at any time. What were the Eternals thinking? Luin stared at the corpse god's bleeding body. He had coughed up blood after being smashed by the War Saint Heavenly Lord, had been injured by woodcarving's blade, and had even been injured by Mr. Dahang's law of lightness. Why hadn't he left? He had no intention of leaving. The Eternals were not stupid, and Luin was well aware of how sinister the Eternals were. They had destroyed continent after continent in the Genesis space, and they would never do something so suicidal. There had to be a reason for the corpse god to stay here and fight to the death. What was it? Luin felt uneasy. He had the ability to turn danger into safety on many occasions, and he had even achieved his goals. The Eternals naturally had the ability to do so as well, but what were their goals? The border battle between the Six Paths Association was not that intense, and hyperspace had retreated. The above heaven sect only had 2 captains of the true god guards. What were their goals? The above heaven sect was an absolute behemoth, and under its protection, Earth seemed insignificant. No matter how intense the battle was within the above heaven sect, it would not affect Earth, as it was stopped within the above heaven sect's territory. The subjugation squads fought fiercely in the endless battlefield. The above heaven sect had been ambushed by the Eternals, and the Six Paths Association had been wary of the Eternals abandoning the endless battlefield. Thus, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the weather on Earth was calm and sunny. Ordinary people could not sense the battle in the above heaven sect at all. Standing on the streets of Earth, one could see that the above heaven sect had replaced the starry sky. The scenery here was completely different from before the above heaven sect had appeared. A man and a woman were walking down the street with drinks in their hands. They would occasionally look up at the sky and the above heaven sect that was faintly discernible in the distance. This brother Lou is really ruthless. I never thought that he would become the master of this spacetime when we first met. Sis, did you know that he was still very pure when we first met? The man sighed. The woman glanced at him. Are you trying to say that you're pure? How can a man be described as pure? I'm pure. A bachelor. I just have high standards. Sis, aren't you the same? The tortoise poked its head out from the woman's shoulder. This matter is indeed troublesome, but I think that Louine is not bad. Young mistress, can you bring him to meet old master? The man nodded. That guy is a little cunning, but he has a good reputation. It's fine to bring him to meet old master, especially his strength. I don't even understand how he cultivates to be so fast. The woman stopped, and her expression turned ugly. If you have the time, why don't you help the above heaven sect deal with the Eternals? It'll be considered your contribution. The man rolled his eyes. I can't beat a progenitor. The tortoise retracted its head. It did not want to fight. The woman looked into the distance again, lost in thought. At that moment, a strange fluctuation swept over them. The two's expressions changed as they looked at each other. The tortoise suddenly poked its head out from the woman's shoulder. There's an expert. Let's go. Why on earth? The man did not understand. The next moment, the entire Earth dimmed as a terrifying aura pressed down, causing the planet to tremble. In Nanjing, Zhou Shan walked out in shock. What had happened? This aura terrified him. There were many cultivators on Earth, and this was the starting point of Lu Yin's cultivation journey. At this moment, everyone felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. The terrifying pressure caused the heavens to tremble and crack. Outside Earth, a figure stared intently, but still could not find anything. It should be easy to find such a small planet, so how could there be nothing? The aura had leaked out, and it would not take long. Since that was the case, the figure raised a hand and pointed at Earth. Turn it into a flat surface. She was Zhu Ji, one of the captains of the Eternal Race's true God Guards. On Earth, the tortoise leaped out from the woman's shoulder. Young mistress, run. It's an eternal progenitor. Go find father, the woman shouted at the man. The man grabbed her. Let's go together. I can't leave the dragon tortoise behind. It might not be able to stop them on its own. I have external items. Go, don't waste time, the woman shouted. The man gritted his teeth and tore through the void to leave. Outside Earth, Zhu Ji was shocked. There was actually an progenitor. Where did this eternal bastard come from? How dare he sneak attack the lightning master's son? The dragon tortoise shouted as it retracted its limbs and charged at Zhu Ji. Zhu Ji frowned. The lightning master's son was here. She was only puzzled for a moment, but she did not hesitate to attack. She pointed out with her finger, intending to turn Earth and the dragon tortoise into a flat surface. However, she had underestimated the dragon tortoise. Although it did not have much power, its defenses were terrifying. Back in the sixth mainland, even the midplate had found it difficult to break through its shell. It was the same for Ju Ji. Her innate gift constantly tried to compress the tortoise's shell, but the most she could do was distort it. Even so, the dragon tortoise howled in grief. It released its aura to attract the attention of the sect above while threatening, "How dare you? Do you want to fight the lightning master? You'll be struck by lightning." On Earth, the woman was Jiang Qingyue. She had not expected an eternal progenitor to attack Earth. Why was it attacking Earth? Seeing the dragon tortoise howling in grief, Jiang Qingyue took out an external item. It was a strange icy stone that could freeze progenitors. However, the moment the icy stone approached Ju Ji, it turned into a flat surface. An item of the Ice Spirit clan. Jiang Qingyue's face was pale. She was facing the captain of the True God Guard, not an ordinary progenitor. Outside the sect above, the ancestral turtle stretched its head out to look at Earth. It had seen its own kind. Why was it so small? The dragon tortoise was constantly being tortured by Ju Ji's innate gift. When it saw the ancestral turtle staring at it, their eyes met. "Still looking? Aren't you going to help? We're the same kind after all, big brother." The ancestral turtle turned its eyes like a human and then retracted its head. It could not win, so it would not fight. It could win, but it could not be bothered to fight. It was that decisive. The dragon tortoise cursed, "You cowardly turtle. You're really a coward. You're an embarrassment to our kind. Shameless." The ancestral turtle did not care. It was not the first time it had been cursed. It was used to it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:18. When the above heaven sect sensed Orange G's attack, they were all shocked. Why would the Eternals attack Earth? Lu Qi used the divine investiture catalog, and Wang Jian walked out, attacking the people of the Game of 1,000 Faces and Yuhua. "Young Master Qi, I'll go help Earth," Master Shan said anxiously. Earth held a special place for the Tao Lord, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to it. Lu Qi sneered. "No need. Someone else will do it." Against the captain of the True Divinity Guard, Master Shan's attack was useless. It would only add to the casualties. It should be known that Lu Tianyi had yet to make a move. He was currently on the 5th mainland. Lu Qi was right. Because of Empyrean Battle Saint's appearance, Lu Tianyi didn't need to rush to the Giant's Hell immediately. He had remained on the 5th mainland to deal with any changes that might occur. But the Eternals weren't fools either. They knew that Lu Tianyi hadn't appeared in the Giant's Hell, and yet they still attacked. Naturally, there would be someone to deal with them. On the other side of the above heaven sect, Lu Tianyi and a figure stood facing each other. This person's entire body was shining with white light, and his face could not be seen clearly. Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. "Among the 7 sky gods, I have fought 6 of them. There is only one person I have never fought before, and that is you, Bai Wuxian. It has been a long time. 9 mountains and 8 seas, Lu Tianyi, is someone who can face a true god in the primordial space. How would I dare to casually attack him?" It was hard to tell whether she was a man or a woman from her voice. Lu Tianyi stared at Bai Wuxian. "Who are you? Why did the Eternals suddenly attack Earth? Your real goal is Earth, right? Whether it's the Giant's Hell or the above heaven sect, they're all just pretenses. You can find the answer yourself. We won't tell you. And you can't leave, at least not for now," said Bai Wuxian confidently. Lu Tianyi took a deep breath. It would not be difficult for a member of the 7 heavenly gods who did not understand him to hold him back, but he was a member of the Lu family, and 1 man was for 1 country. The golden light of the God's seal catalog illuminated the entire 5th continent. When Lu Qi saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Old ancestor Tianyi had made his move. Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He was very powerful. He was confident that Bai Wuxian alone wouldn't be able to stop him from ascending to godhood. Any one of the ascended gods could go to Earth and resolve the crisis. After all, there were existences like Ancestor Ku and Ancestor Qin among the people who had ascended to godhood. When he saw the God sealing catalog appear, Bai Wuxian waved his right hand, and numerous source boxes appeared in the void and circled around the entire above the heavens. Above their heads, white mountains and white waters poured down in torrents. Several figures walked out from Lu Tianyi's God sealing catalog, and all of them were surrounded by source boxes, forming a source box array that trapped them. The 8-front formation, Bai Wuxian's half-martial ancestor body had once used it to trap Ling Qing. He wanted to open the path to the impasse, but he failed due to the interference of Fate Maiden. That was only the shell of a half-step ancestor. Now, Bai Wuxian was using his ancestral world and the 8-front formation to trap Lu Tianyi's ascendant power. He would not be trapped for too long, but Bai Wuxian's goal was Earth, not to defeat Lu Tianyi. It would not take too long. Lu Tianyi pointed out. The law of destruction, the Tao of Heavenly One. Bai Wuxian's expression could not be seen as he retreated step by step. The white mountain descended and was shattered by Lu Tianyi's finger. No one could ignore Lu Tianyi's attack. Wu Lingxian couldn't do it, and Bai Wuxian couldn't do it either. However, Bai Wuxian was one of the 7 sky gods. Even if Lu Tianyi wanted to defeat her, it would not be that easy. If they were not in the origin space, Lu Tianyi might not have been able to defeat a 7 sky gods at their peak. The void suddenly distorted. A terrifying blade intent descended. Bai Wuxian looked up. It was progenitor Chen's blade. She had used the 8-front formation to trap Lu Tianyi's ascendant power, but against progenitor Chen, the 8-front formation was on the verge of collapse. On the other side, another figure almost shattered the 8-front formation. It was progenitor Ku. There were a total of 6 figures, each representing one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. 3 of them could not be trapped by the 8-front formation. Bai Wuxian helplessly looked at the sect above. The godly power released by the people of the 1,000-faced game was drawn in and transformed into a rainbow that entered the white mountain and the white water, entering the 8-front formation. At that moment, Lu Tianyi had already descended in front of Bai Wuxian. I want to see who you are. As he spoke, a terrifying fingertip descended. Even the starry sky could not withstand it. With the finger as the center, it shattered in all directions and was crushed. Bai Wuxian looked up and similarly raised a finger. A blue light flashed. The finger collided with the finger. The shocking blow turned the starry sky into absolute darkness. A huge world of nothingness broke out as if to swallow the entire sect above. In the sect above, Yu Hua, the people of the 1,000-faced game, including Lu Qi and the others, were stunned. What kind of attack could cause such a huge world of nothingness? It was doomsday even for progenitors. On Earth, the dragon turtle wailed. Its turtle shell could not withstand it any longer. Zhu Ji was impatient. When the huge world of nothingness appeared, she knew that Bai Wuxian was fighting against Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi was the most feared person on the list of Eternals. Even the 7 gods could not delay him. Since that was the case, she also used her godly power. Godly power was not endless. It was difficult for ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings of the Eternals to obtain godly power. Only true God Guard captains could have it. Once it was used up, they could only replenish it when they returned to the Eternals. For them, it was a life-saving treasure. However, there was no other way. She had to use her godly power now. The turtle shell in front of her was too hard. Seeing the godly power appear, the dragon turtle wailed, "Don't go too far. This is not your own power. You have no morals." With the support of the godly power, the turtle shell cracked. The dragon turtle wailed louder and louder. Seeing that the crack on the turtle shell was about to completely shatter, a black shadow descended and whipped Juji from left to right. Juji was sent flying. The dragon turtle stared ahead with wide eyes. It was a tail, the ancestral turtle's tail. "Big brother, you finally made a move. You're too patient," the dragon turtle cried. The ancestral turtle's head was still in the turtle shell. Then, it retracted its tail and stopped moving. It was as if it had not attacked just now. The dragon turtle took the opportunity to shrink its body and came to Jiang Qingyue's side. "Little master, let's go." Jiang Qingyue looked worriedly at the huge world of nothingness beside the sect in the sky. The dragon turtle urged, "Little master, don't worry about it. It's not something we can interfere with. Let's go." Jiang Qingyue frowned. "If we leave, Earth and this spacetime will be finished." The dragon turtle was about to cry. "If we don't leave, we'll be finished. The Eternals are coming again. Let's go, little master." After saying that, it tore through the void and dragged Jiang Qingyue away. After they left, Juji returned and stared at the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle subconsciously retreated a little. Ignoring the ancestral turtle, Juji pointed at Earth again. "Turn it into a flat surface." Inexplicably, a strong sense of uneasiness descended. On Earth, a white light flashed. It was getting closer and closer in Juji's eyes. Her talent was suddenly broken the moment she descended on Earth. In front of her, a sword appeared. It was a man in white. Everything in front of Juji's eyes was replaced by a sword. The sword was getting closer and closer. The moment it was about to stab her, she retreated step by step, constantly compressing the void to block the sword. The sword pierced through the layers of the void, not giving her any time to breathe. Divine power surged out of Juji's body. He opened his hand. In front of him, the divine power turned into a flat surface and pushed out horizontally, blocking the sword. "Why are you here?" Juji stared at the man in white and holding a sword in front of her and asked in a low voice. She knew this person. It was Kong Tianzhao, an extraterrestrial expert. He was a person by the Lightning Lord's side. He was also an absolute expert who could be ranked among the extraterrestrial experts of the Eternals. Kong Tianzhao held a white sword and pointed it at Juji. "Captain of the True God Guard." Juji's expression turned ugly. Did the Lightning Lord and the Above Heaven sect team up? Kong Tianzhao looked into the distance. Is that the rumored Above Heaven sect? This Qi, the seven sky gods. Juji stared at Kong Tianzhao. His words meant that they did not team up. It was his first time seeing the Above Heaven sect. Then why did he appear here? Wait, could it be? Juji Tong's expression changed drastically. Was this really a parallel spacetime? "Uncle, stop acting cool. Kill her, kill that Eternals." Jiang Chen stomped his feet on Earth. He did not find Jiang Qingyue and the dragon turtle. They were definitely not dead. Where did they go? Kong Tianzhao's sword turned. Divine power surged from the tip of the sword. His expression was solemn. The divine power of the Eternals was the most troublesome power. Once it was supported by the divine power, these people could ignore the rules to a certain extent. Juji retreated. Kong Tianzhao, you have to pay the price for interfering in the Above Heaven sect's matters. Not even the Lightning Lord can bear this price. Kong Tianzhao's expression was cold. He is him. I am me. Finished speaking, he slowly sheathed his sword and stared at the tip of the sword. One day, I will die in the hands of the Eternals. But the one who kills me will not be you. A white light flashed. The sword was unsheathed once again, heading towards Ju-ji. Ju-ji harumphed coldly. This guy really wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he could not do it. His sword could not pierce through his own talent. The tip of the sword was once again blocked by the divine power. Everything has turned into a flat surface. No matter how powerful your sword is, it can only turn into a flat surface, Ju-ji said coldly. Kong Tianzhao raised his eyes. A flat surface has a center. As soon as his voice faded, a point appeared in front of the sword. It was the point formed when the sword pierced through the void. It was also the point where Ju-ji's talent had turned into a flat surface. This point made Ju-ji's expression change drastically. That point seemed to be the center of the universe. There were no ripples, but the moment it appeared, even Bai Wuxian who was delaying Lu Tianyi looked at it. Lu Tianyi looked at it too. He was shocked. What kind of rule was this? In the above heaven sect, countless people's eyes were unconsciously attracted to it. It was as if that point should be seen by everyone. Impossible. Ju-ji was aghast. With a whoosh, a white light flashed past. Ju-ji stopped in place. He slowly lowered his hands, his eyes dull. Behind him, Kong Tianzhao appeared and sheathed his sword. The moment the sword was completely sheathed, a point also appeared on Ju-ji's forehead. His body slowly fell. On earth, Jiang Qin opened his mouth wide, his eyes shining. Too handsome. If I was as handsome as Uncle Kong, why would I worry about not being able to find a wife? Dad should have let Uncle Kong be my master. It's too much of a waste for him to be my sister's master. Kong Tianzhao looked at the above heaven sect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29:19. On the other side of the above heaven sect, Bai Wuxian sighed helplessly. The universe is full of surprises. But this surprise has allowed us to see some things clearly. Lu Tianyi stared at Bai Wuxian. Who are you? That was the 8-star Zhelan. Are you from the Zhelan clan? The 8-front formation shattered, and so did Bai Wuxian himself. Lu Tianyi, I'll take your life the next time we meet. Lu Tianyi watched Bai Wuxian shatter and leave. The 7 sky gods wanted to leave, but he couldn't. If he did, the 5th continent would be destroyed. The battlefield couldn't be the 5th continent. The most important thing now was the person who'd attacked. Soon, Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi arrived outside Earth. They looked at Kong Tianzhao curiously. He was a stranger to them. Kong Tianzhao looked calmly at Lu Tianyi, surprise in the depths of his eyes. You're very strong. Lu Tianyi sized up Kong Tianzhao. So are you, but you seem different from us. Kong Tianzhao's gaze was calm. My understanding of cultivation is different from yours. Lu Tianyi's eyes flashed. Understanding. Generally speaking, it referred to the system or something like that. Comprehension, this was another meaning. Are you an outsider? Asked Lu Qi. Jiang Qin arrived. Uncle Kong, don't be so cold. I thought you wanted to fight. He smiled at Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi. Greetings, seniors. I'm Jiang Qin, Lu Yin's friend. Lu Qi was surprised. Your little 7's friend. Jiang Qin smiled. We've known each other for a long time. Maybe I'll be his brother-in-law in the future. Kong Tianzhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Qin. Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi exchanged glances, then stared at Jiang Qin. Where's your sister? Ha 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 ha, my sister was here just now, but she ran away in fear. Let me tell you, it's lucky that she was here. The dragon turtle blocked the attack. Otherwise, Earth would have been finished. Jiang Qin was obviously talkative. Lu Qi suppressed his questions and listened. Suddenly, he remembered the giant's hell and hurriedly reminded Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi said faintly, there's no need. The Eternals aren't stupid. If they failed here, they'll retreat there. Lu Qi thought about it and agreed. He then looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. Young man, let's talk. For example, do you have a picture of your sister? Jiang Qin immediately took out his gadget. That's too much. Uncle, you must be Lu Yin's father. Yes, who is your father? Everyone calls him the Lightning Lord. Then the one you just called Uncle Kong. My sister's master. So it's the in-laws. Kong Tianzhao's expression remained calm as he looked at Lu Tianyi. I hope there will be a chance to spar. Lu Tian nodded. I have heard of the Thunder Master's name. When we become in-laws, there will be a chance. Kong Tianzhao frowned. Little Chen, don't mind what you say. Please forgive me if I offend you. I think this child is very passionate and reasonable. Kong Tianzhao raised his eyebrows. Was the Lu family lacking in daughters-in-law? In the Hell of the Giants, when Bai Wuxian retreated, the corpse god knew what was going on. She saw Celestial Battle Saint raise his golden staff, wood carving, and Mr. Daheng attack from all directions. On the surface of his body, all the sequence particles instantly disappeared. They didn't leave, but entered his body. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as an invisible danger descended upon him. Be careful. Faced with the attacks of 3 sequence laws, the corpse god's fists collided, causing ripples to appear. Then, her arms suddenly swung to the side as if she was trying to break free from something. At that moment, Celestial Battle Saint, wood carving, and Mr. Daheng's attacks all stopped. Everyone watched as the void world spread out in all directions with the corpse god at its center. It felt as if a new spacetime had been created in this area. One after another, the giants' bodies cracked, including the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed Giant King. The 2 Giant Kings looked over in shock. Not good. The corpse god was trying to destroy this spacetime. Destroying spacetime was something that sequence laws powerhouses could do. For example, Big Sis was confident that she could destroy the Gord spacetime laws by destroying the Gord spacetime laws. Wood carving used the void blade to sever the laws of the void spacetime, destroying it as well. As one of the 7 sky gods, the corpse god's terrifying strength could definitely destroy spacetime. She didn't really want to destroy the Hell of the Giants, but she wanted to use it to block Celestial Battle Saint and the others' attacks. If Celestial Battle Saint and the others insisted on fighting the corpse god, then the Hell of the Giants would definitely be destroyed. This was a choice. The outcome would depend on whether or not the 6 Paths Society should destroy the Hell of the Giants. The Hell of the Giants was very useful to the 6 Paths Society, as it was a battlefield that could resist the Eternals. If it could be destroyed so easily, then there would be no need to create the endless battlefield. However, that also depended on the price. Destroying the void spacetime was an exchange that could kill the captain of the True God Guard. Lu Yin felt that the sacrifice of the void spacetime was worth it, and he also felt that it was worth it to sacrifice the Hell of the Giants in exchange for the corpse god. It wasn't just Lu Yin. Celestial Battle Saint and Wood Carving also felt that it was worth it, as long as they could destroy the corpse god. Celestial Battle Saint did not fear death and directly charged towards the void world, wanting to pass through it alone and kill the corpse god. Wood Carving did not back down and followed suit. They had been so focused on destroying the corpse god that they had neglected the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King had finally seen hope of destroying the mountain-backed giant king and allowing them to leave the hell of the giants. He did not want to be wiped out by the corpse god. If Celestial Battle Saint and the others fought the corpse god to the death, then the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed giants would all die. At this juncture, how could the Cyclops King agree? He slapped at Celestial Battle Saint and would carving from the side. The two were caught off guard and were forced back by the Cyclops King. Luin was furious and stepped backwards from another direction, punching at the Cyclops King to buy time for Celestial Battle Saint and the others to attack the corpse god. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Cyclops King's interference had given the corpse god enough time to leave. The corpse god did not look at Celestial Battle Saint and the others. Instead, he stared at Luin. "You will pay the price." With that, the corpse god left. In the distance, aside from the captain of the True God Guard, the rest of the Eternals had been left behind. Even so, the battle in the Hell of the Giants had not yielded any benefits other than killing Ching Kong. Luin was not a member of the Six Paths Society, and even though he had heard a lot, he still could not understand the Six Paths Society's hatred for Ching Kong. It could be said that killing Ching Kong had caused a greater commotion in the Six Paths Society than killing one of the seven sky gods. Once news of this spread, countless members of the Six Paths Society would be deeply grateful to him, and his reputation would surpass that of most powerhouses. Now that the primordial space was in constant contact with the Six Paths Society, the Six Paths Society was deepening their understanding of the primordial space. Based on the primordial space's impression of Luin, he had first helped Lord Wei kill the witch spirit, then led a crusade to sweep through the endless battlefield, killing one Eternals after another. He had killed the captain of the True God Guard, and now, he had killed Ching Kong. The damage he had inflicted on the Eternals was far greater than what the Six Paths Society had done over the countless years combined. Luin had created countless legends in the primordial space, and now, his legend had begun to spread throughout the Six Paths Society. Of course, this was also related to the above heaven-sex arrangements. Wang Wen was well aware of the importance of publicity. People's hearts were often confused by appearances. No matter how much Luin had done, it would be meaningless if no one knew about it. On the other hand, regardless of whether he had done enough or not, once everyone knew about it, it would be a great contribution. Wang Wen and Wei Rong were both experts at capturing people's hearts. Everything that Luin had done was magnified countless times and presented to everyone in the Six Paths Society. The world of nothingness slowly healed. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the empty space. There was a chance. They should have had a chance to stop the corpse god because of the Cyclops King. Mu Carving appeared beside Luin. There's no need to think too much. Since the corpse god dared to appear, she must have a backup plan. No one expected the Cyclops King to make a move. He can only be considered to have helped the corpse god hide a backup plan. Luin understood this logic, but he still felt displeased no matter how he thought about it. Even if the corpse god had used up a backup plan, it would have been fine. For example, Luin did not believe that the Eternals could use their divine power endlessly. No matter how much divine power the one true God had, it would not be enough. In Lu Yin's opinion, the more divine power was used, the greater the impact on the one true God. The heavens trembled as the Cyclops King continued to fight the mountain-backed giant king. They would not stop just because the Eternals had been defeated. This was the law of this space-time. Where's Celestial Battle Saint? Luin suddenly realized that the Celestial Battle Saint had disappeared. Could he have gone to chase after the corpse god? Mu Carving said, Celestial Battle Saint's main battlefield is not here. The corpse god has left, so there's no point for him to stay here. Luin felt that it was a pity. He wanted to interact with Celestial Battle Saint and find a way to learn the surpassing battle technique. He had discovered that the surpassing battle technique was very compatible with things can be reversed when extreme. With a boom, the chain came crashing down, but Mu carving casually shattered it with a slash. "What are you doing? Take this opportunity to destroy the mountain-back giants," the Cyclops King roared. Across from him, the mountain-back giant king's expression was ferocious. "Cyclops, even if I die, I will not die at your hands." The Cyclops King was pleased. "You have no choice." Lu Yin looked over, his gaze cold. He was rather dissatisfied with the Cyclops King, but at this moment, he could only help him destroy the mountain-back giant king. He could not possibly help the Cyclops King. Many cultivators from the Six Direction Association had died at the hands of the mountain-back giants. Everyone knew that the mountain-back giants were working together with the Eternals. If Lu Yin wanted to completely control the giants' hell, he would have to destroy the mountain-back giants. The mountain-back giant king and the Cyclops King were similar in strength, and neither could do anything to the other. However, when Mu Carving and Mr. Daheng took action, this balance was broken. Lu Yin watched from afar as the mountain-back giant king was surrounded and killed. It was a very strange feeling. This was clearly the end of the road for an entire race, but the mountain-back giant king did not seem to be sad at all. The other mountain-back giants were not sad either. Instead, they felt relieved. The rest of the giants stopped, and the entire hell of giants watched as the mountain-back giant king was constantly surrounded and attacked. His resistance grew weaker and weaker, and he was nearing death. If not for the Cyclops King's intervention, he would not have resisted at all. Finally, with a loud bang, the mountain-back giant king's chain broke and scattered towards the hell of giants. Along with the broken chain was endless blood that splattered across the heavens and onto the faces of the many giants. "Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.